I don't know how to disable chat on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do we need it to be disabled? Like, is that big of a deal?
You don't mind your pictures being taken today, do you?
I don't really care.
Why are you taking pictures today? Mnga, social media. Oh.
I don't know how to disable chat. Oh, my sound is on YouTube.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Can
Lisa,
you hear me?
Deborah. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Susie.
So everybody ready? No? Okay.
I think we're recording now. I can see in the left-hand corner, it says live on YouTube right now. So,
Oh, okay.
and we are recording, and that says the Mnga starts at 9.
Mhm. Yeah, but it's recording now.
That's what it says.
Jeez. Okay.
Just to let everybody know, we've been waiting for roofers for like 2 months now. And guess when they came?
Well,
To be able to do like so short as reads right now. There's
Mhm.
nothing we can do about it because if we try and postpone it, who knows?
oh,
That banging will stop when we get the meeting going.
Are
mhm.
you on yet? I just want to say good luck, everybody.
Thank you. Who's speaking?
Bev, she's
Oh, hi, Bev. Thank you.
yeah, she's just saying good luck, everybody. Yeah, it's been raining here since 4 o'clock this morning. It's weather has been good though, but it's just you never know what to expect. Hmm. Lisa, I was going to ask you. You're muted, eh? But
Yep.
did the presidents get a last minute reminder?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I've seen a few things come out because, we all had to register as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I haven't got a call or an email saying that so I presume they're going to be all being there, going to be there.
You know what I don't see is the minutes from last year posted on the Mnbc site.
Yeah, I don't either.
So Nick might have to quickly do something. I don't know if all the presidents would have that information available.
Yeah, because we got to accept them at the
Yeah.
MNJ.
Good morning, everyone. It's John Beaker here.
Good morning,
And I
John.
was eavesdropping on your conversation.
Thank you.
The minutes are part of the M&J booklet.
Oh, in the booklet. Okay.
Yes, sir. We didn't post them separately, but you know what? Next time, that's a good idea.
Hey, John, you're not eavesdropping. This is a public recorded event. So you're certainly not eavesdropping. Nobody is.
Because we're live on YouTube, John. So
We'll make stars out of all you.
But you're still allowed to say good morning.
Thank you for the permission, Rainey.
Thanks.
Thanks for the booklet too, John. It's actually quite wonderful. It's nice to have it digital.
Oh, thank you for that. Callum was the one who did most of the work on the book.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm pretty proud of it.
How do we get out of the screen here and go down? Oh, well, I could probably get that. I want to get something for the meeting, but I got to go to my emails. How do we get out of here without having to sign up again? A different computer?
Minimize it. You can minimize it, Rainey.
Okay, minimize it.
Top
Okay.
left, yeah, and just
Okay, I have to go to view.
Yeah. Or on your top
Press-
left.
Press escape to go out of full screen if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, okay, escape, okay. It says view options, no, I'm just gonna put escape if I can find it here. Okay, standard. Escape, no. Okay. Well, I'll just go in my other.
Yeah, I find it really useful to have the two computers going, Rainey.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
And still printing too, so.
Always like to have the, the stuff in front of me, either on paper or
Yeah.
be able to get it without having to. Are we gonna go through the vote like we did at the last AGM? Like, we have to go to on board to do that? On the resolutions.
I don't think so. I didn't see any links.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay,
either.
so how are we gonna vote on live?
They likely might just go by raising of hands.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I'm just kind of.
Rainey, we'll explain how the voting is going to work once the chair's in place.
Okay.
But for the main motions, actually, it's roll call. So
Mhm.
make sure you know where you are in the alphabetical queue by surname.
Okay.
So if you're in the A's, be listening when the vote's called. If you're in the S's, you got a couple minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
I think there's some people waiting in the lobby.
Hmm.
Morning, Patrick. Good morning, Paulette and Dean. Looks like we just have board and staff on right now, so I'm sure they'll let us know when they're letting everybody in.
Good morning, everyone. Just bear with us as we're letting everyone in. Good morning, everyone. Just again, bear with us. We're just getting everybody let into the room.
That's a nice background, Chris.
Morning, Pixie. Thank you.
Good morning to you as well.
Dawn, I'm not sure how I feel about your Habs hat, but that's okay. I actually went to law school with Carey Price's mom. So it was quite funny at graduation. Most people were more concerned about getting pictures with Carey than with their partners. But she was my McDonald's coffee drinking buddy. So we both like McDonald's coffee and went all the time. A nice lady.
She was a pretty smart lady. She ran the band out there in Anaheim Lake, and I knew her husband when they were out there logging.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think she's back. Linda's back, chief again. So yeah, very
My some good friends. Their kids are all good friends of Carey's when he went to high school there. He goes back. I actually put the hat on, Chris, just to reduce the glare.
That was funny.
Todd saying good morning, everyone. Board of directors, charter community leaders, veterans, senators, elders, citizens, and guests watching on the live stream. My name is Christopher Gall. I'm the Chief Public Affairs Officer here at Mnbc. It's a pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the 2021 virtual MNGA. We've caught up from the AGM, so we're no longer traveling in time, as I made the joke at the AGM. But I am starting to lose count. I believe this is my 9th MNGA to bear witness to, and really pleased to be here with you today. I'm joining you this morning from the Mnbc head office in Surrey, which straddles the territory of the Semiahmoo and Kwantlen First Nations. It's in closest proximity to our Wachea and Nova Métis communities. I will note in a few cases, we have both a president and vice president for some of our communities logged in. So if your president is participating, I ask that the VPs please log out and view or follow along on the live stream. If we need to get you in and you're changing delegates, we can adjust that later on. But our first order of business is to introduce our Senators Hugendorn and Gladue, who will be leading us in an opening prayer. So thank you, Senators.
There you go.
I believe Senator Hugendorn is muted.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you?
That's great.
Hear
Yeah,
me
thank
now?
you. Good morning.
Hear you well. Hear you well.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Later, we stand to honor our ancestors. While honoring our ancestors past, we are embracing our own future. I'm honored to be here, and as I gratefully acknowledge that I reside on this shared, unceded territory of the Ktunaxa and Anishinaabe Nation, a great elder nation of people. Bless this day as we all come together as a proud nation. We have so much to be thankful for as we stand united as a community and as a region and as a proud province and national unity so we can touch the future through the hearts of our children, for our language and our culture and for our own heritage. While we continue to honor our ancestors gone before us, we bless this day, bless the four directions we came from. Bless our Mother Earth as we ask our Creator for continued guidance, with courage and support in our ancestors' spirit. We pray for the rights and the healing of our people first and always. A message of peace, love, and togetherness. For I am Kishiti Moyang Alimichif Uyang. Keash Anush and Pidimi. Yesterday, today, and always. So stay safe, be calm, and healthy. Be healthy. Love and with respect. Miigwech. Amen. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Betty. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure if
Yes, I can hear you.
I
Yes.
wasn't sure, but anyway, thank you for the words here this morning, and I want to say good morning to everybody. Beautiful morning out here in Surrey. So again, I just want to acknowledge the territory that I'm speaking from. It's Samiamo, Pontland, and Katesee territory that I'm in right now. So I want to acknowledge that. So anyway, I'm going to say a few words in one of our languages. Just stay tuned with me and bear with me and reflect on your own words. The best way you know how, from your heart, so that things will go okay for us today and here on in, so that we can all work together coming from a good place. So those are the words that I'm going to be using in one of our languages. So just bear with me and just focus on the day that's going to take place. Ano tawi, samino mota kakio, kap mo sagame pia. Akun do tamatnan, tapum sawi taman, umuta kap mitahamiksia. Sawim kakio, uguta kapn dohtako. Ano mosom, kistakinaskunt nanos kagisigak, umuta piwi chiwia. Snohtainan, imio aspekti kigway tapum skama, kakio tapmiwa toskia. Tapum si toskato ya umuta anos kagisiga. Ano tawi, kinaskumten, asamin anos kagisiga. Thank you, miigwech, kinaskumpna o oho, mercy.
Thank you so much, senators. We next have O Canada and the Métis Ballad, followed by some welcome videos.
Now?
I hear you.
Someone new showed up.
to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. In the forest, on the river, and across the western plain, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship as its destiny, and its curse to not belong. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. For this newest generation and the future ones to come, with the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. As we build the Métis nation, as we watch it rise again, our past losses motivation to inspire our future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian.
Hello, I'm Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. I want to thank you for inviting me to send a greeting today as you gather virtually for your Governing Assembly meeting. I recognize the importance of a strong relationship with Métis people, and our government is committed to continue to build an ongoing positive relationship with Métis Nation BC. Through the Métis Nation Relationship Accord number 2, we continue to expand our relationship, our work together to ensure that Métis people can access good social and economic opportunities that will make a difference in everyone's lives. I know that at your AGM earlier this year, your citizens passed a resolution affirming self-governance. BC's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act serves as a framework to ensure the laws of the province uphold the rights of Indigenous peoples, including, of course, the Métis. It also strengthens the collaborative partnerships that address the social, cultural, and economic needs of Métis people. For example, Mnbc played a critical role in drawing attention to the issue of racism in BC's healthcare system and spurred the public inquiry that led to Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafoun's groundbreaking report, In Plain Sight. These conversations, although difficult, are critical as we continue to work together to advance our shared priorities, including the development of Declaration Act action plans. I wish you well during these meetings, and I look forward to continuing this important work together to improve the lives of Métis peoples in British Columbia. Thank you.
Tanshe Kiowa. Greetings to the leadership and citizens of the Métis Nation of British Columbia and your guests and dignitaries attending your General Assembly this week. I bring greetings and well wishes on behalf of the leadership and the citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We know that you have a lot to celebrate this week as you gather for your General Assembly, including the recent launch of May TV. What a brilliant initiative to further engage your citizens and to share the rich stories and the culture of Métis in British Columbia. Congratulations on that. I've been pleased to see our senior officials continuing to work together for the betterment of all of our Métis governments. I know that we are making real change for the good in the lives of our citizens. That's what this is all about. From PALI, which the MNO led for the benefit of all Métis, and which has been the foundation for more recent advances like the Canada Métis Nation Accord that we're all seeing progress under, and our core self-government agreement. We'll continue to fight for Métis rights, recognition, and respect. We are finally in a position to realize the dreams of our ancestors. So with that, on behalf of all of us at the Métis Nation of Ontario, all the best wishes for another successful MNBC General Assembly. Take care and please stay safe. Merci.
It is my pleasure to now introduce Acting President Lisa Smith, who has some opening remarks.
Sorry about that delay. I had trouble exiting the full screen there. Before I get going, I just want to let everybody know that unfortunately, we all know how timing works sometimes. We've been waiting for a roofer for over 2 months now, and surprise, surprise, they came this morning. So you may hear some banging. I'll try and mute myself if the banging does get a bit too much. But as you all know, trades are very hard to come by, so we have to take them when they can come. So I'd like to welcome you all this morning. As most of you know, I'm Lisa Dawn Smith, the acting president of Métis Nation BC and the elected vice president. I'm calling in today from the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, more directly the Malahat First Nations and the home of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I would really like to thank Senators Hugendorn and Gladue for their opening prayer. We would like to take a moment to express a deep sense of gratitude to each and every one of you in attendance, the communities you represent, and the countless volunteers across our beautiful province. MNBC at its core is an organization driven by the grassroots. We know that in normal times, all of you put in countless hours of your own time into serving our Métis people and our communities. COVID has only added to the burden that you all carry. The work you have all done over the course of the pandemic is nothing short of incredible. There are no words that can adequately express the gratitude that the entire board of directors, staff at MNBC, and our citizens have for the work you do. Simply put, thank you so much. Your board of directors is committed to being one that is responsive to our community needs. We have heard loud and clear that communication between MNBC and chartered communities needs to get better. I assure you that our engagement with you will improve moving forward. This past spring, for the first time ever, we held a consultation session on the annual budget with chartered community presidents. We've heard your feedback on how this went, and in the coming months, we will have more details on a new budget consultation process that will be much earlier and much more expansive in scope in the future. The board has also heard your feedback on our proposal for the new Métis centers. We are scheduling a series of engagement sessions on May 19th, 20th, and 26th. Please look for the registration details that will be coming out soon. It is imperative that we engage our communities on the needs assessments, and we are committed to including you in this exciting new project from start to finish. We also know that you don't just need communication, but more resources. That's why I'm pleased that our board of directors voted to create and fund the new community capacity and cultural access grants. These grants are intended to help our communities build capacity and to host cultural activities. But we know even more capacity, our systems and processes are outdated. That is why we are investing in a new chartered community portal. This will reduce the number of emails you receive from MNBC and provide a one-stop shop for all the information and resources you require. This past February at our AGM, we had, sorry about that, I'll just pause for a second. This past February at our AGM, we had a historic vote for self-government. While there is still much more work to do, we have already received positive feedback from both the provincial and federal governments. MNBC is committed to having strong, positive relationships with all levels of government. This includes First Nations, in addition to the Government of Canada and the province of BC. We recognize there is so much more we can do, which is why MNBC is expanding the capacity of our public affairs team with the addition of new team members who will help negotiations of a renewed Métis Nation relationship accord with the province of BC and to assist our nation as we move towards self-government. As our government grows, the capacity to meet community needs does as well. Our elders have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. MNBC recognizes that many of our current programs don't meet their unique needs. We've heard from communities across BC the need for dedicated resources for them. That is why we were incredibly excited to announce MNBC will be launching a 6-month Elders Benefits pilot project. For the first time ever, low-income seniors that currently access old age security pension can apply for up to $2,500 for individuals and up to $4,000 for couples. The funds can go towards the purchase of items like hearing aids, dentures, walkers, and glasses. We are just so glad that MNBC is able to offer these benefits for our citizens, especially our elders. We know that education and skills training to help provide economic prosperity and opportunity for Métis people in BC. We continue to advocate for distinction-based funding, and we're successful for this budget cycle. MNBC is committed to offering greater access to Métis-centric training and education opportunities. That's why we are excited to share with you that we will be opening the doors to the first location of an MNBC Training Institute. The Institute will offer Métis individuals in BC the opportunity to train side by side with fellow Métis, learning the skills and receiving the education that lead to sustainable success for them and their families. Speaking of our new office, as many of you know, we are moving our headquarters to the Station Tower in Surrey next month. This new office will centralize our operations under one roof while allowing easier access for citizens and dignitaries due to its proximity to public transit. It is at the Skies train station. We are excited to share with you as well that as part of our lease agreement, MNBC will be flying the Métis flag outside of our new office next to Canada's and BC flag. It is the first time that MNBC will be able to do so and marks a monumental occasion that we should all be very proud of. Excuse me. The integrity of our registry is of paramount importance, and this board of directors is committed to making long overdue investments to ensure it is the gold standard in Métis government across Canada. That is why we voted for the $1.1 million Win Registry Renewal Project, which will replace the current registry database with up-to-date technology, digitize over 30,000 central registry and citizenship harvesting files, add staff for improved customer service and processing times, allow for online citizen address updating, newly designed and enhanced citizenship cards, and a chance to be the first Indigenous government to go paperless within 5 years. We all are also reforming the registry to strengthen the verification process. This will include double verification on citizenship files by a new position that's been created and posted for a deputy registrar and by our current registrar. MNBC will be creating a province-wide recruitment strategy. While the most recent census said there are 90,000 in this province, only 22,000 are registered. Investments in our people just doesn't include our existing citizens, but future ones too. To kick off the recruitment drive, MNBC will start in Region 7 in the Northeast with a dedicated staff person located in Fort St. John. Finally, we remain committed to being accountable to all Métis citizens and communities. This is why the board of directors launched an openness and transparency initiative. Not only have we posted board expenses and minutes online, we're also committed to working towards the live streaming of our meetings. During the AGM, we also held the first ever cabinet town hall, which gave citizens the opportunity to ask questions directly. Our board is committed to doing these quarterly, and I'm excited to share that the next town hall will be held on June 30th with registration details to come soon. Finally, as many of you know, there is an ongoing court case between President Delco, the Mnbc, and some of its board members. The case concerns two motions the board passed in January, one of which suspended the president with pay. The president has brought court action and is seeking an injunction against Mnbc. The MNBC's position is, and always has been, that our disputes should be decided in accordance by our own judicial system, the MNBC Senate, and our own policies and procedures. The argument was forcefully made by our lawyers to the judge. A decision in the case is expected next week. Well, I will not comment on the case any further. It remains my view as Vice President that if we want to be legally recognized on a government-to-government basis, federally and provincially and by other nations, we have to strongly exercise our rights to self-government. After the court releases this decision, Mnbc will hold a question and answer period session for its citizens on May 17th, 2021. We hope you will attend, and we look forward to your questions. In closing, let me say that I'm humbled to have the opportunity to serve our nation, and we look forward to meeting with you all over the next 2 days. I want to take this time to thank all our staff for their hard work on organizing this MNGA and for their hard work, dedication, and professionalism throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting President Smith. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge all the MNBC staff working today in the background. I have an incredible team of colleagues, and I'd like to give a specific shout out to Nick Hosseinzadeh, John Beaker, and Derek Robitaille, who are running around tirelessly behind me, which is why I've got my screen up. So a reminder, as clerk, I will now call the roll to establish quorum. A reminder that roll call voting is alphabetical by surname. So please respond when you hear your name by saying present. And as I looked down at my list, I thought at first it was organized by height. I think my favorite photo of Jacqueline Alderking is her standing beside me on a chair, and I was still a little taller. But we'll begin with the roll call. So beginning with Jacqueline Alderking.
I'm here. Story.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Great to see you. David Allard.
Yeah, here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Doug Arnott. Don't believe we have Doug at the moment. Tabitha Berggren. Just bear with us as we get everybody unmuted. I'll take a moment. Tabitha?
Present.
Thank you. Good morning. Next, we have Joy Bremner.
Present.
Good morning, Joy. Darlene Campbell. Okay. No Darlene Campbell. Harlan Coles.
Present.
Good morning, Harlan. Next, we have Donald Corson.
Present.
Thank you, Don. Sean Davrin.
Good morning, I'm here.
I should say Minister Sean Davrin. We have Minister Louis DeJager.
Chancellor Bonjour, present.
Lauren Dean.
Lauren,
how about-
I'm not sure if he heard you.
Oh, I'm present.
Oh, thank you, Lauren. Good morning. Cheryl Dodman.
Marcy, I'm here.
Good morning, Cheryl. Dr. Kate Elliott.
Present.
Monica Fisher.
Present.
Good morning. Minister Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Minister Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Good morning. Minister Rainey Gervais.
Here, good morning.
Morning, Rainey. Minister Dean Gladue.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Here under protest.
Some of you might not know this, but Tony recently told me he doesn't like it when you say his name backwards. So I responded to him, why not? It's a groaner to get us going. June Graham.
Good morning, present.
Minister Patrick Harrietts.
Tosha Kiowa, present.
Good morning. Minister Susie Hooper.
Good morning, present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Is it Jobin or Jobin?
It's Jobin
Thank you. I want to make sure I get that correct.
or Jobin.
Jobin. Anthony Crelo.
Good morning, present.
Good morning, Anthony. Moving over to Chilliwack, we have Peter Lang.
Yeah, present.
Good morning, Peter.
Good morning.
Bill Lapointe.
Present.
Good morning, Bill. Charlotte Lever.
Present.
Morning, Charlotte. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Here, Marcy.
So a few assemblies in a row now. I finally pronounced your last name correctly. Bonnie Merlot.
Morning. Present.
Good morning, Bonnie. Walter Minot.
Present.
Morning, Walter. Moving up to Vanderhoof, we have Lana Olson.
Couldn't make it.
Okay, no problem. Jan Ovens.
Present.
Good morning, Jan.
Good morning.
How about Valerie Pace? For Golden Ears, we have Dave Peltier.
Present.
Darcy Patu.
Present.
Thank you, Darcy. Daniel Pittman. Okay, how about Trish Plant?
Present.
Morning, Trish.
Morning.
Kelly Roberts.
Present.
Good to see you, Kelly. Jake Roshan.
Present.
Good morning.
Morning.
Wendy Schneider, who I saw just a moment ago.
Good morning, present.
Mert Servatius. Mert, I was admiring that image in your background there.
I'm here. Good morning. Yes, I had a neighbor. It's made of one piece of wood.
Oh, it's beautiful. Good morning, Mert. Good to see you. We have our acting president, Lisa Smith.
I'm here, thank you.
Moving over to Elk Valley, we have Jean Salzer.
Present.
Morning, Jean.
Morning.
Joy Sundin.
Taji, good morning.
Good morning, Joy. Marlene Swears.
Present.
Great to see you, Marlene. We've been missing your Christmas gathering. I hope we get back to normal this year. Trudy Turner.
Here.
Linda Van Weergen.
Good morning, here.
Good morning, Linda. And finally, last but not least, Pixie Wells.
Present.
You're muted, Pixie.
Present.
Morning, Pixie. Is there anyone that I missed?
I was just going to say, Chris, that Tony might be coming in later.
Oh, we got Tony. That's we're good. Yep.
Okay, good.
And I will note, as he said, under protest. So it looks like we have 43 delegates. Just bear with me a quick moment here.
You need to have some on hold music there, Chris.
Get some Jeopardy going here. So our quorum is 22 delegates this morning. So now that quorum has been established, I will now call for nominations for the speaker. So please use the raised hand function to speak. I do know that we have a mover, and the clerk would like to recognize first Director Deborah Fisher.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending. We're in the middle of a big windstorm here, so I'm hoping some tree doesn't drop on some power lines. I would like to nominate Dave Peltier, who has served as an MNGA previously and was erroneously not given a second term as per the MNGA Act. I look forward to rectifying that. He has served in the capacity in the past and is very knowledgeable of our process and governance structure, and has been also a long-standing community president.
Thank you, Minister Fisher. And we have a seconder, Director Louis DeJager.
Louis, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have my hand up, but yep, no problem. I second that. Sorry.
Thank you, Minister DeJager. Mr. Peltier, would you let your name stand for chair?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, I will call a second time. Do we have any further nominations?
Chris Dave Allard has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. I haven't seen that. Mr. Allard?
Yeah. Hi. I'm wondering if for the next little while moving forward, we can have when people speak for whatever reason, just quickly state the community that they're speaking on behalf of and they represent, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allard. You're actually jumping ahead on my notes. I was gonna remind everybody that shortly, so that's very, very helpful. Thank you for that, Mr. Allard. So I'll call a third time for any further nominations. Seeing none. Please join me in welcoming our 2021 MNGA speaker, Mr. Dave Pelletier. And while Mr. Pelletier gets settled, or before that, I would just like to confirm with Mr. Pelletier that he has an alternate delegate available for his community.
Yes, thank you. Yes, our Vice President, Lisa Shepherd, would be available to fill the GEM seat for the remainder of the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Pelletier, I guess at this point. Deputy Clerk, if you could please admit Lisa Shepherd to the meeting, and please join me in welcoming our 2021 MNGA speaker, Mr. David Pelletier. And while Mr. Pelletier gets settled, I would normally start things off with a joke, but as someone once said, there are no lawyer jokes, only true stories.
Yeah, I appreciate that one. As a lawyer, I think they are all true stories, certainly. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the nomination from Minister Fisher and Minister De Jager, and everyone's confidence in me. As I said, I've done this before, and I've chaired the AGMs before, but I always take this role and this opportunity seriously, and I really appreciate it. Most of you, I think, know me. As the roll call was going out, I recognize many of the names. There's a few that maybe I haven't met, or maybe we've only met once or twice. But I hope, unfortunately, we're all doing this virtually, but it's good to see everyone, even if it's in this forum. Obviously, the MNGA is a critical forum for the governance of our nation. And it's my view, I agree that it's important that all voices be heard. And as my role as speaker, that's my responsibility to the Assembly to ensure that the discussions we have and today and tomorrow are fruitful, but also respectful. Obviously, passions can arise, and that's not a bad thing. We just want to make sure that those passions stay on the civil side, or at least respectful side of everything. So I'm going to ask, I know for those of you who were at the AGM, the remote AGM, we had Elimina assisting us as the parliamentarian. He's assisted us at MNGAs in the past as well. And so I'm going to ask Elimina to come on and just explain some of the standing rules and principles for the MNGA. So we're all on the same page, and we'll do our best, myself and all of us, to follow those. So if Mr. Mina could come on, that'd be great.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back with you. I was with you for the annual general meeting, and today the meeting of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly. So my job is to be your impartial advisor on rules of order for meetings. So for the most of the times I'll be observing. If I need to convey a message, I'm probably will convey to the speaker. But if there are questions directly at me, then I'm happy to respond to those procedural clarifications as well. So I must be completely impartial on the issues. So I have no vested interest in any of the resolution approved or not approved. That's your business. You, the voting body, you, the one who makes these decisions. With support from the staff, we created a list of standing rules for the meeting. So those were made available to you, I understand. If you wish to speak at the meeting, you need to request to do so by raising hand function, using Zoom raising hand function. So you can be then recognized by the speaker and then you need to be unmuted and opened by stating your name. The second rule that's stated here is on each issue or motion, a delegate is entitled to speak up to 2 times, no more than 2 minutes each time, and speaking a third time or longer than 2 minutes will require permission of the assembly. Third one is if someone has
Randy, it's
questions.
Anthony. How are you?
Good morning.
Oh, not bad.
Okay. Okay,
Anthony, you're not muted. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I didn't know what that was. If someone has questions, they can ask one follow-up question within the same 2-minute period. To speak a second time on the same motion, the delegate must wait for those who want to speak on it for the first time. So that's a principle of equality and fairness. So no one speaks a second time until all first-time speakers have done so. Debate must be connected to the pending motion or agenda items, and the chair may alternate between proponent and opponents of the motion to make sure that all sides to an issue can be heard. And the last one, number 6, is speakers must observe decorum. And as your speaker said already, must avoid personal attacks and disorderly or discourteous behavior. You want to make sure that the meeting is conducted with an environment which is respectful, which is safe. So that's what being requested of you during the meeting. And I want to thank you once again. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mina. I appreciate that and allowing it so everyone's on the same page. Of course, this is our first virtual MNGA. We had the AGM a couple months ago. So there's some additional information that I think I'd like to pass along just on how to run, how we're going to be running this or hoping to run this. So first of all, to speak on a motion or a resolution before the assembly, please use the raise hand feature to be put in the speaking queue. I'll be trying to monitor that. There's other people I know through Mnbc will be assisting with that. Sometimes it's tricky because there's like, at least when I go on to gallery view, there's at least 3 different full planes of people, which is great. So please be patient. We'll try to make sure we get that. As President Allard mentioned earlier, when you do speak, please acknowledge yourself when you're recognized by the speaker. Introduce yourself, who or which community you're representing. I note that President Allard, when making that comment, did not say from which community he was representing, but we know he's with Sam and Arm, but it will assist with the record keeping going forward. As I said, please wait for your turn to speak. I'll acknowledge you by saying the speaker recognizes X or the person, and then I think Mnbc staff will assist in having the mic become live. Obviously, there's always some timing, little delays on that. Voting on the main resolutions on the floor of the assembly will be done through roll call voting. That's as set out in our MNGA Act. Votes on subsidiary motions, for example, proposed amendments, things like that, will be done through the Zoom poll function. So essentially, I'll state the question verbally, and through the poll, you'll be able to vote either in favor, opposed, or you can abstain from that vote. And the results of the poll will be seen by all delegates. If you have a point of order or other parliamentary inquiry based on the proceedings of the MNGA, please state that, use the chat function and state or just type in point of order. Don't need to, at that point, start typing in what your point of order is, just highlight point of order. And then when we recognize we'll be able to get to it, then we'll have you explain your point of order. Please note that point of orders or other inquiries must be related to the topics on hand and are limited to proceedings of the meeting. It's not a way to jump the queue. Like I said, we'll be keeping track, or I'll be working on that as well, to have our queue of people as they raise hands to have that. So, so that's I think basically it. We have so at this point, I'll call the meeting to order, the assembly to order, and we will start with our next portion here on the. Sorry, I have the MNGA draft agenda before me. sorry. The approval agenda is what we've got next. We have a mover, I believe, for the, I'm not sure if we have a mover for agenda. Do we have anyone to move to the agenda before the assembly? The speaker recognizes Minister Harriott.
Hello, Patrick Harriott, MNBC Director of Region 1. I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Minister Harriott. I see the hand raised by Minister Dieger, and I also see a physical hand raised by President McDonnell. So perhaps the speaker will recognize Minister Dieger as I saw that hand raised first, and then we'll move to President McDonnell.
Yes, Louis DeJager, Region 2. I second that.
Thank you. And do we have any discussion or on this? I see, just going to start making names. I have Marlene after President McDonnell. I'm sorry, President Swears. My apologies. I should be using formal. President McDonnell.
I was simply going to second.
Thank you. All right. Now I see Chair recognizes the name says Marlene Swears, but I'm seeing President Tony Goulet, and now I see the name change. So I'm not sure if President Swears, do you wish to say anything or raise anything at this point? Because I did the hand came up under your name.
I don't know why my hand came up.
Okay.
It must be a tick. Okay, keep on going.
All right, thank you, President Swears. Speaker recognizes President Goulet. Hold on, have to unmute yourself, President Goulet.
Sorry, Tony Goulet, President here, North Caribou Métis Association, and I will be voting against adopting the agenda. I just got onto this meeting today. I got phoned about the meeting. I was never informed or given any information as to what the agenda was, what the items were. I did look on the MNBC website, and if you go there, very hard to find and very hard to give that information. So I'm here, but I'm going to be voting to not move forward with the agenda, and I'm going to go from there. So I'm opposed to adopting the agenda, and I would like that recorded within the minutes when we actually do call the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, President Goulet. Any other hands? And as I said, it's easier if you use the raise hand function. It's under the reactions thing. It's easier to see the bright yellow or the hand come up as opposed to someone raising their hand physically. I'm not seeing any others. Not seeing any additional questions or comments. I'm going to move to calling that for the vote. As I said, these are all through roll call. So I believe this is a roll call, is that correct? Sorry, just give me a quick moment. Okay, so since this is one of the first chances we'll get to you, we'll try using the poll function. So we'll have Mnbc staff assist us in setting that up. And there you go. At least for me, it just popped up. And so just vote if you're in favor of adopting the agenda as presented, opposed or abstain, just add your answer there. Thank you.
Just if I may, David, I saw the poll come up. So that'll just be recorded. I would like that to reflect that I am opposed. So I would like it to show in the minutes that I'm officially opposed if I can. It doesn't say that on the poll, but I just wanted to record it in the minutes.
Thank you, President Goulet. The poll that I saw, it had the option for opposed, but I think this is also being recorded. So it'll be clear, President Goulet, that your opposition to it.
And I want it recorded that I'm for this motion. That's Dean Gladue, Region 3.
Yeah, Minister Gladue, I appreciate that. If you could, if everyone could just raise hands prior to, just so that we can do that. But again, I think the polls will be recorded. I see a hand up for President Allard. So the speaker recognizes President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association. Not sure how to phrase this, point of technicality perhaps, or a question. I have the choice of being here and working at the same time. So what happens if there's a motion and I don't have the time to react? What is that considered? Even though I'm part of the quorum? Simply because of the nature of this.
Yeah, in that situation, we could look at it similar to what would have happened in our physical meetings. There were times when individuals stepped out of the main meeting room, whether it's use the washroom or whatever it is. And there have been occasions where votes have occurred without everyone being present. We still have the quorum at this time, and so if we have that, it'll be the majority of the votes that are cast in determining whether something passes or fails. So I'm just waiting for the results of the poll.
My apologies for interrupting, David, but Betty Ann McTonnell, Nicola Valley District Métis. In my reactions, there is no hand up option. It is clap, it is thumbs up, but there's no, and also in chat, and I don't know if this is the way it is for everyone, it says I can only speak privately to Nick. I can't put a comment in chat or ask a question there. So at this point, other than interrupting, which again, I apologize, I have no way to, yeah.
Thank you, President McDonnell. Just if you can, I know for when I click on reactions, there's the clap, thumbs up, but just below that it says raise hand. I'm just want to ensure that that's not coming up for you. It's like a large bar button that goes underneath all of the emojis, if I put it that way.
Nope, just tried clicking above, below, around, and
okay,
come up. Thank you.
We'll get someone to contact you and hopefully try to assist with that, President McDonnell. And with regards to the chat function is not, as we're saying, it's not to have chats and ask questions there. Staff will be monitoring that. So that's where you enter, as I said, point of order or point of information if you need to flag it that way. So that's the purpose of the chat function. Now I've got 3 names up with hands raised. 4 names. So I see President Ovens. Or sorry, is it President Ovens or Vice President Ovens? I was
Vice President Jan Ovens from Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm just wondering about when we do the vote by clicking on it. Does it record who is voting what? Thank you.
Sorry, can you?
Sorry, well, are you going to know that, say, I voted for or against, or is it just a tabulation?
That's a good question. I'll ask our staff to determine that aspect. And if it is only a tabulation, then perhaps I mean, it's similar to when we do a hand raised, who's voting, but we can still see that as well. So
yeah,
if that's the case, we may just do a roll call on everything just to make it easier. One thing I've also been, you're welcome. One thing I've also been advised is just I need to call the poll closed before it gets finalized and it's closed. So I'll do that in just a second. I've got Vice President Shepherd, and then I've got President Corson after that. So the Speaker recognizes Vice President Shepherd.
Thank you, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. Mr. Speaker, I'm just letting you know that on my screen, you click participants, and then at the bottom right below the participants, you'll see raise hand or lower hand. So you can raise your hand, and then after the speaker calls on you, you must remember to lower your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. So yeah, there's another option. Hopefully that will assist. But as I said, I think we have someone that's going to be contacting President Martineau. So I've got President Corson, and then Minister Harriet, and then I expect we'll be closing the poll. President Corson.
Yes, I don't know if I missed the spot here, but my point of order was to introduce, is there going to be a question period added to the agenda? There's no room on the agenda for questions or comments, but is that an amendment to the agenda?
Thank you, President Corson. I think my understanding is that I think it would depend on the question, the type of questions, like obviously questions in certain areas. So for example, with the, just pulling up my agenda again, with regards to the tabling of the written reports, so having an opportunity to do a question there, I think that I'm gonna allow for time in that to ask some questions, if I can put it that way. I'm not sure, President Corson, if there was a specific, if you wanted a question period, a general question period at, the end of day one or something like that, I'm not sure. That would have required an amendment. But if we're just putting it, for example, at the tabling of reports or after the CEO report, I think that'll be built in.
Yeah, I believe that used to always be there, a comment or an opportunity to respond to the reports.
Yeah,
and question the minister. So there's no place that's recognizing questions. So.
And I think that'll be part of the acceptance process. The opportunity to have some discussion or questions about that. So that's how I'll take it, President Corson. Next, Minister Harriet.
Thanks, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. And thank you, Vice President Shepherd. I was going to say the same thing. In my screen, you have to go under participants, and in the bottom right there, it says raised hand. And the second thing, and I'm sure we'll get confirmation of this soon, is because I've used the polling function with Zoom previously, and it does actually mark down who voted for what, and you can make that public after the vote. So I guess we'll see. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. So I understand there's one or two people haven't voted. I'm going to close the poll in about 30 seconds. So if you're one of the ones that have not yet voted, and again, this is our test run, if I can put it that way, of this system. So 20 seconds left. Uh, 10 seconds. All right, if we could close the poll on the adoption of the Mnga agenda, and we'll get those results.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have 31 votes in favor, 3 votes opposed, and 7 abstentions. That passes. The agenda is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So we have the adoption of the Mnga agenda. Obviously, we look at the time. We're always a little bit behind that, but we'll do our best to catch up and to stay on time. So the next item is review and accept the minutes of the 2020 Mnga. Obviously, the last big in-person gathering we all had literally a couple of weeks before everything got shut down. Do we have a mover for the acceptance of the review and accept the minutes from 2020 Mnga? And I'll look for the hand up. Any movers? I see President Lapointe. Yeah, the speaker recognizes President Lapointe.
I'd like to move the adoption of prior year's minutes.
Thank you, President Lapointe. And I see President Schneider. And speaker recognizes President Schneider.
Hi, Vice President, actually. I also second that motion.
Thank you. So we have the motion to review and amend, review and accept the minutes from the 2020 Mnga. Anyone wishing to comment, raise any comments or questions or clarify anything? I see President Roberts, and Chair recognizes you.
Kelly Roberts, Prince George Métis Community Association. I'd like to draw attention to page 14 under the Region 5 North Central. They have my name correct, my position at the time, but they only have listed Prince George Métis Association, so not our complete name, which once again, Prince George Métis Community Association. So I'd like to put forward that change be made.
Thank you, President Robin. I'm just trying to find, you said it was a page 14 of 34?
Correct. At least that's in accordance to the booklet that was sent out, excuse me, that I received on Tuesday.
Maybe, okay. So what's my printing, my paging may be different. I printed the minutes from the Mnbc website a week or two ago. Perhaps you can clarify under which resolution or number is it most or closest to?
It's right before the day 1, March 6th draft. So it lists all of the regions and presidents and or vice presidents in attendance with their charter names.
I see. Okay. Okay, I see where I might be having a confusion. So it's under, so North Central, we have Prince George Métis Community Association. Is that?
That's the correct name, yes.
Okay, for those, so what I'm gathering, because I didn't print out the booklet, that's probably page 14 of the booklet, but I'm not sure, President Roberts, if you can take a look on the bottom of that page, does it have, say, minutes of the Métis Nation, British Columbia Métis Nation Governing Assembly held March 6 to 8, 2020, page 2 of 34? At the bottom right of that particular page.
No, it's actually doesn't. This was the flip book, whatever that Paris had forwarded through Nick.
Okay.
So that's the only information I received in regards to the agenda and such.
Perfect. Okay, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll just make sure that I'm going for it. I will get a copy that I'll be working from the same one as everyone else, the booklet. So that's fine. That's noted on the essentially the second page to include community to correct the name for your community.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? And I'll direct that change be made. Speaker recognizes President Bremner. I'll just have you unmute yourself, President Bremner. There we go.
Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. By the end of the 2 days, we'll all be used to this, maybe. I just thought I'd like to say that I've been trying to print off just a couple of pages here and there out of this booklet, and we're not allowed to. You have to print all 100, however many hundreds of pages, and we're not about to do that. So I don't know if there is something that staff could do to correct that, for instance, so we could just print off some of the pages that we actually want. Thank you.
Sure, we'll get someone to assist with that. Any other comments regarding the minutes? Perhaps I'll give another minute or 30 seconds to see if anyone's going to jump up to raise their hand. Otherwise, we'll move to voting on it. Not seeing anyone, and I'm not sure if President McDonnell's been able to correct the issue, but so I'll just ask President McDonnell, do you have anything you wish to raise or on this issue?
No, I'm in agreement with Joy though, and I have to say that I did not read all of those pages because they were pretty small on my computer.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I want to say that you've all helped me find the raise hand as well, so I'll quit interrupting.
No worries. I'm glad we were able to make it work. I see Vice President Schneider's hand.
Hi, just a note of clarification here, maybe to help people out. The next time we have to do a Zoom meeting, why don't we send this information out to the presidents of each community?
Thank you. I think that's a good suggestion. So I'm not seeing any other hands. We'll move this to a vote. We'll try the poll function again, but we'll keep the poll only open for 2 minutes. So it should be open now. I'm looking at the clock, so 2 minutes. Hopefully, we'll give everyone enough time to answer that. I see President Roberts, you have your hand up again. Speaker recognizes.
Yes, Kelly Roberts, Prince George Métis Community Association. So just for clarification, we are voting on with the change that I had put forward?
Yes, I directed that change be made, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I see Minister Dieger. We've got about 30 seconds left. Minister Dieger.
Yeah, Louis DeJager, Region 2. When I try to chat with Nick, I don't know if anyone else has that too, and I put something in there and then I click to enter, it says, I cannot communicate with Nick at this time. So I don't know if anyone else says, you cannot chat with Nick during this ... So I think it's important that everybody is able to communicate. And,
so Minister DeJager, John Beaker is the host now. So if you click on the 2, it will give you the option to change it to John or to speak to him, and he can handle points of order and stuff like that.
Okay, so is it going to be John now for the rest of the meeting? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about the confusion.
And I'm going to close the poll at this time. So if we can close the poll and we'll get the results. And Mr. Gall, if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have 35 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 6 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So that passes. So the minutes of the 2020 MNGA are accepted. The next we have the tabling of written reports by acting president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, regional directors, the ministries, CEO, Senate, and chartered communities. I'll need a mover to have those reports tabled. I'm just waiting for a mover now. In this case, we're just tabling them. We should have been provided them, but I do note that CEO Fontaine is going to be giving his report orally, but this is for tabling. So I see 3 hands. I'm going to start with, as the order that I have, Minister De Jager, then I have President Rochon, and then Dr. Elliott.
Louis De Jager, Region 2. I can move to accept the written reports as presented.
Thank you, Minister De Jager. President Rochon?
Hi, I'll go to second. I'm Vice President, by the way.
Thank you. That's always helpful. So we've got they've now been tabled. And the next hand I have is President Bremner.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Just a comment in terms of this booklet, just to make it, in going forward, should we ever have to view this again, when we're given it at an actual in-person meeting, it's much easier for us to flip through to the page that we need. The pages could have been listed in the agenda. So instead of having to guess where we're looking at for that document, it would keep us all much easier on track here. Thanks.
Thank you, President Bremner. And this is always such the learning experience doing this, but I think it's helpful to have those comments and suggestions going forward. Hopefully we'll be able to do this all in person next time and have the opportunity to just flip the pages. Any other comments or questions or anything regarding the tabling of the reports? I'm just looking for hands popping up.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Don was congratulating the process or if he was putting up his hand in a different manner, but I did see a yellow hand go up.
Thank you, Minister Harry. I don't see.
Yeah, I did have my hand up, but just disappeared there.
Okay.
Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. On these tabling the reports and similar comment to what Madam Bremner have responded to, when we get these small reports, and we only had them for 3 days with all the other things we're doing, and even Tony's comment, we don't get a lot of time to read them and ask to develop a question or to talk to the community about some of the programs that are being identified. So I think it is important that these directors' reports and reports from all the programs are given to us in a sufficient time that we can review them. It's not only to be critical, but just to be informed. And there's a very short deadline here to get these reports. And I echo Joy's comments. I wasn't about to print 125 pages for this short time frame. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, President Corson. Not seeing any other, and I appreciate the helpful suggestions and comments that we've received. Not seeing anything else or anyone else raising their hand. I'm just trying to toggle back and forth. Not seeing that. So I'll ask if then we'll vote again by way. Oh, sorry, I do see a hand. Vice President Shepherd.
Yes, Lisa Shepherd, Goldner's Métis Society. With regards to the booklet, can I just make a suggestion that the option be given on whether we receive the booklet as hard copy or not? For myself, I personally would rather not have the hard copy. It would just end up recycled and create more, more recycling to do rather than keep it as a file. But I also respect and understand other people might not have the screen to navigate around on. So if that can maybe be an option.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. I think that all these suggestions, I think, would be helpful going forward, given the options that will go forward. So not seeing anyone else, we'll use the poll function. And perhaps we'll just, during the poll, we'll just have the the voting happen and try to limit any further discussion as the recording will be trying to do with the poll. So if we can open the poll on the acceptance of the tabled written reports. So we have 40 in so far. We'll just give another 30 seconds or so. Okay, I think that's been enough time. I'm going to close the poll and we'll get those results. Mr. Gull will read those out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had 33 votes in favor, 1 opposed, and 8 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. So that's been passed and accepted. So next we have, and I'm just looking at the agenda. So we're a little bit behind, if I can put it that way. We've got the CEO report and then the health break. We had scheduled about 40 minutes for this. That I think is for the presentation of the report and some opportunity for questions. So at this time, I'll open the floor to CEO Mr. Fontaine.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering, given the timing, if you want me to proceed, given that the health break won't happen for at least 45 minutes. So I just want to respect the fact that some people may need to head to other little areas of the room, the house, for a few minutes, but it's up to you. I can get started now. I'm prepared and ready to go. So
what I might suggest is if perhaps we start with the report, we'll take the break, and then we can come back for the question portion of it. That way it also, I think, allows some individuals time to kind of formulate a question if they wish to do it that way. Is that agreeable?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go with the report and then we'll come back, have the health break and come back for questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you to everyone. I just want to recognize this morning I'm coming to you from the traditional territories of the Coast Salish people and the Kakite First Nation here in New Westminster, as well home of the Nova Métis Heritage Association. So thank you so much this morning to offer me the opportunity to make my presentation for you. There's a lot of material that I'm going to cover off, so I think the presentation is going to come up on the screen here in a moment, and we can get started. And I do look forward to any questions or comments that you might have afterwards. So just to first acknowledge and recognize, this is my 1-year anniversary this month. I've been here, I was hired in late May, and so this is my 1-year anniversary. So a lot to cover, and this was kind of a bit nostalgic for me to go through all of these slides and prepare them for you, because it covered off a little bit, but not all of the work that we've been doing at Mnbc over the last year. So I'll start with the first slide. So the presentation today is going to be covering a number of different topics. I think the first slide, or the next slide, John, thank you. We're going to cover off a little bit about the office of the CEO. I'm going to cover off as well a ministerial overview. So I'm going to cover off each of the ministries as best I can. We'll talk a little bit about some of the departments that have been working within Mnbc and some of the key activities there. As well, I'll close off on our public affairs and some of our intergovernmental relations with our provincial, federal, municipal, as well as Indigenous governments that we've been working with. So the next slide. So in the office of the CEO, you're going to notice a lot throughout my slide today. There's one key word that's going to come up a lot, and that is new. So in addition to having a new CEO, there's a lot of new programs, a lot of new staff, a lot of change has been happening over the last year. And as part of that, when I started, one of the first things I did was to institute and to develop regular meetings with our senior management team. Made sure that I was available to them to be able to ask me questions and make sure that we had a lot of FaceTime, as much as you can have that today in COVID, but a lot of Zoom time and Teams time. So we did set and establish and have been regularly having senior management team meetings to talk about cabinet decisions, requests from charter communities, how we can implement those in real time. We've also hired a number of new staff. There's been a number of senior management that have been hired in portfolios, and very significant portfolios, like children and families, economic development, natural resources, as well as our employment and skills training. So we've had some top talent we've been able to attract to the nation, which is fantastic. We also, I took the opportunity to standardize the senior management position. When I started, a number of the senior managers all had different titles, different types of job descriptions, and there was very little opportunity for them to move between ministries and between departments. So we standardized the position, and the most senior position within any department or ministry now is effectively a senior director position. So we did spend a lot of time to clear that up, and all of our new management team signed on to that model, and that's the model that we continue to employ to this day. We also have instituted new annual, if you go back to the previous slide, sorry, one more bullet, the annual performance reviews and accountability procedures were also standardized. One thing that was not fully implemented and being utilized last year was actually ensuring that every single employee of our nation gets an annual review and an annual report in terms of their performance. And that I'm proud to say we now have that instituted, and all staff are required to complete a self-assessment as well as to have an annual review. And I'm pleased to report that that is now fully in place and will be ongoing moving forward. The next slide. We also launched something called the Employer of Choice Initiative. We wanted to make sure that Métis Nation is seen as an employer of choice, not only within our own team, but outside in the broader community. So we launched a very significant Employer of Choice initiative. And I don't think I'm speaking out of school when I indicate that there were some significant issues with staff morale, that we had a number of work-safe complaints and other employment standards issues, many of which have to be dealt with. But it speaks to a culture, and it speaks to making sure that we value and respect our employees. And that's why I was very proud to get cabinet approval for the Employer of Choice initiative. And I also think it's important for us to measure and to report out on our staff morale. I don't think we should be afraid to ask our employees how they're feeling, if they're enjoying their job, if they're having job satisfaction. And we should be able to report out on that. And where we need to improve, we should be committed to acknowledging that and moving forward and making those improvements. So this spring into summer, we will be conducting, for the first time, I believe, a baseline analysis of where staff morale is at the Mnbc headquarters and throughout all of our regional offices and our remote staff. We're also conducting a business architecture review, and that review is going to look at all the systems that we have in place, all of the systems that we use every single day, from everything from finance to our skills training to our registry. Everything is under review, and I don't think it'll come as a surprise to any of you that there are a lot of antiquated and very dated systems that we've been using, and our nation's growing. The complexity of our budgets are growing, and we need to have systems and hardware and software that is commensurate with a government our size. So we are in making those investments, but the review is currently underway, and we hope to implement the recommendations of that review into the summer and into the fall of later this year. We're also improving the quality of materials that are going into our cabinet for decision-making purposes. We now have standardized. All of the cabinet meetings now have standard processes and procedures and briefing materials to make sure that cabinet decisions are well informed and that staff have the opportunity to provide input to the cabinet in their decision making. So I'm very pleased that we've made big progress on that. As of mid-January, we started weekly meetings as well. I'm very pleased to participate now with our Mnbc executive. We have been now holding regular executive meetings with the Mnbc executive and me as the CEO and our Chief Public Affairs Officer every single week for usually about 90 minutes to upwards of 2 hours per week to make sure that there is that interface between the senior public service and our senior elected officials. So I'm pleased to see that that has been instituted as of mid-January and is now regularly booked into our calendars, and we're having those discussions. We also had very limited travel, as you can appreciate, during COVID. It saddens me that although I've been here for a year and I'm new, that I've met so many of you only by way of Zoom. So I'm certainly hoping, as I'm sure all of you are, that with COVID later this year, hopefully behind us and into next year, I'll have the opportunity to do way more travel and to be able to go out to the regions and meet with more of you in person. Also, our 2021 to 2024 strategic plan is in the very final stages of approval of the cabinet. It's been a labor of love for the last 5-6 months since the new cabinet was elected. We have been working with the cabinet to identify key priorities, key goals and objectives, and we're hopefully going to get a draft of that approved sometime later this month and into early June. And then we'll share most of that document with and the key goals and objectives with that document out with our citizens and as well with our presidents and our chartered communities to make sure that you're aware of kind of what the key goals and objectives are of the government. And I've also launched something new called the Lunch and Learn series. So we're trying to share best practices, information. So our senior management and all staff, in fact, are encouraged to participate and to host a Lunch and Learn series. And we've been doing that as well to impart and share information amongst ourselves. We've had a number of key meetings over the last year. I suffice to say I've not listed them all. It would be a 25-page listing of all our key meetings, but we are regularly meeting with key provincial, federal, First Nation, Métis Nation, and other municipal governments across the province, across Canada. And we have been, many doors have been opened. I'm very pleased with the amazing relationship that we're building with the province of British Columbia, and there's been a lot of progress there, more work to be done, of course, but we're definitely moving the needle. Some very good interactions with Minister Mark Miller as well as Minister Murray Rankin. We've met recently with Minister David Eby to talk about housing and how we're going to be investing, partnering with the province of British Columbia on doing some additional housing investments as well. We're meeting with Shirley Bond, leader of the opposition, as well as many of the critics who are in key portfolios there. And also, last but not least, recently met with Surrey City Councillor Linda Annis, and they have invited me to come to speak to Surrey City Council late in June, and they would like to begin exploratory discussions with us about establishing our government headquarters in Surrey, and to look at an opportunity for us to build a bit of a Métis campus and a site somewhere near, hopefully, a SkyTrain station. So very early days, but very exciting opportunity for us to begin that dialogue. From the chartered communities perspective, this is the slide that you'll probably have the most interest in, but we have been doing a lot of work over the last year. I'm very pleased to say that we've made a lot of new investments, and that is in part, in large part, due to a cabinet directive to increase resources to assist with the volunteer burnout. I can confirm that with the new cabinet that was elected in the fall, and with the previous one, the voice has been very clear that we need to provide additional resources at the local level. And you've seen a little bit of that, and we're hoping there's more to come. And you heard Acting President Smith talk today about the Elder Assistance Program for hearing aids, walkers, other stuff. We're trying wherever we can to bring dollars in to be able to provide those frontline supports for our communities. We did add the new Community Capacity and Cultural Access Grant. We've added the new Skills Capacity Assessment funding that's coming this year, as well as the new Regional Initiatives and Innovation Pilot Project. As you probably know, UPIP is continuing this year, but it's in the final year of its current agreement. So we're not 100% certain where that's going to go into the future, but we're fairly confident that some form of funding, whether the name is changed, will be there, but we're in negotiations on that front as well. The financial and community needs assessment is going to be conducted for all of our chartered communities. We need to know what you need in terms of supports, and whether that be for office space or for staffing, etc. I would love to be able to get cabinet sign off for a formal submission to both the federal and provincial governments to be able to get you those supports that you need. But the first step is understanding where those gaps are and what exactly it is that you need. So we had a little bit of that in our budget consultation this year, but we'll have a much more robust and a much more I would say, thorough process kind of moving forward. Increased capacity to report out by region is something we've heard is very important for all of you. And so some of that business architecture review is going to provide us with the proper software and the right analytics to be able to report how much we're investing in Region 7 and skills training. We should be able to know that, or Region 5 or any region. In fact, we should be able to drill down by community if we can. So, but we need the tools and we need the software and the right hardware to do that. And so I'm hopeful that within the next 12 months, we will be, when I come back here next year, we'll be in a much better position to be able to report out, that we can actually give you the kind of information and report out on that openness and transparency initiative that Acting President Smith talked about earlier this morning. And we're also increasing our engagement and incorporating feedback into the operational decision-making. And I also recognize, I hear from so many of you, and I know our cabinet has heard as well, that there is burnout. There's lots of requests. And so that's why we are going to look towards setting up that community charter portal so that you don't get bombarded by 300 emails a week. We're going to try to find a place where you can go and get the information on your time when you need it, as opposed to us sending it out. So I'm hopeful that that will be implemented soon. But we hear you that it's a challenge to be the person who is often the one that we need to talk to and to discuss with when it comes to getting feedback in. And we'll make every effort to get additional resources sent out. On the human resources side, COVID is obviously continues to impact our operation over the last 12 months. We've had to close our office periodically to the public, and we are again in that phase where, given the high numbers that in particular at the headquarters office, we're right in the heart of COVID in terms of the impact, and we're hopefully going to be reopening again very soon, but as we move and prepare to go into our new headquarters at the Surrey Gateway Station. As I indicated earlier, when I started, we had a significant number of outstanding WorkSafe and employment standard complaints, as well as one human rights complaint. I'm very pleased to report, as I did at the annual general meeting, that those have been effectively dealt with. We don't have any outstanding WorkSafe BC or employment standards complaints that I'm aware of. I checked with our HR just last week. We do still have one outstanding human rights complaint. So we want to have zero complaints. We want to be down to zero, and that's part of our Employer of Choice initiative. And I'm very pleased to say that we're trending in the right direction in terms of where we should be and where we need to go into the future. Our Employer of Choice, as I indicated, is part of our strategy to attract top talent to the nation. Our new funding has translated into significant growth in our government operations. We're now nowhere near the size of someone like Manitoba Métis Federation, who I believe has over 700 FTEs, but we are getting close to 100 FTEs. So we are actually growing, and that compares to about, I believe, 50 or 60 just about a year ago. So we have had some significant growth, and we have had some really good progress in terms of hiring qualified Métis citizens, something that we put at the forefront of all of our hiring processes when we are opening up opportunities for new people to be hired. So we've made some good progress on that front as well. Also pleased to say we have a new social and wellness committee, and I think it's important for our staff to not only come to work, but also to have an opportunity to recreate and have a social component to being at work as well, and to make sure that they enjoy that. So we established that last year, and with COVID, we've had limited opportunity to engage it, but we are hopeful that when COVID is over, we'll be able to get back and to be able to gather again in person more frequently. So we're looking forward to that opportunity. And last but not least, on human resources, one of the key areas I wanted to make some change was around ensuring that we begin more to invest and train our staff, and to provide them with the necessary training and skills that they need to ensure that we retain a top-level public service. So we have implemented a number of new training programs over the last year, and I'm excited about that as well. On the finance side, I believe some previous CEOs may have come to you in the past and perhaps not given you good news on the financial side, but I am here to report that we did have a slight surplus in the last year, and I'm anticipating we will likely again have another surplus budget this year, all the while making significant new investments throughout the province. So that's very good news. Our finance team led our whole operating budget development process, and that was completely revamped and reworked this year. We have a much stronger now accountability metrics built into our budgeting process. Senior directors are held accountable for their own operating and departmental budgets now. And there is regular monthly reporting out effective earlier this year to the cabinet. So they're receiving monthly reports on variances and where we're at with our financials. So that has been strongly improved over past practice. As I indicated, we're going to be replacing our accounting software, and that's going to provide us with a lot more flexibility, and we're going to make that investment right after our audit is complete. We'll be implementing that into the summer, into the latter part of the year, and that will help facilitate and speed up payment processes and make sure that people have better opportunity for accountability in terms of our financial investments. And last but not least, we're also modernizing all of our financial policies and procedures. We currently have a very, I would say, antiquated system in place that was based more on a small government of maybe 15 to 25 staff. As I said, we're now much larger and need to modernize our financial processes, and that is underway, and that will be completed by very soon within the next few months. On the Mnbc budget 2021, just to quickly let you know what the process was this year, because it was a new process. Staff provided a draft of the budget to the cabinet in January. We had a technical briefing with the cabinet in February, obtained some feedback from them as elected officials as to whether or not staff were getting things right or off track. Some of that was, in fact, all of that was incorporated into the revised budget that was then made public. And that public consultations then took place on March 9th. And there was a final debate and ratification of the draft budget late in March. And then that budget was approved. And I believe for the first time in recent history, perhaps ever, I'm not sure, we are very open about what the budget is and where it's been invested. And we've created new infographics trying to engage all of our communities around where dollars are being invested. So there is that higher level of accountability and awareness around where dollars are going. I'm very proud to say that staff are also working with the cabinet to prepare and to draft some new legislation, which would be, as right now, being tentatively referred to as the Budget Openness and Transparency Act, which we'd love to be able to bring back to the MNGA at some point in the very near future in 2022 to ensure that we always have openness and always have transparency around our budgeting process. And that's not something that has to be forced, but that's something we just build into our culture, and it's something that is part of our government on a day-to-day basis. On the central registry, an area of great interest to many of our people and many people who are applying. I am pleased to announce that we have hired a new registrar, and that new registrar, Marianne Morrison, has started, proud Métis citizen from Saskatchewan, and I know she's got her application in for British Columbia. And she started in March of 2021 and hit the ground running. We had our Wako to Win project, which we launched. That project is multifaceted. We heard loud and clear from not only from our chartered community presidents and vice presidents, but in fact, our citizens from the cabinet, that 18 months to process an application is simply unacceptable, and taking 6 months for a renewal application is unacceptable. So we have completely begun the reformation and the restart of the processes and the way that we manage our central registry. We're moving towards a paperless operation. Right now, we're very paper-based. So we're digitizing, as Acting President Smith said, over 30,000 records. All those will be searchable, online, digitized. We also had a number of other issues in the registry we're dealing with, and that was a lack of staff training. So we're dealing with that, and we'll be investing significant funds to ensure that all of our staff are properly trained. We want to make sure that they have the right technology. They're using technology that was, quite frankly, based in probably 20-year-old technology. So we're moving towards ensuring that we have modern technology, and we've just made that $250,000 investment, and that new database will be implemented over the summer and into the early fall. We also had a lack of public interface. I think it's important, if you apply to become a citizen of our nation, that you should be able to log on and find out what the status is of your application without having to make 14 phone calls. So our new software and our new database will allow for more public interface, and we're going to be improving our customer service standards as a result. So I'm very pleased with the progress so far, but lots of work left to do. In addition, on the central registry, we're hoping to set some targets, and I know this has been a topic of discussion at the MNGA. You have my commitment and Mary Ann's commitment that we're going to be working, and our entire senior management team, quite frankly, that we want to get our processing times down by next year. We know from other jurisdictions when they've implemented software and the proper database systems that they can get their processing times down. So we want to get it down to a maximum of 60 days for new applications that are fully complete and we have all the information, as well as a maximum of 30 days for renewals. That is a good customer service, and that's where we're aiming to be. So that as part of this Wahkotuin project, we will get there. I'm very confident. We will have public reporting times on processing. You should know as presidents, as vice presidents, how long it's taking for new applications, how long it's taking for renewals. We should make that public. And you should hold me accountable and the registrar accountable for making sure that we bring those processing times down. And when we don't do that, we need to make sure that we're answerable to you as a community and to you as the leadership from within our chartered communities. We have hired No History. They did win the contract. We had a very open bidding process. We had, I believe, 4 respondents to our bidding process, and we had 2 finalists, and No History was the final successful vendor, and they're going to be implementing the new Routes Forward system, which will be amended and will be tailored to meet our needs here in British Columbia. So very excited about that. And also, if you've had to change your address anytime in the last few weeks, you've probably noticed that we have a new system. You can now do it online as opposed to having to phone and try to reach 10 different people at Mnbc. You can now do that online, which is getting lots of positive feedback on that as well. And we have the new Mnbc citizenship cards. We just started printing those in the last week, so they're kind of flying off the machine now, and they're all being mailed out across the province. They do have some new security features and some new cultural icon features within the card. So we're getting a ton of positive feedback, at least online, and we'll be getting that, I'm sure, when we start sending out the cards this weekend and into the coming weeks and months. On the administrative side, quickly, we've hired 31 new staff, and that's both a mixture of replacement and some new positions over the last year. As you've probably heard, we've had significant challenges for space at our headquarters in particular. The headquarters is actually not a headquarters, it's 5 headquarters. There's actually 5 separate offices that are all separated with different doors, different access points, no common boardroom, no common lunchroom. So it really is completely unacceptable for the number of staff that we have in terms of also building camaraderie and having opportunity for people to dialogue and to meet. So we will be moving into our new headquarters in probably about 3 to 4 weeks from now, give or take. Our new headquarters will allow for us to also allow for additional work sharing. So we're going to be doing some of that because, believe it or not, our new headquarters will be full at the time that we move in. So we will look at even from day one office sharing and also remote working. Our new office is also going to be right on top of the Surrey Gateway SkyTrain station. That will do 2 things for us. It'll first allow us to have the opportunity to recruit more staff across the entire Metro Vancouver region, which we are having challenges now due to the fact that basically you have to have a vehicle in order to work for us. I'm not sure if anyone else can hear that, but someone's got their, I can hear the car in the background. So you might want to put it on.
Anthony, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think that's gone now. Thank you. And so we are, as I said, at the Surrey Gateway Station, we're not only going to be opening up, because we're there, the opportunity for Métis citizens, Métis people to be able to apply to work for us from anywhere from within Metro, but we're also going to be allowing people to have access to us. And we're going to be opening up the new training center, as Acting President Smith said, and we'll have new training rooms in there to be conducting training year round. So it's going to be great to have ourselves right above the SkyTrain. As you can see from the image there, that we will be moving in, as I said, to Surrey Gateway, and I kind of tried to draw where the flag's going to go, but Acting President Smith did allude to the fact that we will be having a flag raising ceremony, and I'm very pleased and proud that the Métis flag will be flying beside British Columbia and Canada right outside a very prominent, very highly visible area of the Metro Vancouver area. So everybody taking the SkyTrain every single day on the Expo line will be seeing the Métis flag flying there in a few weeks. We'll have that official flag raising when we open up the office. And last but not least, we're also modernizing our entire phone system so that when you're calling into our government, you can connect to any of our regional offices and our headquarters and have a more pleasant experience than you have now. I won't get into all the details, but the phone system we have is a bit antiquated and doesn't quite meet the needs of a complex and growing government. So we're implementing that system as well. On the public affairs side, in closing, there's a few slides, some very important slides before we take a break. Our team is working hard behind the scenes to begin negotiations with the provincial government on, we're calling MNRA 3.0, but officially it's being referred to as the Métis Nation Reconciliation Agreement. And that Métis Nation Reconciliation Agreement will lead the way for us to begin the process of sitting down and having a dialogue and discussion table on self-government. So it's critical to having the pathway for us to do that. So there is, so far, we've been able to negotiate for the first time ever, I believe, the ability to have some funding for Mnbc to establish a secretariat. So $200,000 has been provided to us to hire additional staff to establish that secretariat. And it's hard to believe that MNRA has been around for so long and the secretariat's been never funded before. So this is the first time that there's real dollars there, and we are going to have a sit down and a negotiating table, which is fantastic progress. We're also negotiating and in dialogue to negotiate a number of sub-accords that would be attached and would be parallel documents to the MNRA 3.0. And there's a number of ministries that are in discussions right now with senior staff and with the cabinet to look at establishing some of those sub-accords to be able to formalize our relationships with a number of different provincial ministries. The Minister of Finance is also considering our overall funding, increased funding for capacity. And I'm very pleased to say, although it's not official yet, but and we're still working out the details, but it would appear that the Minister of Finance, Selina Robinson, has reached out to us and would like to meet with Acting President Smith and our entire cabinet to go over the provincial budget. And she would like to provide a government-to-government opportunity to discuss what's in the budget. And I'm not sure, and perhaps some of you can confirm, I'm not sure this has ever happened before where we've had a Minister of Finance meet with our cabinet. So that's fantastic. So look forward to that in the coming next couple of weeks. We also, as you're aware, did produce last year the Tale of Two Nations report, and that report has been circulated very widely with government, and many public servants have credited that report for opening up the eyes to a number of provincial treasury folks who did not realize that the Métis Nation and our Métis people were not being provided with adequate funding for everything from education to capacity funding to health, education, post-secondary, etc. So this has been monumental in opening eyes and opening up the opportunity for us to begin discussions to receive additional funding, not only this year, but into the years to come. So I will say it is opening up our opportunity for a distinctions-based funding formula, which is where we want to go in British Columbia to ensure that when Indigenous programming is established in BC, that given we are 1/3 of the Indigenous population, Aboriginal population of British Columbia, that we should be entitled to a fair share of new funding that comes out. So that's a very exciting development. We also did, through our public affairs, negotiate over the last year a number of new funding envelopes. There is some funding that has come in, obviously, for COVID. We're anticipating a new wave of that funding, a wave number 4, and funding will be coming out very soon. So you'll be hearing from us around additional programs and supports that will be coming out and to ensure that you have what you need to support your citizens over the coming months as we kind of hopefully near the end of this pandemic. We also will be hiring, as Acting President Smith said, a couple of key staff people in public affairs. We will have one staff person that will be working full-time on First Nations government relations. So they'll be working to improve and to strengthen our collaboration with First Nations across the province, as well as someone to work with the colonial government, so the municipal, federal, and provincial. And so those staff will be key to be working in our secretariat to assist us as we move forward. We've also been working in the background to receive some funding and for some infrastructure funding to help offset our costs for our HQ relocation, and we're very confident we're going to be receiving some funding on that end. And as well, we just received some new year-end capacity funding to pay for our database. So I mentioned earlier with the registry, that entire $250,000 database was funded through an arrangement and an agreement that we negotiated with the federal government. So that's really, really good news. I will say that I still am a bit distressed, and I'm not pleased that we are still at a 12.5% funding model for British Columbia, given all the activities and everything we're doing and the needs of our people. 12.5% is very low. So I know the cabinet has expressed those concerns and is very interested into looking at finding ways to renegotiate that, to make sure that the Métis people of British Columbia receive our fair share of all federal dollars that are provided by the Government of Canada. So, but at the moment, we are still at the 12.5% funding model. On the communication side, I won't talk about the portal again. I mentioned it a couple of times, but we are working on the new charter community portal, so stand by for that. We will have that. There's been a lot more increase. I'm sure you're all seeing it in the news. Every time you turn on the news, you hear about Métis Nation or Métis Nation BC. So that's good. And as Minister Rankin mentioned earlier, it was Mnbc that triggered the Mary-Ellen Turpel-Lafond report. That report has further triggered $45 million in new funding to address systemic racism within healthcare, of which I believe Mnbc will be receiving a portion of that. It also has helped, I believe, to trigger an acceleration of the anti-racism legislation and also the anti-racism hotline, which will be launched by the province of British Columbia. So everybody on this call should be very proud of the fact that we have been raising our profile and also raising some very important issues in that public domain. As you heard President Fro mention earlier about MayTV, hugely popular, amazingly popular, even in the first week or two since it's gone out in the public domain. Very much look forward to being able to focus and host the show and have us focus on every single region in this province, and for us to celebrate all the unique people, the unique businesses, the unique just Métis culture across British Columbia. So MayTV will be a very strong component of that communication strategy. We did receive a $50,000 grant, which is fantastic, to help offset the costs for MayTV, which is great. When we also received some federal funding as well to cover that. So it's not only a great vehicle, but we have been able to find funding to secure to cover the costs for that. And for those of you who are on Facebook, and maybe if you're a little competitive and you like to see where we're at, this is where we're at in terms of likes on Facebook. And I can tell you that we have had significant growth in our Facebook likes in the last 12 months. And in particular, the last number of months, I would say the last 4 or 5 months, we have had real big growth. And we're now at, as of a few days ago, 8,739 Facebook likes. And you know, I'm a bit competitive, so I'd like us to be at the top. And I would love it if a year from now we're at 11,000 or 12,000 and we're at the top. But so make sure to remind everyone to keep liking the page. It's a great way for you to find out what's going on, and it's a great way for our citizens to engage directly with our government. So please continue to like us on Facebook. Marcy, thank you so much. On that note, I will turn it back over to Mr. Speaker, and I'm very much open to questions, and hopefully I can provide you with some answers, but I know everyone's probably looking forward to a health break.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. So yes, we're doing not bad actually for time. So what we'll do is we'll take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11:20, and then we'll have some time for questions. We'll look at about 20 minutes for questions, but if it goes over, I think looking at resolutions, I think we'll be able to make it work. So we'll be back 11:20, and questions for CEO Fontaine. Enjoy your health break.
Safe to say that he would be exceptionally proud. And I'd like to think he'd be even more aggressively pursuing his Métis heritage.
Because we're also called the forgotten ones, the Métis people.
We come from two cultures that need to come together, and that's what the culture of Métis is.
They really had a sense of community, and it just made me want to have a part of that.
Welcome to the first episode of May TV. This initiative by Métis Nation British Columbia fulfills a collective need, cultural, spiritual, and practical. In this show, we will share our unique Métis culture with everyone. There is so much in our nation to be proud of. So much have the Métis given Canada, from our veterans to our music. Where are the Métis people of BC headed today? To discuss this and other important topics, I will chat with Lisa Dawn Smith, Acting President of Mnbc. Lisa, welcome to May TV.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and what an honor it is to be here and be part of the inaugural May TV episode.
So Lisa, you've obviously seen a lot of transformations over the years. What are the couple that stand out to you during your term in office in terms of Métis Nation and our people?
Well, our nation certainly has grown, and very, very rapidly, just in a short time. And it seems that we're getting more recognition from the federal government and the provincial government. We're able to help our communities, which is really important. One thing that I've always felt strongly about is having regional hubs, and Mnbc is able to start working on those and planning to have those established.
Can you tell our viewers what that means to you as a regional hub?
You know, the vision is to have employment and training in their registry, child and family worker, and any other community supports that our communities need. It's also a place where the Métis community could have office space, and also a cultural space for the entire region to use for cultural events. It's a gathering place. It's a place to call home.
So Lisa, you were a participant in the recent annual general meeting in British Columbia, and there was something pretty historic that happened. There was a declaration that got passed, a motion that got passed, a declaration on self-government. What do you see as some of the major challenges as Métis Nation British Columbia moves towards self-government over the coming years?
This motion, I believe it's historic, but it's also direction from our Métis citizens that this is where they want us to be going. So it shows government that we have support of our citizens in taking this on. The challenges that we faced, and I think the biggest things our citizens really do want is Section 35 harvesting rights. And that would include hunting and fishing and gathering, harvesting medicines and things like that. The other thing I consistently hear from Métis citizens is the need for extended health benefits. It's really upsetting at times when you hear from so many people that need dental work and can't afford to have that done. It is something that is a big need for our citizens.
So switching gears to a little bit on the lighter side, maybe outside the political world, Lisa, who do you look up to in the Métis community? Is there somebody that you've looked up to and you see as a mentor for you, somebody from within our Métis community that's helped you to better understand what being Métis is all about?
Sure, there's so many people. I just like to acknowledge all our elders, veterans in our Senate right now. One person in particular is a veteran. Her name is Barb Hume, and she works tirelessly in our community volunteering. We've had the opportunity to travel many times, and I really enjoy her company and her honest advice. And she's very straightforward, and she tells, expresses her opinion, and I found she's always pretty right. So Barb Hume, this is a shout out to you. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Now, switching back a little bit to recently, as the acting president, you oversaw the implementation and the approval of the operating budget for the Métis Nation of British Columbia. I think it was a record $79 million budget. Could you, for our viewers, what should they be expecting? Are there any highlights from that budget? Are there any investments that they should be looking for in the province of British Columbia as a result of the approval of that operating budget?
Certainly, there's so many new opportunities for Métis people in British Columbia. It's just so important that we've been able to provide funding to our communities. There's so many health initiatives going on, and one thing I've really admired from our health team, and our health team does an amazing job, is the mental health supports that we're able to provide to Métis people in British Columbia. You know, we as leadership, of course, have a lot of concerns coming our way and positive things coming from our communities. But we were able to provide communities directly COVID funding, and the communities chose what best needs were in their own community, and they were able to help Métis citizens directly that way as well. I'm just very grateful to the province of BC for including us Métis people in this rollout.
Lisa Smith is the acting president for Mnbc from Métis Nation, British Columbia. Thank you so much, Lisa, for joining me on the inaugural episode of MayTV.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
On to the rest of the show. When we come back, we'll meet Daryl Fox, Terry Fox's younger brother.
It was interesting. People would just put Terry Fox on an envelope and it would find its way to the family home in Port Coquitlam.
Welcome back to MayTV. Many people go through their lives unsure about their family history. Some are lucky enough to learn about it later in life. Our roving reporter Sophie Gray caught up with Daryl Fox, Terry Fox's younger brother, to find out what it felt like to discover he is Métis.
Well, I was there. I joined up in St. John, New Brunswick on May 31st. So I missed the first 6 weeks and was there for the last 3 months.
Your family recently found out about their Métis heritage, and so I'm wondering if you could talk us through how that happened, how it came about that you found out about your Métis heritage.
Well, we always thought there was something there. I mean, you look at our grandma on my mother's side, and she looks First Nations. She has that appearance, but it was not something we discussed growing up.
Do you know why it wasn't talked about?
I think she was very uncomfortable discussing it because it just wasn't accepted back in her days. She grew up with that and the fact that she wasn't accepted, so it just wasn't discussed. Her personality mirrors Terry's. She was a hard worker. She was humble. All she did was give. She did not like accepting things. It was her way to nurture and help others, and that's kind of the person that Terry evolved into. Terry kicked off at a game between Ottawa and Saskatchewan, and he was really nervous for two reasons. One, kicking. He was really worried about that because he was really competitive. He wanted to make sure he kicked well. He didn't. The other thing he was concerned about was, well, how would people respond? And he was worried that there wouldn't be much of a reaction. Well, he got a standing ovation. So it was really a sign of things to come.
How do you think Terry would have felt to know of his Métis heritage?
I'm always a little hesitant to speak on Terry's behalf. We operate now based on his vision and what he did share. But I think I'm pretty safe to say that he would be exceptionally proud. And I'd like to think he'd be even more aggressively pursuing his ancestry and his heritage, Métis heritage, if he were with us today. It was interesting. People would just put Terry Fox on an envelope and it would find its way to the family home in Port Coquitlam. That was the address.
Just Terry Fox.
Just Terry Fox, and that was enough. We were getting more, the family was getting more mail during that time than the whole city of Poco combined. It was absolutely incredible.
How are you sharing your Métis heritage with the next generation?
You know, every year we have an annual Terry Fox Run, and we have an annual Terry Fox Run t-shirt. And I'm so excited to be able to share that this year's design was created by a Métis artist. It'll share Terry's Métis heritage. So I'm exceptionally excited by that.
What does it mean to you to be Métis?
It fills a void, I think, for me. And even though I have so much to be grateful for, I'm Terry Fox's brother, and I've been able to be part of this incredible legacy, a very small part of this incredible legacy. But you always have these questions about who you are, and I have to accept that I did not grow up with it, and that's something that makes me a little uncomfortable with it because I don't want to pretend to be someone I'm not.
And what's the discomfort? Where does that come from?
Well, just it's out of respect. I know, and I've met people who have been, you know, embracing their Métis culture for many years, decades. So that's why I need to indulge myself and understand more about what it is to be Métis. I'm pretty proud of what I found, and I look forward to finding out more going forward.
I'm not going to give up, and that's true. But I might not make it, and if I don't make it, the Marathon of Hope better continue.
No, it wasn't the way it was supposed to end, but you know, one of the first things Terry said, if I can get out there and finish the Marathon of Hope, I will. But if I can't, the run better continue. The Marathon of Hope better continue. Guess what? It has. You know, over the last 41 years, $850 million has been raised. So, you know, Terry passed the baton to all of us, and we're continuing to run and fulfill his dream of eradicating cancer. And we won't stop until that dream is realized. I'm Daryl Fox. I'm Terry Fox's younger brother, and I'm proud to be a member of the Métis Nation.
Joining me now is Sophie, our roving reporter. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Daniel. How are you?
Very well. So, Sophie, you're going to play a very unique role on MayTV this season. You're going to be out in the community. You're going to be out there across British Columbia getting to meet some very interesting Métis people. Tell us a little bit more about what you have planned this season.
Yeah, so it's really exciting. I'm going to try and make it to all 7 regions throughout the province, interviewing anyone from youth to, you know, active artists in the community, creators, that sort of thing. Some important figures just to get to know what it's like to be Métis in these times.
So how can people get onto MayTV? Do you guys have an opportunity for feedback for people if they have a great idea, a great story idea they'd like to share with you?
Yeah, we'd love to hear that. The more we can incorporate the community, the better. So if you have stories that you think would fit well with our show here, we'd love to hear from you. And you can get in contact with us through our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. You can also contact the communications email, which is listed on the website as well.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. When we come back, renowned Métis artist Lisa Shepherd walks with elder Philip Gladue.
We come from 2 cultures that need to come together, and that's what the culture of Métis is.
Welcome back. Lisa Shepherd is an influential Métis artist from British Columbia. She will host regular segments on this show unearthing traditional knowledge during walks with elders throughout the province.
You're on mute, David.
I don't know what's going on, Dave. You're not on mute, but we can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
You bet.
It looks like I didn't plug the headphone/microphone in far enough. So we've just got a couple minutes. We'll return. I think we just stopped that so we don't cut Lisa and Senator Gladue off mid-segment there. So hopefully we'll get back to that. I hadn't had a chance yet to watch. I don't have access to Joy TV to be able to watch it, but and I was just waiting for an opportunity to see it since. But that was great to see, and I'm looking forward to future episodes and the remainder of the that episode. I'm a little biased in that sense because Lisa is obviously my vice president and a good friend of mine. So.
Yeah, it should be available on YouTube, Dave.
That's what. Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to watch it, but and I'm glad that it is available on YouTube now. So that's great. So we got another minute, or we should hopefully just be checking in. And we'll just start here in a minute. Okay, so I think we're going to start back up. And so I see CEO Fontaine's there. And so we'll go through the same thing, but this is for the questions for CEO Fontaine regarding the report that we received. And what we'll do, once we've done the question and answer period, we'll just do a quick reconfirmation that we have quorum, and then move into resolution number 1. So if there's any questions, please use the raise hand function, and I'll start making a list, and then present those questions to CEO Fontaine. Any questions for CEO? I see President Bremner and then President Corson. I'll keep making a list as I go. So President Bremner, you have the floor.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. There are questions out of our community around citizenship and community membership. And we're certainly hearing all of the things around changing, improving, and moving to something else. One of our concerns, even in listening to you, Daniel, this morning, is simply that even through COVID, one of the things we noticed, Mnbc sent us their citizenship list in our area. Half of those people have never connected with our community. And at least half of them were coming for supports. And many of them absolutely refused to actually do an application and sign up with our community. And I think for many members that are active and volunteering in order to provide those supports and all of that, that is offensive. And I think it's almost a lead out of MNBC to ensure that the community offices are appreciated for what we do for your citizens, our membership, you know, and how do we work together to bring that together, those lists together. We've always encouraged every one of our members to sign up for MNBC and their citizenship. And so, you know, that again, if you look over the years, our citizenship numbers have grown in our area. And so we are attempting to do the right thing. And we're hopeful that MNBC will do so also. And I think it's just a priority as we, you know, and even understanding how all of the different communities function differently and have different capabilities. And those of us that are, you know, building some capacity and going forward, those numbers are important for us as we go as a nonprofit looking for funds that MNBC doesn't provide to us, that are available as nonprofits. And so those numbers begin to really make a big difference for us in terms of the amount we're being allotted. So I think those were just some of the concerns around, you know, MNBC's efforts moving forward with citizenship. And we hope that you would certainly be taking that into account as you look at, you know, moving forward, how do we actually pull this together to support both MNBC and your chartered communities?
Sure. So there's a lot in there. Thank you for that, Joy. And thanks for your ongoing and regular feedback. I do appreciate it. I know that the staff appreciate it as well. So a few things I might just add. So we have in the last year, which again, I couldn't cover it all in my presentation, we have added a new Ministry of Community Services, Citizenship Services as well. So that whole side of Marianne's work is all about ensuring that we increase the total number of citizens that we're trying to go out there and impart upon those Métis people who are not actually active and engaged and not registered with our central registry to do that. But you need to have a bit of a strategy on that, and we really didn't, to be honest. we really weren't investing on that side of the house. We were just investing on waiting for people to come to us, as opposed to us going out and trying to communicate the value of being an active citizen of our nation. You're going to see some of those strategies roll out a little bit into the summer again and into the fall. We're in the process right now of actually hiring people. We don't have anybody really working in that part of the house. You heard Acting President Smith said that the initial and early stage priority is going to be the Northeast. We know there's a lot of opportunity for us to grow our nation in the Northeast. They've been just not, we just haven't had enough engagement up there. So, but we are building a province-wide recruitment and activation strategy, with the Northeast being our first area we're going to kind of pilot and get active in. So there's going to be some work done on there. And I hear you that I think, you know, part of it is for us as well, is, as you probably know, when we receive funding from the provincial or federal government, in particular the federal government, they give us an envelope of funding, and they tell us it doesn't matter if somebody's a citizen or not. They'll often say you cannot delineate. If someone, you know, self-declares, they sign the notarized statement that they are Métis, they have given us the funding to provide for that. Where we have flexibility, for example, in what Acting President Smith announced earlier this morning on the Elder Assistance Program for hearing aids, walkers, things like that, that's only citizen-based. That's dollars that we have got full control over. And those dollars, we're going to say, you have to be a citizen, you have to be active within the community, registered. You'll be eligible for up to $4,000, right? For hearing aid or for a walker, or whatever you need in terms of assistance. So where we can as a government, I think the cabinet is trying to focus as much as it can on the citizen side. But where we're locked in because of funding arrangements, we're somewhat limited in terms of our ability to delineate.
And I know, just one further comment, you know, we have had two of our members that, you know, had been encouraged to do the Mnbc citizenship application, be met with a very rude response from staff at Mnbc. And I had spoken with our regional director, and I'm not sure if he had managed to get that on the table at the board level or not. But I think it's a priority that, you know, very often citizens are coming forward and they're somewhat vulnerable. And so for it not to be a safe site for them to connect with Mnbc is incredibly unfortunate. And I know, as you know, it sounds like many new staff and some real safe cultural teachings and things have to be promoted and encouraged. And your staff have to be following those protocols, you know, because, you know, both those community members have simply withdrawn and gone away, and they want nothing to do with Mnbc. And even with our support and trying to reconnect them, they're not interested, because it was an incredibly unsafe, really unfortunate incidents with both of them. And we recognize that, you know, many of your new staff are under a lot of pressure, and even trying to understand what it is they're attempting to do. And I'm not sure, I did not hear the conversation, so I'm not sure on our own community members how that sounded to the staff. But I think it has to be an absolute safe place for our citizens, our own community members, to come to you for their citizenship. You know, that's just a priority across everything we do out of our office. And I know that that's the intent out of Mnbc. So we're just hopeful that you'll take that in consideration and do some cultural training with these new individuals.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback, Joy. And whenever I hear that, it really is a bit disheartening. I never want to hear that we've had that bad experience. I will say that we have amazing staff. We have really dedicated and hardworking staff. They try their best, and they're under, like you said, an incredible amount of pressure. We're also in the registry going through a renewal process of change, which imagine we've had 30,000 paper-based documents, which we've had to live with. And I'm asking my staff to go completely digital. Everything's online. We're speeding up processing times, making sure we have, better customer interface, that kind of stuff. So if ever you have an experience like that, don't hesitate to reach out to Marianne or to myself, as well as the regional director. We'd love to hear about it. And we are, as I said earlier, we are investing in cultural training. So I didn't get into it in my presentation, but all new staff, be they Métis or not, will be provided with a Métis 101 cultural training exposure as part of their onboarding. So we're actually developing that. And even if you've been around, once the modules and the training modules are done, everyone's going to go through it. And I want to go through it too. I think everybody wants to participate in that. So you have my commitment that there's lots. I can only speak to my last 12 months. It's been a little bit of a busy 12 months. I'm anxious, as the cabinet will tell you. I want Rome built in a day, and I want things done really quick. But my staff keep reminding me these things take weeks and months to get implemented. So I'm working with it. So.
And out here, we are trying to appreciate and recognize that. So we thank you for your efforts.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, President Bremner. So the list I have next, I have President Corson, then Vice President Ovind. I saw President McNeil's hand up for a while there, so I have her after Vice President Ovind, and then Kelly Roberts and June Graham. So Speaker recognizes President Corson.
Thanks, Dave. Mr. Speaker, Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I have a couple of just quick observations and comments. I do agree with a lot with what Joy had to say about this connection and linking of our services, which we're sort of pretty taxed with, dealing with self-identified people or non-connected people in the community. We all try to help people. I mean, that's what we're largely here for, but it is quite a challenge to be put into position to deal with people that aren't connected and don't connect with the community, but now they're showing up with their hands out. And I really find that the self-identified challenge, if you will, if we keep giving them money with no consequence, what is their interest in getting registered? What is their incentive? So I do agree, and I think that we have to put in place in our programs, and I could use this across the board for program funding for health or for housing. We could throw away 80% of our money to self-identified people because that's the requirement of the politics. And I'd like to see a report, you know, those kind of things brought out in the reporting. Métis citizens support, provided support, self-identified. We don't need to know names, but community-wise, sometimes we're sort of at a loss of who's been. There's nothing through the COVID program that comes directly through me other than me handing out vouchers and stuff for members. But what's happening down at the headquarters office, you could be sending out thousands of dollars in my community, and I don't know who's benefiting or how I can further engage them. So I just want to reiterate Joy's comment. I'll make, I had a couple other comments linked to that. And you talk about, and I've worked in the government for 35 years, the employment of employer of choice is a buzzword phrase, and I think it has lots of great ambitions and initiatives. But we also have to recognize that we're funding and trying to promote and engage employment for our Métis citizens. And I would like to know probably that 77 staff members you mentioned down here, just exactly how many Métis citizens we have working within the Mnbc headquarters office. Certainly we've tried to, the cultural engagement is a little closer, not from all of our employees or not from all of our citizens, but I think it goes a long ways if we can demonstrate at your office as the primary employer that we are creating employment within ourselves, within our government. And we have to encourage participation of our youth in all these positions and showing opportunities for our youth that there's a career opportunities through Mnbc. It's a double win that way. We employ a Métis citizen and we also get a Métis citizen working for us. I had one other just comment quickly. 2 years ago, we had a human resource consultant do a major review prior to the last AGM. We were given an MNGA, I mean, in Prince George. Is that HR review been completed? And was it going to be shared with the community presidents? It was a pretty extensive review of the HR program. And I want to know if that whole HR business was completed and whether we're going to get an update report for that. Because they were providing recommendations on structure, organization, staffing, and you've mentioned a lot about revamping. So I'm assuming some of that was put in place. So I'll just leave it at that for the comments for now. Thanks.
Thank you, President Corson. CEO Fontaine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll try to perhaps address the back end and work forward. So, or backwards, I guess, is the last comment you made around the report. So yes, there was a report. That report did go into what I would consider some confidential stuff around people's salaries and kind of where they're at in terms of their level within the organization in our government. But they also went into some structural stuff, and a lot of what you're seeing on the employer of choice, the wage leveling initiative that we put out, where we saw two staff that were working in similar positions not being compensated, or there was a huge gap between their compensation. We implemented a 3-year wage leveling program, and we're in year 2 of that this year, and we're hopefully will complete that by next year, which will address all of those wage gaps in terms of the staffing. We also have a very strong focus on, especially our youth, where we're hiring youth or any staff who are coming in at kind of an entry-level position to try to work and allow them, Dawn, as you know, in the public service, trying to get them to move up and to kind of recruit them up and to train. So I challenge all of our managers, our HR, is there anybody in-house that we can find? And if there is, great. If we can get a citizen from within our nation that's already working, let's try to give them the tools that they need to move up. In terms of the breakdown, as you saw in my slide, one of the things that we're doing I didn't get into it again, a lot of detail, but the baseline survey that we're doing on morale, it's actually not just baseline survey on morale, Dawn, it's actually going to be a demographic analysis of who's working for the nation. Not everybody has self-identified, or not everyone has, identified themselves as being Métis, but a lot have when they're hired. We ask that question, just so you know, every single interview, it's a base question that we always ask someone, are you a citizen? Are you Métis? And all things being equal, if we have two top candidates, and one's Métis, one's not, we're very open with people, we will hire the Métis person, and we do. But I don't have the data yet on that. That will be part of the report that we're going to do on the morale, and then we're going to report out on that. So you'll see me and you'll see us talk about that. And I'd like to be able to report out not individual people, because we're just not permitted to do that, but globally where we're at, and to be able to say that, is this good enough? Should we be trying harder? I'll tell you, this is a hard market right now, even in COVID, to get talented people to come to work for you. It's a challenging piece for us. So while the moniker and the kind of slogan of employer of choice is perhaps overused, I'm taking it seriously. We need to get some great top talented Métis people to come to work for us, but they have to know about the fact there's a job. They have to know about the fact there's an opportunity for the career. And oftentimes we're not doing that, but we're working on some of those tactics, and we're hopefully going to get better.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. So I'm just mindful of the time. So what I've got on the list for the next speakers, and I'll put it up. So I've got Vice President Ovens, President McDonnell, President Roberts, President Graham, and President Minot. And I think we'll stop it there. I'm sure Mr. Fontaine will be happy to. And I just see President Servatius. So we'll add President Servatius in there as well. But I think that'll be the end of the question time, just so we can move on. And I know CEO Fontaine will be happy to take questions outside of this forum and provide that information. So we have Vice President Ovens next.
Jan Ovens, Vice President, Cowichan Valley Métis. Thank you for all that information. You actually, in responding to the others, answered 2 of my questions, so I only have one plea. In this recruitment strategy for MNBC, I applaud it. I would hope that in some way that it is also the community card and MNBC card are tied somehow together so that it impacts our growth as well. And not by giving me the information how to reach out and get those people. I want you to take care of it, because we're volunteers. And I think that's all I have to say. And thank you for a comprehensive report.
Thank you. Next, President Roberts.
Yeah, Kelly Roberts, Prince George Métis Community Association. My main questions in regards to this, like, I understand with the new registry and that it is going to be growing pains and such, and the lists definitely have to be updated. The last 2 lists I've reviewed, we have members who no longer live in our area. And then bringing into point another section of it, we have members who are registered also with the Federation. So coming to the COVID aspect, we assist them as well. But then on the Federation aspect, they're only helping their members. So you got individuals who are double dipping. What would be a recommendation to curb that, taking into consideration our Section 35 rights? My understanding, if we don't help them, we are liable, but the flip side is the Federation isn't doing the same. So what would you suggest we do in order to kind of curb that aspect?
That's it. Thank you for that, Kelly. That's a very good question and a good observation. So one of the things I've talked to staff, in particular program staff, is to make sure that we tighten up when we are establishing programs, to be asking people if they are accepting dollars from another organization or another level of government or someone else for the same type of thing. They should not be double dipping. And I think that perhaps 12 months ago, we weren't quite tight because COVID hit and everybody was get the dollars out the door, get them out into communities as quickly as possible. But in this last wave and in this particular wave, we're going to be a lot more stringent around asking and having people declare whether or not they are accepting dollars from other sources and perhaps double dipping. If you are aware, or if someone is aware of an individual or a group of individuals that is accepting from 2 different sources for the same amount, I would encourage you to contact either myself or our senior staff, and we will have that reviewed. So they shouldn't be getting from 2 different sources.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. And next, my apologies, President McDonnell. Just on the screen, I had the bright hands up, and President Roberts was right after. So, President McDonnell.
Sorry, no problem. I think some of what I had to say kind of goes in with the others. While it's absolutely wonderful, all the new programming and the dollars coming in, and with such a massive hiring, there definitely needs to be some cultural training. And I'm really, really grateful that my Region 3 Rep Dean took what I had to say to MNBC, because I was being basically ignored. When they chose to change the lines of where my community was all of a sudden, and so many members were taken, I was never asked. And when I tried to share, those are historic lines. You don't just, and it's, well, it's in this kilometers, that kilometers. And I must say, Paris did take it up for me, but it wasn't being heard. And when Dean took it on my behalf, and the elder that was sharing the information with me, things did move. Now there's still 1 or 2 communities not on there, but I was taken aback as a president that my words weren't being treated with a return conversation. I think is I'm used to that. I'm used to, whoever I'm speaking to. We've got just amazing people at MNBC, but I'm used to them taking the time to have that discussion with me. So yeah, I think a little bit of that would help. One other thing, I think that there should be a huge campaign right this minute telling people to do their census. Because if we have more in BC identify as Métis in that census, the more they see that we are here. Whether we're aligned with MNBC or not, they still take those numbers into account. So yeah, just those 2 things. But I too am grateful, and I thank you for your report. It's extremely well done.
Thank you, President McDonnell. And
yeah,
CEO
if I could
Fontaine?
just to respond to that. So just to say, first of all, I like your idea on the census. I was actually thinking about that when I got my census last week, because I think I don't know if I was lucky or not. I got the short form, so I never was able to identify and say I was Métis and associated with Mnbc. But I know people who've had the long form, and in the long form, it does actually say Métis Nation, British Columbia, which is fantastic to see that in writing to going across the province. But it was triggering me thinking we should be doing something on social media and our website, etc., around promoting the census. So our comm staff are listening to this right now. So I'm sure that now that we've had this conversation, they're going to be on that and we'll be moving on it. In terms of the other issue around the borders, look, my view is we have to have very high customer service standards. And when I say customer, that's anyone we're dealing with as a government outside the doors or on the phone or online. And we have to have a very high level of that. And that's something I'm imparting with all of our senior managers to make that commitment and make sure staff are properly trained. And I think that, and I apologize for that error that happened there. But as you know, and as you rightfully acknowledge, Minister Gladue did bring it up to me. As soon as he did, we rectified it and got it repaired to the most part within about 48 hours. So where we can, that's the great role that our regional directors can play. They advocate on your behalf, and I can attest to the fact that they've all come to me. They regularly come to me. That's their role. That's my role when they identify issues. And we try to get those resolved as best we can.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. Next, I have President Graham.
Good morning. June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot Métis. Daniel, I just had I think one question. It's really funny because we, like, for years and years have been looking for money for our communities to get offices going, and a lot of us have got offices going, and money pouring in now that we never had before. But the problem I have is I met with my board to put together that application for all the joint fundings, and there's only two opportunities to take out rent and utilities out of those lists. It is not significant to cover rent and utilities. So there's a problem. There's all this other money flowing in that we have to create programs with and services, but I am not going to be able to hire someone for the office once the rent and utilities is taken out, and that can't be taken out of any other funding opportunities. So we're back where we started again, really. So we need to talk about that somehow, how we can have our people in the office, because if we don't have people in the office, nothing's going to happen. Talking to my fellow presidents, we're all burning out. We, as you've heard, I'm sure from all of us, the amount of work that we have done since COVID started is crazy, as well as carry on our normal lives of full-time jobs, parenting, whatever else it is, right? So many of us are burning out, and we need those people in the office. And with this new funding, I will not be able to have anyone in the office. And I'm sure that's perhaps a common story for other communities as well. So, and I just want to say I appreciate all the good things that are happening at Mnbc. It's very positive to read the Facebook and see all these exciting things going on. And it makes me proud to be a member of Mnbc. So thank you very much.
CEO Fontaine, if you want to respond.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you for that, June, and thanks for your ongoing positive comments. I do track Facebook, and I do see all your likes, so that's great. I think we're hitting the mark on a few things. I will openly acknowledge that you're correct. We don't have enough money right now, and that's part of what I said earlier around the 38 chartered community needs assessment. We need to go into each of you guys, and you guys have to tell us what you need in terms of offices, staff, etc. We need to bundle that as an ask right now. If we go to senior levels of government, first of all, either you have to all do it 38 times, and hopefully some of you might get, some of you may not. We need to, as a central government, put in one large request in and make that case. And as I indicated earlier, we're not being properly funded, at least at the provincial level, maybe better so at the federal level, but huge gaps. And there's not a cabinet meeting that goes by that the cabinet members aren't saying burnout, lack of offices, lack of staff, etc. So we are on that, and that's what our public affairs team is working on. We've identified that, and we absolutely are trying to find every dollar that's unencumbered and not attached to something that says you can't spend it on rent and can't spend it on staff. We're doing that. Lastly, please give some consideration. I know it's not the full answer, but some consideration to the regional initiatives fund, to the innovation fund. There's $200,000 in there. I would encouraging regions to pool together some of their resources. And if you need, for example, a bookkeeper, pull your resources together. We can put close to $30,000 in that region to help hire a staff person to assist and take some of the burden off. And maybe it's not a bookkeeper, it's something else, an admin person or whatever. But we hear you, June, and we're continuing to work and we'll try to get you some of those resources as soon as we can.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. I next have our next two speakers. I've got President Minot, followed by President Servatius. President Minot.
Walter Minot, Northeast Métis Association, Region 7. The one thing I was going to comment on is the issue of self-identified Métis, and we proclaim 90,000 Métis in BC. We really got to watch what we're saying on that aspect, especially regarding federal funding. Our federal funding is based on our numbers. And if we want to exclude self-identified Métis from our communities and exclude from helping them out and presenting them with COVID funding or whatever kind of funding we have coming to our communities, our funding will decrease over time because of the fact that the federal government's going to be looking at us. Well, you only have 20,000, not 90,000. How can you account for applying for this amount of funding when your numbers are a lot lower than all the other provinces? All the other provinces are working with their Métis that are not registered, self-identified. So as we proclaim that in our funding process with federal and provincial governments, those numbers are what they're looking at. So if we start pushing not to represent them people, our funding process is going to decline. Plus, they might open up another group and work with the federation, increase their numbers. And when you were saying that on the census it states Mnbc, that can also hurt us, because if you're not a registered Mnbc Métis, then you're not going to check that box. You might be Métis, you might be self-identified Métis, you might not be not registered yet, so you're not going to check that box, and our numbers in BC are going to go down. So we really have to watch those issues, I believe, for one thing. Another thing with when we were getting on employment of staff and everything like that, I was wondering, Daniel, do you guys have a process coming into place of maybe trying to, instead of bringing in a lot of new people, like we do have a lot of our staff that have been moved around or let go. If we get putting together a process, we're going to start training our staff that's been there for 5-10 years that we've invested all this money in, instead of removing that position and putting somebody else in with way more experience. You know, these people have been with our organization for a lot of years and put in the time, and they put in the energy and the dedication. Is there a process that you're going to put forward to start training these people the way you feel they should be doing that job on our behalf, and to be able to keep our Métis people employed within our nation? Or are we going to just keep looking for new people as we get as we extend most of our programs and stuff like that? So how do you see that going forward, Mr. Fontaine?
Thank you, President Minot. CEO Fontaine.
Yeah, thanks. Good questions, and thanks for the comments, Walter. Always appreciate it. So it's actually it's a chew gum and walk at the same time. We have to do both. We have to both because we're growing. So we can't just simply take the existing staff we've got and rotate them around, because we just simply are growing too fast to be able to do that. So we have been working on a strategy, obviously, on recruitment and getting the employer of choice initiative. But there is, as you said, also an important process for us to get our managers to understand that to identify talent within the nation and to be able to move them up. Oftentimes when we'll post a position that's just even internal only, we don't get applications even from within our own nation. And I'm surprised because I look around and I'm thinking, that person's talented, that person should be applying. So I've kind of identified that as a bit of an issue. And we have to make sure that, as we've done with our lunch and learns and our other training opportunities, I've talked with Vanessa and our HR. We have now invested some funding to actually do corporate-wide training. I've just launched something called the Education Spending Account, which will allow our individual Métis staff to go in and to get that little bit of upgrading or a little bit of training that they might need to maybe feel them a bit more confident. But it comes down to culture, the culture that we have working within our own government, to identifying our own staff and investing in them, supporting them, and encouraging them to move up. So to me, one of the performance measurements for my senior directors when I do their annual reviews, I want to see that they've identified existing staff. I want to see that they're moving them up, that they're helping to get them trained. That's what they're now accountable for. We never had that before. We never had a sit down where the senior directors were having to be accountable for that type of HR activity. So we're not there yet, Walter. I don't want to leave you with the impression we've fixed everything, because we haven't. We got a long way to go. But you have my assurance that not only are we looking out to get new Métis people coming to work for us, but we have to be investing in our own staff as well.
Just on that note too, we were mentioning having somebody work with each region, helping bookkeeping and stuff like that. How far are we on the process? I know we've put this forward in the past of opening up regional offices where maybe those communities can be working from that, getting help from that regional office, having at least one office in each region where we can have that staff help us fill out these forms that for each program that you guys want us to be able to perform in our communities. Help us fill out the paperwork, the reports, help us with our finances in that situation, how to assess everything, how to put everything together for each community in the region. I know it's going to be very hard to fund every community, but are we looking at putting regional offices in so each of the communities can start working out of them regional offices instead of the provincial, everybody working out of the provincial office and accessing program dollars and everything like that? And like I said, those regional offices can also have somebody in there, hopefully, to be able to access other funding that's available out there for Aboriginal communities, and which we are not accessing right now because we don't have the staff, we don't have the people to put in place to be able to work on them proposals and that for us.
So you packed a lot of good stuff in there. I'm going to try to answer as much of it as I can quickly. So we have hired a proposal writer. So that proposal writer not only is going to be accessible to us as a government, central government, to assist in writing proposals, I'm asking our outreach staff to have them accessible to you guys as well, to help you guys with proposal writing. Secondly, I've told the staff, and I will continue to do that, and they will attest to it, please stop creating 30-page application forms when we only need a one-page application form. We don't need to create more paperwork for our own people when we don't have that required by us from our funders. So again, a lot of work left to be done on that, but they've heard me, I think, loud and clear say to kind of trim that a bit. And last but not least, get to your original point on the regional centers. Absolutely, we're looking at a regional centers approach, a regional centers model. We have a fair amount of money in our housing budget, which we're looking right now to actively purchase land across each of the regions as a potential hub, if you want to call it that, where we can actually own our own property, build housing, but not just housing. The cabinet wants space for offices. They want space for community centers, gathering spaces, that type of stuff. And once we have that, we could actually apply for additional funding to put and embed staff right into the region. So it's a multifaceted strategy. But the short answer is yes to all of those questions.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine. And our final questioner, we have President Servatius.
Hi, I just have two questions. They're both about the registrar. First one is it still taking a year to get memberships? We have people that have brothers, sisters that are members. At last, I got the other brothers, the Karen family, to all fill in the forms last June. Now, this is going to be 1 year that we have been sitting waiting for their membership. The other question that I have is, we get a list of all our members. Is there a way that we can get their membership numbers on that list? I mean, you're saying privacy to some things, but I mean, we've got the list, we've got their name, we've got their telephone number, we've got their address, we have everything else. Could we not have their membership? Because I've had people come in and say, gee, I can't find my card, but I need my membership number to do something. I tried to get my son's, and due to privacy, I couldn't even get my son's. I had to get him sit online trying to get through to get his number because he had lost his card. So I'm just saying, the presidents, we don't give our lists out to anybody. So is there any way that we could have our membership number put on that list so that at least we would have it of our members? So those are the two that I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, two very good questions. In terms of the time frame, I wish I could report to you this year that we had shortened the time frame for application, but sadly I can't. So I will be in a better position next year to tell you that our processing times are going to go down, and that's why I reported out in my CEO report. You guys should know quarterly what our processing times are. You shouldn't be guessing. You should know that it's taking 12 months, 11 months, etc. The person who's applied should know where they're at by just logging into the computer, and it should tell you you're at stage 3 or stage 4, whatever it is. They should know that type of information. These are all basic customer service standards that we just haven't been employing within our registry. So part of the Code to Win project is to implement all of that. We're in month 3 now of that project. We've made a lot of progress, but still a lot of work left. But when we sit here next year, you will see the processing times go down. I will also let you know, as presidents, you are entitled, if you have concerns around applicants who are taking too long, speak to your regional directors. They often come to me. I check with the registrar. We'll see where we're at to try to speed that process up. I can't guarantee everything. I'm not the registrar. They're trying their best to get things done. But bring it up, and then let's see what we can do to pull out the file and see where we're at. So there's definitely going to be, where in terms of the numbers, I'd have to check actually with our legal. I'm unaware of what would prevent us from doing that, but there may be some privacy issues or things that may prevent that. But all I can say is that we established the portal. I don't know if you're familiar. We have a portal that we have on our website. People can, whether they're Métis citizens or not, can log in and sign up at the portal. And by the way, when you're not a citizen, I call you a future citizen, because that's how I see you. When you're just self-identifying, you're not just that self-identified, you're a future citizen. We're going to be encouraging and actively telling you to apply. Part of the problem is it's hard to do that now when it's taking 18 months to get an application, right? Hey, come and join our nation. It's going to take 18 months, for you. So we've got to start bringing that number down, get that process, that new database in, speed that process up. And then we're taking the Red River cart, we're going out and we're going to get, thousands of more people recruited. But I'll get back to you, and Chris will make a note, and maybe he and I can chat after this meeting, and we'll just see if there are any issues there that prevent us from doing that.
Thank you, CEO Fontaine, and thank everyone for the questions. I know there was a lot of information there, and we appreciate that. So we're about an hour behind, but we've got some time built in on some of these resolutions, so that's good. We're going to be moving on to resolution number 1. Just before that, because we did have the health break, and just to ensure, we're going to do a roll call to ensure we have quorum just before we start resolution number 1, and then we'll also redo this after the lunch break as well. So please bear with us, but I'll have Mr. Gull read through the roll call for quorum purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we'll begin. Please respond with present when your name is called. Again, this is alphabetical order. So we have Jacqueline Alderking.
Present.
David
Did
Allard.
you get?
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline.
Okay.
David Allard, present. Do you hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allard. Doug Arnott. Nope. Tabitha Berggren.
Present.
Thank you, Tabitha. Joy Bremner.
Present. And I have to say, Chris, you look a little spooky. All I see is your head. Half the time, there's no body attached to it. You're floating.
Weird. Oh, that's probably looking down. I'll fix that after we're done this. Thanks, Joy. Darlene Campbell. Don Corson.
Present.
Sean Davern.
Present.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Lauren Dean.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman. Cheryl, are you there? Okay, Dr. Kate Elliott. Dr. Kate Elliott? No. Monica Fisher.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Thank you. Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Thank you, Paulette. Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Rainey. Mr. Tony Goulet. Okay. June Graham.
Present.
Thank you, June. Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Anthony Crelo.
Present.
Peter Lang.
Present.
Bill Lapointe.
Present.
Charlotte Lever.
Present.
Carrie Marion. I see Carrie logged in. Carrie, are you there? Okay, Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Bonnie Merlot.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Present.
Lana Olson. Nope. Jan Ovens.
Present.
Valerie Pace. Darcy Petu.
Present.
Thanks, Darcy. Daniel Pittman. Daniel. Trish Plant.
Present.
Thank you, Trish. Kelly Roberts.
Present.
Jake Roshan.
Present.
Wendy Snyder.
Present.
Thank you, Wendy. Mert Servatius.
Present.
Thank you, Mert. Lisa Shepard.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
Present.
Jean Sulzer.
Present.
Joy Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears.
Present.
Thank you, Marlene. Trudy Turner.
Here.
Linda Van Weergen.
Here.
And Pixie Wells.
Present.
Thanks, Pixie.
Chris, this is Kate Elliott. I was in the bathroom. I'm so sorry.
No problem, Dr. Elliott.
Make roll
Thank you.
call.
Well, change my form. Thank you. Did I miss anyone else? 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we have 40 delegates currently, so quorum is 21.
Thank you very much. All right, so we will be starting with resolution number 1, Natural Resources Act. I understand Minister Hooper will be moving and Minister Dieger seconding. Is that correct? Maybe I'll start with Minister Hooper.
Yes, I'd like to move resolution number 1.
Thank you. And seconder, I believe, Mr. Dieger.
Yeah, I second that.
Thank you. So we now have the resolution before the Assembly. I'm going to have Mr. Gull read out the resolution, and then we'll have it open for discussion. We'll start with an opportunity for both Minister Hooper and then Mr. Dieger to speak to it first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolution number 1. Whereas it is necessary to ensure that the wording of MNBC legislation withstands critical grammatical scrutiny, is unambiguous in language, and reflects current conditions. And B, the recent creation of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Métis Rights requires certain clauses of the Natural Resources Act to be modified to reflect current conditions. Be it resolved that A, the following changes be made to the Natural Resources Act. Change, quote, land use, end quote, to, quote, land use, end quote, throughout the act. So that's removing the hyphen. 2.4, change, quote, 7 voting regional captains of natural resources to, quote, 8 voting regional captains of the hunt, end quote. 2.5, change captain of natural resources to captain of the hunt. 2.7, change director of natural resources to senior director of natural resources. 2.12, strike, quote, by the president of the MNBC, end quote. 2.13, change, quote, Ministry of Natural Resources, end quote, to, quote, Ministry of Economic Development and Natural Resources, end quote. Change, quote, Minister of Natural Resources, end quote, to, quote, Minister of Economic Development and Natural Resources, end quote. Change Director of Natural Resources, end quote, to Senior Director of Economic Development and Natural Resources, end quote. Add the following definitions, quote, Minister of Environmental Protection, end quote, means the MNBC board member that has been assigned the Environmental Protection and Métis Rights Ministry. Quote, Ministry of Environmental Protection, end quote, means the MNBC Secretariat department that is responsible for all environmental protection regulations and policy under the authority of the Minister of Environmental Protection, Political, Senior Director of Environmental Protection, Technical, and BCMANR. Quote, Senior Director of Environmental Protection, end quote, means a person that is employed by the MNBC Secretariat with the requisite expertise and experience in environmental protection. Rearrange the definitions listed under Article 2 to be in alphabetical order and renumber the definitions as needed. 4.0, change, quote, Ministry of Natural Resources, end quote, to Ministry of Environmental Protection, end quote. 4.3, change clause to read, quote, the Senior Director of Environmental Protection shall make a formal written request to the MNBC for all expenditures of BC Manor, end quote. 4.4, change, quote, Ministry of Natural Resources, end quote, to, quote, Ministry of Environmental Protection, end quote. 5.1, change clause to read, quote, BCMANR shall keep written minutes of all meetings and shall issue these minutes to the senior directors and ministers of natural resources and environmental protection, end quote. Add, quote, purposes, end quote, to the end of the Article 6 header so that it reads, quote, harvesting for profit and commercial purposes, end quote. 8.9, change, quote, overturned, end quote, to, quote, overturned, end quote. 9.1.9, change, quote, a member of a class of Métis citizens, end quote, to, quote, Métis citizens, end quote. Change, quote, lake, stream, or area, end quote, to, quote, lake, stream, or area for special designated harvests, end quote. 9.4, strike the entire clause. 10.1, change clause to, quote, the environmental protection policy is the responsibility of the MNBC Ministry of Environmental Protection, end quote. 10.3, strike the entire clause. 11.1, change, quote, the responsibility of the MNBC Ministry of Natural Resources, end quote, to, quote, the joint responsibility of the MNBC Ministries of Natural Resources and Environmental Protection, end quote. 11.2, strike the entire clause. 11.5, change clause to, quote, the implementation of the consultation guidelines is the joint responsibility of the senior directors of natural resources and environmental protection under the direction and guidance of the respective MNBC ministers where relevant, end quote. 11.6.2, change, quote, MNBC Ministry of Natural Resources, end quote, to, quote, the MNBC Ministry of Economic Development and Natural Resources and the Ministry of Environmental Protection, end quote. 11.7.5, change, quote, legal precedents to, quote, existing case law, end quote. 12.2 B, change, quote, for a period not to exceed 5 years if the apprehension is recommended by the Captain's Assembly to be greater than 5 years. The MNBC Minister of Natural Resources must sanction the apprehension, end quote, to, quote, for a period not to exceed 5 years, period. If the apprehension is recommended by the Captain's Assembly to be greater than 5 years, the MNBC Minister of Economic Protection, Environmental Protection must sanction the apprehension, end quote. Renumber the clauses as required.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. So just before we have Director Hooper speak, or Minister Hooper, I'm just advised, because we have the shared screen on, so that for people to make reference, my grid view is not as large, so it's tougher for me to find the hand. So just if you raise a hand, use the raise hand function and just leave it on, and I'll be toggling back and forth to make sure that we get an accurate list. So I'll start with Minister Hooper.
So thank you. As the Minister for Environmental Protection, I gladly move this resolution forward, or would like to move this resolution forward. It's mainly housekeeping and cleaning up the act as it was written. It, did state 7 captains opposed to 8 captains. We do have 2 captains in Region 7, 7A and 7B. So it just reflects the BC Manor captains. This was also sent out and discussed with BC Manor. It was sent out with them, to them, and earlier this year. So they have had input, or have had opportunity for input in this. And it just basically is housekeeping, cleaning up our acts, as we're doing with many of our acts and our policies that do need work. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hooper. Next, a seconder, Minister Dieger.
Yeah, I agree with Minister Hooper. It just cleans up everything and tidies up everything, so it all balances out in the act. So I support this.
Thank you, Minister Dieger. Any other presidents or MNGA members wishing to speak to it? I see Mr. President Corson. Sure, Speaker recognizes Mr. Corson.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion or amend the motion to table this resolution. There's a lot of things going on in this change of the Natural Resources Act. We've got 2 new ministries that were put into place since our last MNGA, and those ministries being brand new and taking over key roles in consultation, the whole resource program that was in place before. I really don't think a lot of presidents, and personally having a fair bit of involvement with the BC Manor over the last 15 years, the changes to this act or resolution, including the Ministry of Environment and Protection, then you have the Ministry of Consultation. So I'm not sure that presidents even know what's the linkage between the new ministries and BC Manor are anymore. So I'd just like to put a motion to table the motion, or table this resolution until we've had a chance to review it and find out what the input was from BC Manor, or an update on what exactly those ministries are performing linked to BC Manor. Economic development and resource protection are quite broad in my view. having his 35 years experience in that ministry. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to table this motion until the next MNGA or AGM.
Thank you, President Corson. So we have a motion to table on the floor. I'm just that needs a seconding. And I do see President Van Wergen has raised her hand. So I'll go to President Van Wergen. Is this to second the motion to table? You may be mute. I think you're still muted if you've already started talking to President Van Wergen.
Oh,
There
sorry,
we go.
Linda,
Can hear you
Linda
now.
Van Leeringen from the Vernon Métis Association. Yes, I have to agree with Don on this. I don't think we have enough information or have had enough time to actually really get in-depth information on this. So I would like to second his motion to table this.
Thank you. And my understanding, and I will get confirmation from our parliamentarian, but my understanding is for a motion to table, there is no discussion and it's a simple majority vote. So if you can just give me a moment, or perhaps Mr. If you could just come on and just confirm if that is a correct understanding.
Okay. This is a motion that we should subject to debate and takes a majority vote to approve. Was there something else that you were asking?
Yeah, my understanding this. So this is a motion to table this, and so we're just
it's more correctly put. It's a motion to postpone. Motion to postpone. It can be debated and can be voted on. So then the discussion now will be, given it was seconded, will be on whether or not it should be postponed until the next MNGA.
Thank you. So this is open for debate. Okay. So are there? We've heard President Corson and President Van Wergen. Is there anyone else that would wish to speak to the motion or to table? And I see Minister Hooper, so I recognize her at this time.
So I would speak against tabling it. It's a lot of housekeeping, and the split in the ministries, environmental protection and natural resources, is basically just splitting or sharing the load and dividing the responsibilities, so nothing gets lost. The captains did have input on this, and they edited it. So it's basically housekeeping. And the two new ministries, we're working together. There's lots of work in both economic development and environmental protection. So they are large ministries. So I speak against postponing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hooper. I did see Vice President Schneider's hand up. Did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to say that it is housekeeping for the most part. And as Susie already said, that the captains already had their input in it.
Thank you. I next saw President Swears, and then followed by Vice President Smith.
Hi. It's not that I'm voting against this housekeeping. What I want to say is that in my region, the captain of the hunt or anything else is very minimal information of what is going on and what you guys are doing. So I'm kind of sitting in the dark here as to say some people are aware and other peoples have not been privy to anything. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, President Swears. I next have MNG Vice President Lisa Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking against us postponing this resolution. I know that the two ministers, Susie Hooper and Louis Dieger, have worked very hard with BC Manor. We would never put anything forward on behalf of BC Manor without their okay. So I have heard that they've edited it and they've approved that this be put forward. It is just housekeeping, and it doesn't change the intent of anything. As for the portfolios being split, as Minister Hooper indicated, is to share the workload. And each minister will be able to branch out into different avenues as well. The ministries were announced back in October. I think there's been plenty of time for anybody that had questions about new ministries or why this was split could have asked for clarification by now. These resolutions have been out for some time as well, and so there's been ample time for questions to be asked prior to today. So I speak against postponing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mnbc Vice President Smith. I have next President Corson for this motion.
Yes, again, I'm always cautious of, oh, it's just housekeeping, it's just housekeeping. It's a significant change of who we're reporting to. The whole BC Manor and the Ministry of Natural Resources within MNBC has now got three different streams of reporting. BC Manor hasn't gone anywhere, so they still have a role. Now we have a Ministry of Protection, and then we have a Ministry of Economic Development and Protection, Economic Development and Protection, and also a Ministry for the consultation side. So there's two separate ministries within Ministry of Environment, and BC Manor's voice is dropped down to one representative on some of the committees that I see. But at the end of the day, I think there's a change and for presidents to be aware of what's going on for resource development in their backyard. Which ministry are they dealing with? Where does BC Manor come in? How do we get those inputs? They've operated separately before. So I'll leave it at that. That's my position. I think there's some significant changes that people aren't totally aware of. And how engaged are the presidents in what those resource projects, et cetera, are going to be? In the past, they've been managed by headquarters without any consultation, or with limited consultation, I'll rephrase that, to the communities where the projects are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Noting the time, and I don't see anyone else in the queue, we'll vote then on the motion to table. This is a majority vote. So this would be if you're in favor of tabling or postponing this resolution to next year's MNGA, you'd be voting in favor. If you're opposed, obviously opposed, and abstention is one as well. So we'll do this by way of the poll function, as it is a subsidiary motion. So if we could start that poll, it looks like it's just come up. And we do have, looks like there's a timer on there, but hopefully we'll hit all the votes much before that.
So this is a vote on
Tabling the resolution, so not dealing with it and putting it off to the next MNGA. So I see that we've got 38 of the 45 attendees voting, and obviously not all the attendees, such as myself, are voting. So we'll just give about a minute or so for those that have not yet been able to vote, then call the results. So I'll just give, like I said, just less than a minute. We've got 39 of the 40 voting members votes in. Someone may have stepped away. Let's give it just another 20 seconds. Okay, I'm going to call that. If we could close the poll, and I'll have Mr. Gull read out the result.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had 7 votes in favor. We had 29 opposed and 3 abstentions. And so that motion fails.
Thank you. So that means we'll be I noticed the time. We'll stop now for lunch, for our lunch break. We'll return at, I believe on the agenda is 1 o'clock. We'll do another roll just to make sure we have quorum, and then we'll continue with the discussion on resolution 1. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you in about half an hour. Thank you, everyone.
Have a number of segments speaking with our elders this season. What do you want to expect to talk with Métis elders across British Columbia?
So often we want to rush into gathering knowledge quickly. We're very keen to learn about our culture and to embrace our identity. But our elders, they have a lifetime of experience, and that takes time. And so we really are going to be given insight into ways of being that are just truly authentic.
Thank you, Lisa. Really looking forward to your segments this season. And now we're going to turn it over to you for your interview with Philip Gladue, an elder here in British Columbia.
Nimosum, I want to offer you some tobacco so that we can have a conversation in a really good way. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about our traditional ways of doing things.
Kinaskomten, umakakek koyas kumujibita hamiksin, ibmitota man mais ipixquata mahomaya, no. And this tobacco, I'm going to put it on Mother Earth to say thank you for this day that we're having. Say thank you for the people that surround us, to support us to what we're going to do. Ano tawi, kami lumutas, kapmatos katama, uma kisip matsia, uma pitogos sana, meitio kisika tagaw yakate, iwan ma, ipaya, ismaya, tasawi tami, kohtawi no tapn sawim goya, tapn sawi takom kap mitahamiksia. Takegi goyota tapn skama, tohtnama, tapmaya, no moyako, uskayak, uga, ate kandawitako, tansomagi pisip matsia. Naskomona no skagisiga.
So Philip, you said some good words there. Can you share what you talked about, what you had to say?
Well, I said these words in the Cree Machif, the language that I actually speak. What I said was here, when I offered the tobacco to the earth, back to the earth, to give thanks for this day, to give thanks for what is happening here today, to be able to pass our knowledge on, having you interviewing me today, and hopefully that this continues on with our nation as Métis people, and not to forget Kihtiayak. The old ones. That's what we call elders in our language.
Kitiayak.
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 Yeah.
This, what you just did, this is ceremony that you just did. And, you know, we have lots of people that are on their journey with understanding their identity, and lots of people with questions about ceremony, and how are we going to pass that on to next generations?
We have to understand what a ceremony is. Mm-hmm. And our whole life is ceremony. In our ways, the old ways, we didn't have a special day for certain things to happen in a calendar year. It was every day. Every day we gave thanks. So that's what I say, ceremony is ongoing all the time, as long as we understand and connect to it in a spiritual sense. And I want to say for us, Apitogo Sanak. And that's coming from the Cree language. It means half and half, basically.
Yes.
And which is very, very connected. We come from two different cultures. We come from two cultures that need to come together, and that's what the culture of Métis is. Combining the two so that we can walk in both worlds.
Yeah, I think that's just such good advice, you know, for our young people. People come to me new on their journey and saying, you know, I'm Métis as well, but I'm only 20%. You know, and it's that idea that's been passed down that we're a small part of something else, or that we're a percentage of something else. You know, and I think that's not true. You know, we're whole people. You know, Nimosam, the whole time that we were doing that, my mind was going 100 miles a minute thinking, oh, we were going to take off our masks and you didn't. And people are going to look at it and say, why isn't she wearing a mask around her elder? What is she thinking?
You know, I could suggest or give you some feedback on that is that, you know, don't worry about it.
I know when I hear the language spoken, the first time I heard you speak the language, I don't know if I ever told you this, I started to cry because, I don't know, it just felt so familiar and, you know, and I didn't grow up with the language. And honestly, it's one of, just a sad point that, you know, to not grow up with the language because I wish that I had. But when first time I heard you speak the language, oh boy, it tugged at the heartstrings. Come and join me, Nimosam. You know, you talk about the continuation of culture and where it comes from and what you shared with me today and, you know, and are sharing with everybody through that. Once we have this knowledge that you've shared, we carry it for our lifetime. And with every new bit of knowledge that we get, we see the world in a different way. And it's like a veil is lifted and we see things more clearly. And we carry that for our lifetime. And so I think reciprocity is really important. And so I made these for you.
Oh.
Because Nimosam, you've helped me to walk such a good path.
You did a nice job here, and we'll keep them and share them. And yeah, so it's very nice. Thank you so much.
It is crucial that we learn from traditional Métis knowledge and wisdom, especially in these uncertain times. Learning from the past while gaining new knowledge is something we can all aspire to. We'll be right back with a discussion on discrimination in the healthcare system. But first, did you know the Michif word for knowledge? A recent report by former Judge Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon discovered that 84% of Indigenous people face racism while accessing healthcare in BC. I'm joined today by Charlene Austin and Christine Sorensen to discuss equitable access to healthcare in Canada. I want to thank both you, Charlene, and Christine for joining me today here on the inaugural episode of MayTV. And Christine, I do note that you are wearing a sash, so you are a very proud Métis person, and you also are the head of a very large union here in British Columbia, the BC Nurses Union. So have some of your members been bringing these issues of racism to your attention? And also, what are you doing about it as a union?
So unfortunately, yes, I do hear from my members. I do hear about racism that happens in healthcare. We are no different than society as general. We're just a microcosm of society. Unfortunately, racism against patients is not the only type of racism we hear. Indigenous healthcare workers report that they are victims of racism, and sometimes even between healthcare workers. So there is a real need to create a psychologically healthy and safe working environment within the healthcare healthcare, to create a safe place for people to come and receive the care that they need. You know, this has been an issue for our organization for a long time. We have it's been well over 15 years that we established our Human Rights and Equity Caucuses. We have an Indigenous Leadership Circle that helps guide our organization and our policies and procedures. And we have been reaching out to the government and saying we need to do things differently, and we're happy to assist in that process and help you guide in your policies. We have Indigenous leaders that can help with this.
And Charlene, you've obviously, like I said, got an interesting perspective on this, and there are a lot of players in the system. There is labor, there's the health authorities, there's the ministries of health, etc. Are each of the players, in your opinion, are they doing enough? Are we doing enough collectively to tackle and to address the issue of systemic racism in the Canadian healthcare system?
I would jump onto Christine's point to say that there's an increase in allies reaching out on this issue, and people are being more vocal on the issue. I think one that comes to mind when I read Dr. Turpel-Lafond's report, and there was one of the interviewees who spoke up about feeling unsafe entering into the healthcare system because of not trusting in management. And we really do have to build trust in the system. And, you know, I think about the Canadian College of Health Leaders, and they're right now trying to weave a thread, an Indigenous thread internally and externally to promote cultural humility and cultural safety, both in staff and in members. I do think that there are people that are more willing to address this issue. I still think there's a lot of work to be done.
And you did mention the report that was issued by Dr. Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond, a well-known advocate, children and family advocate here in British Columbia. That report came out in the fall of 2020, and it was quite an incredible compilation of stories, very, very moving for anyone who's read that in terms of the issue of systemic racism in healthcare. So I'm going to put this first question to you, Christine. Have you actually, I'm assuming you have read the report, and what do you actually think of the findings from that report? And do you think that a report like that will actually move the needle and make a difference, not only here in British Columbia, but perhaps across Canada?
Yes, I have read the report. I read it in detail. I read it 2 or 3 times. I also had the privilege of having a one-on-one session with Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond to discuss her findings and to discuss how the BC Nurses Union, the 48,000 nurses that I represent, could help to move these initiatives, recommendations forward. BCNU did come out and we endorsed all of the recommendations. We felt all of them were important and needed to be implemented as soon as possible. One of them that was of concern to me was the fact that she recognized that nurses felt intimidated and were not able to speak out and be vocal around racism that they have experienced or witnessed. And that she felt it was critical that health authorities create whistleblower protection programs, institute the Personal Disclosure Act, which protected nurses and others in healthcare to bring forward these.
So as we record this episode, across Canada, in fact, across the world, we're dealing with the COVID pandemic. So we're dealing with a global pandemic which is impacting Indigenous peoples, not only across British Columbia, across Canada, across the world. How do you think systemic racism is impacting the response to the pandemic?
I do think that the pandemic has certainly highlighted again the inequities that are faced by Indigenous people. We do know that many who live in rural and remote communities, particularly in the north, have been extremely hard hit, which is why the targeted approach by our public health officer to focus on our rural and remote and our Indigenous communities, simply because they are at much higher risk. But I am grateful that as many people as possible have accepted the vaccine to this point, and we'll continue to work to bring that vaccine to as many Indigenous people as we can.
So we've got very limited time left, and I just have one final question for the both of you. If you could identify a couple of things, just a couple of things that are barriers for Métis people to access healthcare in Canada, in British Columbia, what would those 2 things be? Perhaps I'll start with you, Charlene.
In order to really accomplish good health outcomes, we need good data. And we recognize that in order to have substantial equality in Canada for Indigenous people, data is important, and we're still lacking it. And the report recognized that.
And Christine, over to you. Just a couple of, we've got only about 30 seconds left. Sorry about the timing, but a couple of key issues before we wrap up.
Well, Charlene, certainly I targeted two that I absolutely support. As a Métis woman myself, I still have to continue to explain to people that I too am Indigenous. So one of the barriers is, I think, that the understanding that Métis people in Canada are Indigenous peoples of Canada and should have the same rights and inherent rights as all other Indigenous people. But I also believe we need to look at how to take healthcare to Indigenous people rather than bring Indigenous people to the healthcare system.
On that note, thank you both very much for participating in this very important panel discussion today, and also for participating in the inaugural MayTV episode. Thank you both. When we come back, the Métis carver who made this cart discusses his craft and identity.
And I find myself imagining my ancestors and what were they doing in that moment.
This Red River cart is a quintessential part of Métis history. Sophie caught up with the carver who built it at his workshop in Port Coquitlam.
Okay, I got this, and I wonder if I got a scrap of wood around, I can make a quick one. Okay, I'll start with that, and then I'll go like this. Carving helps me connect incredibly because it's really difficult. So making a wheel or any kind of this stuff with hand tools is super hard. And I find myself imagining my ancestors and what were they doing in that moment, because they didn't have this tool, they had some other tool they probably made, or it wasn't as good. When they're frustrated, there's no one to ask. How do you overcome the situation? So you needed a piece, you find a tree or a branch, and you pull your hand tools out and you carve a wooden nail. Okay, let's try that. Like that.
That's amazing.
Well, it's not perfect, but it's a nail, right?
So every single one.
Yeah, well, if you're paying me to make you a traditional cart,
yeah, I'm
going to use hand tools, and I'm going to use as much of the original process as I physically can, right?
What got you into carving?
So my ancestors are Métis, and they used to make all kinds of really awesome things like Red River carts and boats and stuff. And one of the local Métis groups called me and asked if I could figure out how to make a Red River cartwheel. So I managed to figure it out with my hand tools. Now I've built like 30 of them. So this is my first mallet that I made. So the very first Red River cart that I made, I was using hand tools, so I wanted to use a handmade hammer. So that's a piece of alder from my wood pile and a piece of spruce and little wooden nails in there. And it's cracked, and it's been cracked ever since the very beginning. But it's built every single cart, and it's just done so much work. It's probably my most, if I lost this tool, I would be devastated.
Did you always know you were Métis?
When I was growing up, we were Cree. We thought we were Cree, which we are. There is some Cree, but there's Iroquois as well. One of my cousins bought me a book about the history of my family. Right on the cover, here's my great-great-great-grandfather, a drawing of him, and he's got a sash on. So I knew right there. I was like, okay, well, that's a sign.
And do you think about your ancestors a lot when you're carving?
Totally, I think about them all the time. When I was building the boat, I was like calling to them, like, you know, literally naming them, you know, like, Johnny, you know, what do I do? How do I get this rib of the boat to bend? Because it's been 2 weeks and I've broken like 30 of them now and I don't know what to do. And so you just, next thing you know, an idea comes to you and you try it and it works. It seems crazy, but it actually works, right? Just like a finger joint. And then you just drill a couple of holes and you put some wooden nails.
You said like imperfections in the wheels and stuff is how they always were. And I was told that they didn't ever grease the wheels either.
That's right.
And it made a sound.
So yes, it totally does. So if you put grease in there, dust and dirt will get in there and it'll eat the hub and stuff way faster. So we just use it wood on wood and it would sound crazy loud. They called it the fiddle of the West in the old days because it sounded like you hear a bunch of them coming and it sounded like whining fiddles.
Yeah. Everything
kind of falls away and you're just in that moment and you're pulling a tool through a piece of wood, and it's something that's hard to explain. You just have to feel it.
And then you push.
There you go.
Yeah, cool.
Follow through, right?
It's hard to get the pressure.
That is the hardest for people. So you gotta try to keep it straight too, right? So it's like, yeah. Try to get a level on it. So on top of just trying to use it, it's hard because you gotta try to, like if you're trying to make something that's really good and you're trying to drill straight holes, on top of just using it, you're trying to keep it straight, right? That's a challenge. It's hard, man.
And why do you think it's so important to take these things back to teach them to future generations?
Well, it was because it wasn't passed on because of we weren't at that time. It wasn't, you weren't proud. It was like my dad grew up not being proud to be Métis or First Nations. I just saw that opportunity to kind of take the culture back for us. Super important for me to pass that on to my children so that we're not forgotten, because we're also called the forgotten ones, right? The Métis people. Getting that back, I feel like we're not being forgotten. My name is Pat Callahoo, and I am a member of the Métis Nation of British Columbia.
Sophie, that was an amazing segment with Pat. Great to see you focusing on Métis artists. What's your one takeaway after you had a chance to meet with Pat and the amazing carver?
My one takeaway would be just that how amazing it is that this carving allows him to connect to his Métis heritage. The tradition and the history and the culture that come through is so evident in Pat's work and in what he says, and it's just an inspiration.
And I see that you're an aspiring artist as well. I saw you getting your hands dirty there trying to do some work. What do you feel you're becoming closer to being a Métis artist yourself?
Definitely not. I mean, I'm not Métis myself, and I am not a carver, that's for sure. They cut out the parts where he had to help me do all of those things. So using those old-fashioned tools is way harder than he makes it look, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you, Sophie. When we come back, we meet Canada's first ever Métis federal minister, Jerry St. Germain.
When I got into politics, I realized then that I could possibly make a difference.
Welcome back. My next guest has led a rich and eventful life that has seen him wear a police uniform in Vancouver's downtown east side and taken him to Parliament Hill in Ottawa, where he was the first Métis to become a federal minister and senator. Here to talk about his life and his Métis identity is Jerry St. Germain. Thank you very much, Jerry, for joining me today on the inaugural episode of May-TV. I'm very pleased to have you, very honored to have you on the program. Now, you've been in the Senate and you've been parliamentarian, and you've kind of watched as Indigenous rights have changed a lot, I'm sure, over the time that you were in public office. What has it been like? Tell us, as a Métis person, what's it been like to witness those changes firsthand and that fight for Métis rights at the federal level? And then I might get you to comment a little bit even here at the provincial level. But what was it like at the federal level when people were fighting for basic Métis rights?
Well, I even recall in 1984 when then Prime Minister Brian Mulroney offered the First Nations, the Indigenous people, self-government, and they declined to accept it at the time. I was in a good position as a member of Parliament and as a cabinet minister to have a certain amount of influence. But when I became a senator, I was put immediately onto the Aboriginal Committee. And at that time, we were making slow progress. So I saw the evolution through various governments, levels of government in the 19 years I was in the Senate. And I ended up chairing that committee in the last 7 years. There's a long way to go. And it's as they say, it's 40 miles into the bush, you got to get turned around, then it's 40 miles out. And I think that Indigenous people are at the turnaround point.
Now, Jerry, you know full well that many Métis aren't aware of their Métis heritage until later in life. Like myself, there are so many Métis people in the same boat as I. But you grew up in the homeland, so you grew up there. What was that like? Let our viewers know a little bit about what that was like, and how do you keep your connections to your Métis heritage so strong, even to this day?
What comes back to me, Daniel, when I'm thinking of it, I always sort of saw myself as a child of a lesser God. That factor drove me to wanting to see us take our rightful place in society and not be children of a lesser God, and to be part and parcel of the entire Canadian mosaic. And we weren't at the time. I can recall my father going to the bank and being told they would lend him money if he hadn't been an Indigenous person.
No, those are excellent comments, and it really is a time for our people, not only here in British Columbia, but across Canada. So many Métis people are speaking out, and this is a great example of that. MéTV is the opportunity for us to showcase some of the amazing things that Métis people are doing right across British Columbia. But perhaps my last question to you, and I couldn't let you go without asking you to comment and perhaps give our viewers your perspective on the current political climate here in British Columbia and in Canada.
Politics are the same. It doesn't matter who's in government. Historically, they've failed to meet up with the challenges. They've failed to listen to our Aboriginal peoples. And they failed because they never let our Indigenous people take control of their own destiny. And until you can control your own destiny, you're not going anywhere. And that is the biggest error, the paternalistic aspect of all governments. We're going to do this for you, we're going to do that for you, instead of going to the Indigenous people and saying, what do you need?
So Jerry, before we wrap up the show, I really want to give you the opportunity. I know there was a book written about you, and perhaps let our viewers know a little bit more about that book and maybe where they can get access to it.
Well, it's available, I hate to say this, through Amazon and Indigo. I think a lot of the bookstores have it. But the book is I Am a Métis was written by Peter O'Neill, the editor-in-chief of the Vancouver Sun, who followed my career in the Senate and had actually followed me when I was a cabinet minister as a member of Parliament. And I wanted the book named From Dirt Floors to the Senate Floor. And simply because my great-grandmother had a dirt floor in her house, and I asked her one day why she was sweeping the floor. And she looked at me in disgust. She says, because it's dirty. And I said, it's a dirt floor. And she said, Kukam said to me in French, get out of here, you little devil. And it's remarkable when you think of the good fortune I've had. Only in Canada could you go from dirt floors to the Senate floor. And thank you to people like Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. And I thank you, Dan, for the interview, and God bless all of you. And let's continue to work to improve the plight of our people.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry, for being on the show today on our inaugural program. And I encourage everyone to grab a copy of the book. It's a great book. It's a great story about a Métis leader, a very senior, prominent leader within Canada. Thank you so much, Jerry St. Germain, for being on the program today. And hopefully, once COVID is over, we'll have an opportunity to see each other in person once again. Thanks so much.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
We're taking
One, two.
All right, we're just about coming up to 1 o'clock. So if you're in audio range and hearing this, hopefully we'll get you back to your seat or your car, wherever you're appearing from today, and we'll get started here on the rest of the discussion on Resolution 1 in a second, and after we deal with the forum. So just to have that coming in a second.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I will now begin with our quorum count. So starting again with our tallest up in Fort St. John, Jacqueline Alderking. Please say present if you are here.
Present.
Thank you, Jacqueline. David Allard. Okay, Doug Arnott. Tabitha Berggren.
Present.
Tabitha. Joy Bremner.
Present. Present. Wait a minute. Who answered for me? Present.
It's your other personality. Darlene Campbell. Don Corson.
Here.
Director Sean Daverin.
Present.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Lauren Dean.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
I'm here. Thanks.
Dr. Kate Elliott.
Present.
Monica Fisher. Deborah Fisher. Paulette Plamond.
Here.
Thank you, Paulette. Rainey Gervais.
Here. Thank you.
I could see you, Rainey. That's great. Dean Gladue.
Yep, here.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
It's on.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Anthony Crelo. Peter Lang.
Present.
Thank you. Bill Lapointe.
Present.
Thank you, Bill. Charlotte Lieber.
Present.
Charlotte Carey Marion.
Present.
Thank you, Carrie. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Bonnie Merlot.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Present.
Lana Olson. Jan Ovens.
Present.
Valerie Pace. Darcy Petu.
Present.
Thanks, Darcy. Daniel Pittman. Trish Plant.
Present.
Kelly Roberts.
Present.
Jake Rochon.
Present.
Wendy Schneider.
Here. Present.
Wendy Servatius, or sorry, Wendy, Merge Servatius. I'm combining two. We just got Wendy.
You're
Merge
changing
Servatius.
my name. I never did like Myrtle anyways. Yeah, I'm here.
You can have mine, Mert.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks, Mert. Lisa Shepard.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
Here.
Jean Sulcer.
Present.
Joy Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Trudy Turner.
Here.
Linda Van Weergen.
Present.
And last but certainly not least, Pixie Wells.
Present.
And did I miss anyone? I know we had a few people who may have joined us in the last couple minutes.
Hi, Chris.
Dave.
President Fisher here.
Thank you, Monica.
David
And
Allard.
Regional 4 Director Deb Fisher.
Thank you, Deborah.
David
And
Allard.
sorry. Yep. Thank you, David.
President Berggren, Powell River Métis Nation.
Thank you. Yeah, I got you, Tabitha. Thank you so much. Okay, we do have a quorum. I'll just count that up, but we are good to proceed.
Chris?
Yeah.
Did you also get David Allard?
Yes, I did. Yep.
And Darlene Campbell, I see. Did you get her name?
I called her. I did not get a response. Darlene, if you're here, if you could stay present, that would be great.
She's waving at you right now. She is there. She's waving and she's on mute right now, but she is waving.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We got you.
Marlene Swears.
Thank you very much, Marlene.
All right, great. So we're back to the main resolution as moved and seconded by Susie Hooper and Louis Dieger, respectively. Any discussion, any further discussion on resolution 1 as it was originally presented? Again, just use the raise hand function. It's the easiest. I'm just toggling back and forth to see if there's anyone. I'm not seeing any raised hands. If anyone, will just give it a second here. I see President Allard from Seminar. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave Allard, Seminar Métis Association. I'm just having technical difficulties. Was my presence recorded for quorum?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
Any discussion on resolution number 1? Any further discussion? And to confirm, we do have 42 delegates present, which is great. I'm not seeing any hands going up, so we'll move this then to a vote. Now, this will be done by way of a roll call vote, and just to be clear, this is voting on the resolution as it would be presented in the package. There was no amendments or anything made to that. Mr. Gull will be reading out your names for the roll call vote. Please respond with in favor, opposed, or whether you abstain. And we'll start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Joy, I tried to get my background fixed, so hopefully I don't vanish on you. But and if you can respond helpfully with aye, nay, or abstain, that would be most helpful. But I will do my best to interpret what I get. So we'll begin with Jacqueline Alderkin.
Abstain?
David Allard.
This was could you quickly rephrase the motion here? This is the housekeeping, the BCMNR and all that?
That's correct. It's resolution 1 with regards to the Métis or the National Resources Act, housekeeping and updates.
Yeah, in favor, aye.
Tabitha Berggren.
In favor.
Thank you, Tabitha. Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Don Corson.
Against.
Thank you, Don. Sean Davern.
Aye.
Louis DeJager.
Aye.
Lauren Dean.
In favor?
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor?
Kate Elliott.
In favor.
Monica Fisher.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
I don't know. He said mine.
Paulette Plamond.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
Aye.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Tony Goulet.
I'll call you right back. Just let me listen and.
June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
MLC.
That was a test. Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Anthony Crelo.
In favor.
Peter Lang.
In favor.
Bill Lapointe.
Aye.
Thank you, Bill. Charlotte Lever.
In favor.
Carrie Marion.
Aye.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Aye.
Bonnie Merlot.
In favor.
Lana Olson. Jan Ovens.
In favor.
Darcy Patu.
In favor.
Trish Plant.
In favor.
Kelly Roberts.
Yes.
Jake Rochon.
Aye.
Wendy Schneider.
I'm next.
Aye.
The one and only Mert Servatius.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah. In favor, thanks.
In favor. Thanks, Mert. Lisa Shepherd.
Aye.
Lisa Smith.
In favor.
Jean Salser.
Nay.
Thank you, Jean. Joy Sendin.
In favor?
Marlene Swears. Marlene, are you still with us?
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Marlene. I don't know if we can get a hand gesture, a thumbs up, or
Oh, frig, yeah, there we
oh,
go.
there we go. Thank you, Marlene.
I think Walter was missed as well.
Yeah, I was just going to circle back. I just noticed that. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. So Trudy Turner,
Yes.
Linda Van Weergen.
Opposed.
Thank you, Linda. Pixie Wells.
Aye.
Thank you, Pixie. We have Walter Minot.
In favor.
And did I miss anyone else? My apologies, Walter.
Darlene Campbell, did you vote? She doesn't. Your mute's on, Darlene.
Yeah, I don't have Darlene Campbell on this list. My
Yeah,
apologies.
I see her on the, she just joined us, so I was just wondering
Yep,
if, okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I abstained because I missed this morning because my internet was down all morning. I just got it fixed, so I will abstain at this time.
No problem. Thank you, Darlene. We've noted that. Thanks so much. Did I miss anyone else?
Hi, Dean.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have 38 in favor, 3 opposed, and 2 abstentions. The resolution passes.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So resolution 1 passes. We'll next move on to resolution 2. I understand that that is being moved by Minister Harriet and seconded by Minister Gladue, and I'll just have them confirm that. So, Minister Harriet?
I so move.
Thank you. And Minister Gladue?
I second.
Thank you. So this resolution is now before the Assembly. I will give an opportunity to both Ministers Harriet and Gladue an opportunity to speak to this, and then anyone else wish to, please again use the raise hand function, and we'll get to you. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We'll have Chris read it first, and then we'll have the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolution number 2. This is the Electoral Act Committee. Whereas A, the legislation of the nation is subject to the quote living tree end quote doctrine, which provides that a nation should be vigilant to ensure that legislation is current and adapted to the changes brought about through time. And B, it is essential to the furtherance of Métis democracy that the rules of the provincial election are effective, current, and fair to both candidates and citizen electors. C, discussion on the existing legislation and potential changes to legislation regarding MNBC elections is of interest to all citizens, and their input should actively be sought. Be it resolved that A, the MNGA directs that an ad hoc committee be established to review the MNBC Electoral Act and make recommendations to the MNGA on possible changes to the legislation. B, the Electoral Act Committee consists of the following. A, 1 appointee from each of the 7 MNBC regions as determined by the respective regional governance councils. B, 1 appointee as determined by the MWBC Provincial Committee. C, 1 appointee as determined by the MYBC Provincial Committee. D, 1 appointee is determined by the MNBC Board of Directors. And E, MNBC support staff as required as non-voting participants.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So we'll open it up then to Minister Harriet.
Hi. Yes, I'm speaking in favor of this. So this resolution creates an ad hoc or special committee to review the MNBC Electoral Act to submit recommendations to the MNGA on possible change to the legislation. It is important to review and, if necessary, amend the Electoral Act after a provincial election to correct any issues that may have arose in the last election and to ensure that the legislation surrounding MNBC elections properly addresses and reflects the current realities of MNBC elections. The committee is modeled after the Budget Act Committee that was created at the 2019 MNGA. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. Minister Gladue?
Yep, I concur with what Minister Harriet has said, so I say no, I don't need to add further. Thank you, but I do second this.
Thank you. Next, I'll be looking for hands raised, and the first hand I see is President Allard.
Yeah, David Allard, Salmon Army Association. Can you guys hear me?
We can, yes.
I'd like to submit an amendment as it relates to the wording of the resolution I'm going by memory here, but it would be after the statement of creating an ad hoc committee to look into the Electoral Act, something along those lines. Right subsequent to that, I would like to submit an amendment that would state something to the effect of and any other pertinent documentation. And the intent and meaning of that is to look into the Constitution and all other acts where it relates to electoral issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps just for clarification then, President Allard, so essentially, as it's set out here, it's specifically reviewing the Electoral Act. You're suggesting to review the Electoral Act and any other MNBC legislation and constitution as it may be affected. Is that
yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And the rationale is, and it may be a technicality, but the rationale is to avoid any possible constraints based on wording. So that's the rationale there. Just a detail and a clarification.
Thank you, President Allard. If I just, perhaps I'm just looking at Minister Harriet. I have his video picture there. And I'll ask Mr. Mnga to assist with this, but is this something that would be you would be consenting to that amendment as
Yes, I think that the whole point of this is to review the entire electoral process, and if some of that is situated in our constitution or in other places, it makes sense that this committee would have the scope to look at all of the electoral process. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay, and I'll also ask of Minister Gladue if he, similarly as the seconder, and then I'll just I have Mr. Corson on shortly after, but I'll want to just get some clarification from Mr. Mnga after I hear from Mr. Gladue.
Yeah, I concur with it as well, and I sentiment Director Harriet's point of view as well. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Mr. Mnga.
this can be done by what's called unanimous consent, rather than spending the time on taking a formal vote. You can simply say, is there any objection to inserting the words "and any other pertinent legislation"? If there's no objection, we can save the time and not take a formal vote. It's called unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Mnga. I appreciate that advice and suggestion. And perhaps I'll ask that then at this time, is there any objection to that? And I do see Mr. Corson hand up, but at this point, just in regards to this, adding this wording, which you should hopefully see on the screen, any objection? And perhaps Mr. Corson, I'm not sure if your hand's up for an objection or something else, but you could perhaps advise at this time.
Yeah, Don Carson, West Kootenay Métis. Yeah, I was just trying to read the comments made by Mr. President Allard. I'm trying to figure out where they fit in. So I see you've added these wording in section A there.
That's correct. So
okay, so that would be all legislation within the MNBC with reflection of elections. So this, so
yes,
these.
That would be my understanding.
Okay.
And we're just adding that wording
regarding
elections, kind of that clarifying word, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So with that clarification, and as Mr. Mnga had advised, is there any objections to this amending it by unanimous consent? I'm not looking for anyone who's in favor, but anyone who's objecting. I'm not seeing anyone objecting. For hands. Given that, I'll say that this has been amended by unanimous consent, and then we'll continue on with the discussion of the resolution. Now, Mr. Corson, I'm not sure, were you asking for clarification there, or did you want to speak to the resolution itself?
Yeah, no, I just noticing that I've just got a different worded March 23rd document sent to me earlier that I printed off, and it's different than the one that's being presented on the screen. So whether mine's dated the 23rd as well, but it looks to be a different, the wording that's in the booklet that I've got up right now is the same wording that I've got.
Okay. Well, we'll
okay.
we'll be working from the one on the screen. Certainly, that's the one that's tabled and has been moved. But certainly, if there's any issues, anyone has an issue with something that's different than the form they have, please raise that for point of information or question. Anyone wishing to comment or discuss the resolution as presented? No, I'm seeing some head shaking. No, not seeing any yellow hands come up. All right then. Okay, I'm not seeing any further discussion. We will then. Oh, I see Vice President Schneider. I recognize.
Can I just call question?
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay.
Thank you. So we'll do this again. This will be a roll call vote as one of our main resolutions. And so I'll have Mr. Gull read out again, vote aye or yes if you're in favor of the resolution, nay or opposed if you're opposed, and if you wish to abstain, just indicate that as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've updated my list, so hopefully I've got this correct, but if I miss anyone, we'll get you at the end. Jacqueline Alderking.
Abstain.
David Allard.
I missed the last 2 minutes here. The vote is on the resolution as stated with that amended change. If that's the case, it's in favor.
Yeah,
that is correct. Yes.
That is correct. Thank you. Tabitha Berggren.
Aye.
Joy Bremner.
Aye.
Darlene Campbell.
You're muted, Darlene.
Okay, there we go. In favor?
Thank you, Darlene. Don Corson.
Abstain.
Sean Davern.
Aye.
Louis DeJager.
Aye.
Lauren Dean.
Aye.
Cheryl Dodman.
Abstain, please.
Kate Elliott.
In favor.
Monica Fisher.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Paulette Plamond.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
Aye.
Dean Gladue.
In favor.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
Aye.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
In favor.
Thank you, Travis. Anthony Crelo.
In favor.
Thank you, Anthony. Peter Lang.
Aye.
Bill Lapointe.
Aye.
Sorry, Bill, can you just repeat that?
Aye.
Thank you. I just cut out. I wanted to make sure I had that correct. Charlotte Lever.
Aye.
Great job. You guys are getting very quick at this. Betty Ann McDonnell. Oh, sorry, I missed Carrie
You
Marion
saying
first.
quick at this? I need to abstain, please.
Betty Ann, you abstain. Okay, and sorry, Carrie Marion, I missed you there.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie. Bonnie Merlot.
Aye.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Lana Olson. Jan Ovens.
Yes.
Darcy Patu.
In favor.
Thank you, Darcy. Trish Plant.
In favor.
Over to PGMCA, Kelly Roberts.
Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. Jake Rochon.
Aye.
Wendy Schneider.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
I abstain.
Thank you, Mert. Lisa Shepherd.
Aye.
Lisa Smith,
In favor?
Jean Sulzer,
Aye.
Jean Joy Sundin,
In favor?
Marlene Swears.
In favor?
Thanks, Marlene. Trudy Turner,
Aye.
Linda Van Weergen.
Abstain.
Thank you, Linda. And Pixie Wells.
Aye.
Did I miss anyone this time? Okay, well, that clearly passes. I will just tally the votes. So, Mr. Speaker, we had 37 votes in favor with 6 abstentions, and as noted previously, that resolution passes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Gull. All right, so I'm going to take a quick peek at our agenda. So we are exactly on time, everyone. From what I see. All right. So we are going to next move to resolution number 3 with regards to the MNGA speaker. I understand the mover on this is Patrick Harriet, the seconder is Susie Hooper. And so I'll just have them each confirm that.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. Minister Hooper?
I will second that.
Thank you very much. And I will next then give time for Mr. Harriet or Minister Harriet to speak to this, and then Minister Hooper and anyone else, again, just use the raise hand function. Sorry, and we'll have Mr. Gull read it first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to note, as I see Minister Harriet has beaded hat on. I was in a meeting last week, and someone who couldn't never remember Patrick's name, they kept referring to him as the man in the beaded hat, the man in the beaded hat. And so I suggested that we start a new kids book series. It's time for Curious George and the man in the yellow hat to move over, and we could start with the man in the beaded hat. So I appreciated that. So moving on to resolution 3, Speaker of the MNGA, whereas the current requirements for the Speaker of the MNGA, as currently written in the MNGA Act, allow for any person, whether or not they are Métis, to be appointed as Speaker of the MNGA, and B, as a self-governing nation, Métis Nation British Columbia has the right and responsibility to govern itself amongst its own members, and to be governed free from any external influence. Be it resolved that Article 5.2 of the MNGA Act be amended by adding the following: A, at the end of the article, the words, quote, but must be a registered MNBC citizen pursuant to the Citizenship Act, end quote. So the full article reads 5.0, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker shall, 5.2, be made from within or outside the MNGA, but must be a registered MNBC citizen pursuant to the Citizenship Act.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. And so we'll next have the floor to Mr. Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this resolution adds a requirement in the MNGA Act that the Speaker of the MNGA be both Métis and, more specifically, an MNBC citizen. As we move to self-government, it is important to identify and lift up the incredible citizens we have in MNBC. We have a large pool of exceedingly intelligent and talented Métis citizens here in BC. This is one more step in strengthening sovereignty for our government and this legislative body which is assembled today. That is why I am pleased to move this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. I have Minister Hooper next.
I think Patrick said it quite eloquently, and there's many of us on this MNGA today that have attended like I've been on the MNGA since 2008, or observing as a women's representative in Region 6. And I look forward to having this resolution move forward. As Patrick has said, we have a growing pool of citizens to grow from and to hopefully choose from to support us in our MNJ. And then in all of our work that we're getting forward, we're asking for citizens, you know, of MNBC to be represented. And I think this is a great move to put this in this resolution. I totally support it.
Thank you, Minister Hooper. Open it up to additional comments. Anyone else wishing to speak to resolution number 3? I see and recognize President Turner.
Hi, Trudy Turner from Vermilion Forks Métis Association in Princeton. I just want to support this motion. I think it speaks loudly for self-government, and that we're supporting internally our own people. And I think our own people in BC will actually know our positions and troubles better than somebody from outside of our current nation. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Turner. I next have, and I'll just have 4 more speakers in order. So I've got President Corson, followed by President Graham, President Wells, and Minister De Jager, and President Shepherd. So please keep your hands up until you've spoken, but next we've got President Corson.
Yes, yes. Today, Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I'm basically in favor of the motion, with the exception that we've, to my recollection and participating for 12 years, I don't know who the deputy speaker is. And if that's the chairman, Mr. Dahl, then he would be disqualified from being a deputy speaker. As I understand, Mr. Dahl is not a Métis citizen. So just a point of clarification on who the speaker and deputy speaker at this assembly. The speaker is, or chairman is Daniel Pelche, and who's the deputy?
All right, thank you, Mr. Corson. And yes, we have in the past had deputy speakers. So essentially we had 2 speakers, or they worked in tandem. I'm trying to think, the last one of the most ones I can think of last was I think we had President from Vancouver Island, Victoria Bresser, working with the previous MNGA chair of Mr. Stevenson. So we have had that position in the past. I don't think we always use it. Mr. Gull's role today, and served by previous other non-Métis, is as clerk. So that's a different role and not a deputy speaker. So just some clarification. This would be only addressing the issue of the speaker position and the deputy speaker. Again, the deputy speaker is provided for in the legislation, but it's not always affected or required or used. That's my understanding. The next few names I have, I've got June Graham next.
Yes, I speak in favor of this motion. I think as we move towards self-governance, that it's imperative that we do these things on our own. And we don't go and do business for other provinces, and we're more than competent and capable to do our own business here. And as we're growing, it's really important that we embrace that and we empower ourselves and we tend to our own backyards. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham. I've got President Wells next.
Well, I don't know how I compete with that, June. Holy. I'm in favor of this motion. I think as we move forward with self-governance, I think it's important that we raise our people up and look after our communities. So I'm in favor.
Thank you, President Wells. I've got Minister De Jager.
Yeah, I'm completely in favor of this as well. I echo Joy's and Pixie's sentiments. I'd love to see the youth involved, that we're actually training up, you know, some of our youth to take this role on as well. and that we're building capacity, and that's all part of nation building.
Thank you, Minister Dieger. Vice President Shepherd.
Yes, I'm echoing pretty much what everybody else is saying. I speak very much in favor of this. You know, we're fully Métis, and you know, we don't need parents holding our hands through this. I think that it's capacity building, and I'm very proud of our citizens when they step into roles such as these. So I definitely am voting in support of this.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. President Roberts.
Yeah, Kelly Roberts, Prince George Métis Community Association. As a whole, I'm in favor of this, but I'm wondering if we should not extend it to include the AGM as well. So that's my point on it.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. So is that just throwing it out for comment, or is that, or perhaps, sorry, Mr. Gull's going to be able to make address that thing. Just.
Thanks so much for your comments, Kelly. I think one of the challenges, and we're working on this, and I would welcome Minister Harriott to maybe speak to this as well, but this is connected to the MNGA Act, and at this time we actually don't have sort of an AGM Act and legislation that fully fleshes that out. That is in process in one of our current projects. So right now this is tackling this under the legislation, which at the moment only applies to the MNGA.
Thank you. Is that okay? And next I have President McDonnell.
My question was just answered. Thank you.
Great. Okay. I next have President Bremner.
Raise your hand button has disappeared off the bottom of my screen, unfortunately. So I'm glad you saw me waving. I don't know if you can see my hand raised.
I can see your hand raised.
Okay. And I think, you know, it can be very difficult for citizens when they're unable to find all the documentation. Myself, it took 10 years to find one document. And it was sheer luck that it actually surfaced. And so, you know, the first time I got turned down to, you know, attend the MNGA, it was almost heartbreaking, knowing I was Métis my whole life and all of that. But at the same time, now, like 10 years later after that, I really appreciate that I was not simply allowed to attend and stand up. And I recognize and am empathetic to those that struggle with that. And whenever Mnbc or our charter communities can assist people in some way to find that documentation, I urge us all to do so because it's so important.
Thank you, President Bremner. I next have Vice President Schneider.
Hi, I speak in favor of this motion, but on that note, I am going to miss Will Good on.
Thank you. And then I also have Minister Gervais. Sorry, you're muted, Minister Gervais. There.
Oh, just to echo some of the other speakers saying that I think it's a good thing to have our own speakers from our own province. We have our own you know, legislation, and it's just better all the way around. They know our province.
Thank you, Minister Gervais. I have President, I believe it's Fisher.
I'd like just to call this to question.
Thank you. We have question called. Again, this will be through the roll call vote. Simple majority required. This is for the resolution as originally presented. So, Mr. Gull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So resolution number 3, we'll begin with Jacqueline Alderking.
Yes.
And you could say aye, nay, abstention, or yes. Yeah, no, that's great. Just reminding everybody. So David Allard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, David.
Aye.
Thank you. Tabitha Berggren.
Aye.
Joy Bremner.
Aye.
Darlene Campbell,
Aye.
Don Corson,
Aye.
Sean Davern,
Aye.
Louis DeJager,
Aye.
Lauren Dean,
Aye.
Cheryl Dodman,
Aye.
Kate Elliott,
Aye.
Monica Fisher,
Aye.
Deborah Fisher,
I'm going to do the pirate way too. Aye.
I think that's R. Paulette Flamand,
Aye.
Rainey Gervais,
Aye.
Dean Gladue,
Tapui, yes.
Tony Goulet, June Graham,
In favor.
Patrick Harriet,
In favor.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
In favor.
Anthony Crelo,
In favor.
Peter Lang,
Aye.
Bill Lapointe,
Aye.
Charlotte Lever,
Aye.
Carrie Marion,
Aye. Sorry.
no problem. Thanks, Carrie. Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Bonnie Merlot,
Aye.
Walter Minot. Walter just sent a note. He had to step out. Lana Olson, Jan Ovens,
Yes.
Darcy Patu,
In favor.
Trish Plant,
In favor.
Kelly Roberts.
Yes.
Sorry, Kelly, can you repeat that? That's yes.
That's correct.
Thank you. Jake Rochon,
Aye.
Wendy Schneider,
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
Aye.
Thanks, Mert. Lisa Shepard,
Aye.
Acting President Smith,
Yes.
Jean Sulzer.
Aye.
Thank you, Jean. Joy Sundin,
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
Favor.
I always expect some more colorful language from you, Marlene. You're not giving your name or living up to the name.
Well,
Trudy
please.
Turner.
Just kidding.
Trudy Turner.
Aye.
Linda Van Weeregen.
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That passes unanimously. I will count the votes.
Thank you, everyone. That's what makes it pretty easy when everyone's in. I guess this is consensus building. Great. So while Mr. Gull is counting that, we can take a look to the next resolution. I'm just looking at ensure I've got the right one. This is the Mnbc terms of office. So we can turn to that once we're just waiting for the count.
Mr. Speaker, we had 42 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. So yes, next we move to resolution number 4, Mnbc terms of office. I understand the mover is Minister Davern and the seconder is Dr. Elliott, and just have them each confirm that.
My camera all weird, sorry. Hi there, yes, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. Yes, I'll move this.
Thank you. And Dr. Elliott?
Kate Elliott, I used to be the previous youth chair, so I'm happy to second this motion.
Great. And now before I have each of you speak to it, I'm going to have Mr. Gull read it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mnbc elected office terms. So this is resolution number 4. Whereas the Métis youth of British Columbia are a valuable resource for and on behalf of the Métis citizens and people of British Columbia, an effective voice in the Mnbc governance process, and an excellent model for the Canadian Métis and the Canadian population in general. B, the other provincially elected positions within MNBC are elected for 4-year terms. And C, the uniformity and simplicity, all provincially elected positions with MNBC should be for the same term length. Be it resolved that Article 6.2 of the MNBC Youth Act be amended to have all regional youth representatives elected for a 4-year term by replacing the existing Article 6.2 with the following. A, quote, the MyBC committee, including the provincial Métis youth chairperson, shall be elected for a 4-year term in conjunction with the MNBC Electoral Act and MNBC guidelines, end quote. Be it further resolved that A, the amended Article 6.2 does not take effect until the 2024 MNBC provincial election, and B, for further certainty, the positions of regional youth representatives of the MyBC are subject to election in 2022 as currently legislated under the MNBC Youth Act.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. So we'll start with Minister Davern, Dr. Kate, and then Vice President Shepherd.
Hi there. Yes, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. This was really just kind of brought about. It's something that we attempted with the previous MyBC committee to have the 2-year terms put in place to respect the need to move around for youth. But kind of as the current MyBC committee has been working and getting to know each other, and I mean, it's definitely been a tough year. Of course, everybody will always keep on harping that fact, but the fact that the current MyBC committee hasn't met in person yet and might not for the rest of the year, it really makes it a lot harder for us to get work done and have that continuance of work done as well. With a new committee being elected every 2 years, of course, there would still be some that have that turnover. But just in general, it's really difficult and kind of a bit upsetting for a lot of the youth who actually weren't even aware that they were running for a 2-year term and thought they were still running under the original 4-year term. So we're having this done where we're still going to have it for our next election, which will be in 2022, will still be for a 2-year term. And then as stated that this would take effect in 2024 to get us back into kind of the swing with the general elections.
Thank you, Mr. Davern. Next, Dr. Elliott.
So just want to echo what Mr. Davern said. I think, with the youth there, 4 years is a much longer time. But as you get older, 4 years is nothing kind of thing. And I can appreciate the previous committee trying to move this forward to make it a little less daunting for youth to apply. I think I'm in favor of having it move back to the 4-year cycle. I think we want to ensure that we're meeting the youth where they're at and supporting their flexibility, acknowledging that some of them might have to move for school or move on for different areas of life or their education. And I think hearing from the group and the amount of onboarding and the process with the election, that I think we would be doing a better service to allow continuity and more of that handover if we went back to the four-year term and supported interim youth representation. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Elliott. I have next Vice President Shepherd, followed by Vice President Schneider and Vice President Richon. So,
thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, under the excellent leadership of our president at Golden Ears Métis Society, this was actually brought to our board. Actually, all of the resolutions were brought to the board for consideration, for discussion. And this one in particular, we posed this to our youth representative to get feedback. And we actually have a number of youth on our board that aren't in the position of youth representative, but serve on the board. And what was discussed is that there was some small amount of concern that if they had personally decided to run, that the 4-year term may be something that would prevent them from deciding to step forward and allowing their name to stand for nomination. One of the things that they had brought up, and I'm not at this point suggesting amendment, but just looking for feedback from Minister Davern. One of the things that was brought up by the youth was they wondered if there is room for, at the halfway point at the 2-year mark for, or say, I think they said 4 months before the halfway mark, that it be opened to them as to whether they wish to serve the full 4 years or to go into a by-election so that they're only serving 2 years. Some of the concerns that they had was, like our youth rep said, the point that she's at right now, she didn't feel that she would be able to commit to 4 years, or she would be worried about that commitment because she doesn't know where the next 4 years would take her as far as post-secondary and work. So I'd love to hear from Minister Davern on that.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's unfortunately, I don't think there's really a right answer to. It's more kind of the best answer, and I totally empathize with the need and the worry of not being able to fulfill the full 4 years, and that 4 years is a long time for, like, particularly the younger youth, you know. It's really tricky because I'm not too well versed politically, and or not politically, sorry, like when it comes to like this sort of like resolutions and stuff like that, how it would work like legally if there were to be that continuance of their term. But it's definitely something that could be taken into account should this resolution fail, because I do definitely want to respect that this was brought forward by the Mnbc committee currently, and so I definitely will still fight tooth and nail for that. But yeah, it's tough because, you know, 4 years is too long and 2 years is too short, and 3 years would just be whack election wise. So yeah, it's a tough one. I personally, and one of the big reasons why I'm really passionate about going back to a 4-year term is just that the people on the committee will be able to do a lot better work, with not needing to worry about, oh, I need to run again in a year. And then with interim positions, for example, you know, there's a larger time period for people to become an interim youth rep versus, you know, you're going to be an interim youth rep for 1 year if you are if you're going into the current model. So it's definitely a tough one, and it's got a lot of intricate kind of details, and I'm just hoping that this kind of starts it on the right path. So I hope that sort of put you a little at ease. I know I didn't really answer any of your questions there, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Davern and Vice President Shepherd. I next have Vice President Schneider.
Hi, I'm going to speak against this motion only because in my history, my son was elected for 2 terms, and on his second term, he left the East Kootenays where he was living to go live in Victoria to go to school. And he felt so guilty trying to do something in the Kootenays when he wasn't even around. And I know a lot of kids have a conscience that way nowadays. And so I'm speaking against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Schneider. I've got Vice President Rashawn next.
Hi, thanks. I'm coming from the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria. I think I agree with what Lisa said in terms it's trying to balance flexibility. Like, I'm the youth rep for the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria as well, and I can understand wanting to do long-term planning, which is a lot of what we're trying to do in our community right now, but also having the flexibility to change your life on a whim when you're a young person. So something to consider. But the only question I really have is there been any cost savings estimates of, instead of having a separate election 2 years, rolling it all into 4? Is there a decent amount of savings to MNBC for that?
I'm not too sure that I could answer that. Would I be able to direct that towards Minister Harriet? Are you aware of anything like that?
I'll recognize Mr. Harriet or perhaps Mr. Gull. Let's go with Mr. Gull first, just from the institution side. So, Mr. Gull.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple comments. I mean, I will note that this was fairly recently changed from 4 years to 2 because of some of the issues that have been articulated. That came, as noted, from sort of the previous council, and I recognize that there are new individuals and sort of a bit of a shift in direction there. We do have some flexibility built into our Electoral Act now, and so the cost one way or the other is not incredibly prohibitive. So that's not a tremendous consideration with respect to this. It's, I think, more the practical side of the term length.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. Vice President Rochon, did you have anything further that you were wishing to speak to?
Nope, I'm all clear. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I next have President Bremner.
Just in speaking with our rep on our board, and one of her thoughts was definitely that moving to the 4 years, that eliminates 27 or 28-year-olds from actually stepping up when they might be ready at that time, and perhaps gone through their education, all of that, and have the time and effort, that want to participate. So that would eliminate them from any opportunity to step up. That was her only real concern that she could bring forward from her conversations with other youth. Otherwise, I certainly appreciate everyone's comments, because it's not an easy, this isn't an easy one on a number of levels. So giving it serious consideration is thought out. And yeah, we appreciate that. That was just her comment she wanted me to share.
And would I be able to respond to that?
Sure. I'll have you respond to that as minister and mover on this one. Mr. Downer?
Thank you. It's definitely, it's a tough one because we do lose out on the older youth. But something that can always be done, and it also applies to what Vice President Schneider was saying, is that you can always step down as a youth. It's just because you are running for 4 years, you're still able to step down. And I believe that we didn't quite get it in on time, unfortunately, but we're going to have a age out clause kind of written in at some point with our Youth Act to make sure that we are having youth who are still youth, representing youth, I guess, so that we don't have people who are, say, 29 running in for a 4-year term. If this is passed, or a 2-year term, you don't have a person who's 31 representing youth or something like that. So it's something that's definitely been brought to my attention, and I do want to work on and hopefully push it through for the next MNGA with the aging out kind of area. But it's tough because you do always want to make sure that everyone's included, and you want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard, and you also want to make sure that they have the time to do the work that they want to do. So
thank you, Minister Davern. I
appreciate that, Sean, and I also find it interesting you used the term aging out. That's something they refer to me as. I'm aging out. You guys aren't.
I was about to say the UN says under 35, Sean. You haven't gotten rid of me yet.
Speaker next recognized Vice President Ovens.
You're on mute.
Not here. Perhaps Vice President Ovens, you can just work on that, and we'll move to Minister Harriet first, and then hopefully we can get you back online.
Thank you, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So a lot of really good comments. I'm pretty sure there's at least one other Métis government that has a post-secondary representative, which I've always thought was quite interesting, because the youth bracket is very large, and so what, say, someone who's 15 versus someone who's 29 and a half might feel about things, I think can at times be vastly different. So just putting that out there, and something to look at perhaps in the future. But I'm actually speaking in favor of this because I do think those that can make the 4-year commitment, there's a lot more that can get done over those 4 years, because often in a lot of these positions,
by the time, you know, the first year and a half goes by, you finally sort of know what's going on and can actually, you know, get some serious long-term visioning and work done. But also, I'd just like to point out that this, you know, it's not like we make a contract with these people that are volunteers, right? I mean, it wasn't too long ago that we were having a really hard time filling these youth positions. So having that flexibility, and perhaps it could be reflected in the MYBC policies and procedures, just to have a check-in, you know, at the 2-year mark, and say, you know, or just beforehand, and say, hey, so, you know, you have some life choices you're maybe going through, like a lot of youth are, whether that's moving for schooling or for work or whatever. And I think just having that kind of a check-in and being able to plan ahead if there might need to be other youth representatives picking up the reins, but also just to reinforce that, you know, of course, youth life course, they want to help the community, but they also have their own sort of employment and training considerations and building their lives. So I think that with the 4-year terms, that there's still a lot of room for flexibility. And anyways, I support this.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. We'll try Vice President Ovens again. See if...
I think I'm on. Am
Perfect.
I? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Can hear you.
Well, certainly, I think that this is just, you know, there's 6 good arguments on either side. And when we went through this as resolutions in our community and with the board, well, we didn't think it was so bad until we spoke to the youth. And they told us how we have to vote. They really strongly urged us, so I have to speak against this on behalf of the youth of the Cowichan Valley.
Thank you, Vice President Ovens. I've got Minister De Jager next.
Awesome, thank you. I'd like to offer up maybe a solution, and Sean and I have talked about a year ago about this, about when the election was, is that there was a female co-chair and a male co-chair. We did this in the Liberal Party of Canada for the Indigenous Peoples Commission, and it worked out really well. Number one, there are some really good just female only sort of events that happen, and the relationship, you know, if we had a female could attend those, bring that information back to the youth. If you have a male chair, that just might not happen, so you're not getting that same information. They can switch out on different events that might happen. One could take the lead for the 2-year term and then transfer to the male for the second 2-year term, but they can both still be involved. So I just would like to, I'm not going to amend this because I feel uncomfortable doing that. I think it needs to be done by youth, but I would put that forward for consideration, if not this round, maybe the next round at the next MNGA.
Thank you, Minister De Jager. I've got Minister Gervais next.
Yes, I would be in favor of this motion, but only if there was a condition that halfway through, like every 2 years, that they would revisit and assess the youth rep that's in that position to find out if he wants to pursue another 2 years. And a lot of them can, a lot of them can't. You know, they can change just over the course of time. So yeah, that's I would be in favor if that condition was there.
Thank you. I have 4 more speakers on the list. I've got Vice President Lisa Shepherd, Acting President Lisa Smith, President Corson, and Dr. Elliott. I'm going to have Lisa Smith go first, then Donald Corson, then go back to Vice President Shepherd, just as they haven't yet had a chance to speak to this resolution yet. So, Acting President Lisa Smith.
Thank you so much for that. Last year, when the elected terms of office for the youth were changed, I really had to think about it. But I thought, you know, that is what the youth want. And it was a way of encouraging people to run because it wasn't going to be a full 4-year term. And, you know, by the looks of this election, we had a lot of people run. And I think most of our positions are filled. I know it's been brought up, and I want to honor our youth and do what they have directed us to do. But I am hearing a lot of things from community youth that are bit different. But I just want to, something that hasn't been mentioned yet is every time we have a vacancy, according to our Electoral Act, we have 120 days to do a by-election. So with the 4-year term, if our youth knew that they could step down and then a by-election would be held. But I've also heard that, you know, we could have a youth as an interim for a year to try it out or something. But no, according to our Electoral Act, we have 120 days to hold a by-election. So I'm just wondering whether the, if the Electoral Act Committee passes at our AGM, if there might be a way, and I'm not offering an amendment in any way, just some thoughts I had, but if the Electoral Act may want to look at different timelines for the youth reps for vacancies and things as such, because we found out last term we had so many vacancies. I believe there was a by-election that was held and nobody ran, and so it's really, I have to give a lot of thought to this, but of course I would, you know, I respect the youth committee, and they are elected, and I will abide by their wishes, but there's a lot to think about in this. And, you know, like I said, we did have a lot of people run in this past election, and of course, just keep by-elections in mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Acting President Lisa Smith. And I think just a comment you mentioned about the election act or the election committee passing the AGM. It doesn't need to be passed at the AGM. It's an Mnga committee.
Okay.
So hopefully once they're selected, those representatives are selected, then hopefully they'll be able to get off the ground running. Next, I've got President Coulson, then I'll move to President Monica Fisher, and then Lisa Shepherd and Kate Elliott following that. So President Coulson.
Yeah, Don Carson, West Kootenay Métis. I think this is just another classic example of there ain't a darn youth other than Sean making a comment on this. We're all presidents and we're all not representing youth. This whole youth program here, I would hope had been discussed with Sean's group as from youth reps, and wherever solicit that bigger input from all the community reps. The community reps we've heard from today, or presidents that we've heard that talk to their community youth reps, are all saying it's a challenge. Well, we should certainly reflect on our own kids that are 20 to 30 years old, going to university, getting new jobs, making commitments. They haven't had the exposure to our governance models yet. So I think we really have to do some better work on engaging our youth. We did have a lot of new people run. If we went across the board, I don't know if 38, if we got 20 youth reps from 38 communities, or if we got 30 youth reps from each community. So the regional people are sort of challenged with what their roles are. I would really like to reflect back that the youth program is our future, and wherever we can provide internships, opportunities for them to participate in our local governance structure, not at all sections of the table. So try to keep them involved with what's going on, but they're going to get busy from 20 to 30. And in fact, I'd say a lot of those young ladies are going to become mothers at that time. So their whole lives are going to change as well. So I really think we have to, I would almost like to see this tabled to a point where there's no hurry. We're talking about 2024. Let's get some dialogue from the youth out there, and what kind of governance model, what kind of representation and engagement that the youth that are in the roles right now for communities and at the regional table, because this is only referring to the regional youth rep for 2 and 4 years. I think we should throw it back to those youth and try and encourage some good dialogue with them about what kind of governance model do they want to run the Métis youth of BC with. Then we can saddle them down with MNGA rules, or the youth rules of 2 years, 4 years, etc. But we have to encourage better participation and understanding of what their roles are. Putting 4-year terms, 2-year terms doesn't help them participate. But I'll leave it at that. I think it's a shame that we don't have the youth. The youth haven't voted on this themselves as regional directors. I see it's put forward by the youth chairman, just to get back on track. But I'd like to see it deferred even to the MNGA or AGM if you want, but for a resolution. But I'll zip it there for now.
Thank you, President Corson. I think just for clarifying, I mean, it's helpful to appreciate from what we've been hearing. Obviously, Minister Davern saying that that was proposed through consultation with the regional reps of MyBC. Obviously, we're hearing from Golden Ears and Cowichan Valley examples of, at the community level where there's concerns. And there's always the issue of the deliberations being brought at the MNGA and who's representing and who's being represented and not necessarily participating. Obviously, given our process, that if this were to pass, it would still need ratification at the AGM. And of course, at the AGM, any youth of voting age, I think is 18 to be able to vote at the AGM, would be able to vote, obviously, but also to speak to this if it makes it to the AGM. So that I think is valid to keep in mind. I know certainly Minister Davern, before he was minister, was made frequent appearances at the microphone during AGMs, and so it's always been encouraging to see our youth having that opportunity. The unfortunate aspect is with this venue, we only have the one designated youth representative speaking, and you're all appearing as representatives for your communities as a whole. So just keeping that in mind, if this were to pass and go to the AGM, those conversations could end and dialogue could go forward. I'm going to turn next to President Monica Fisher.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. In all due respect to Minister Davern, I'm feeling a little uneasy about this. I'm feeling like it's not quite ready. I'm actually agreeing with Dawn in regards to, I would like to have more conversations with our youth. I would like to even see this be voted on by the youth that are involved. And see how they're feeling. As an Aboriginal education support worker, I work with youth from 13 to 18, well, 19. And I feel like they would be really overwhelmed with committing to 4 years. I don't want to speak for them, and I also want to respect their voice. But I'm feeling uneasy, and I don't want to rush this. There's no, in my mind, I'm looking at a 2-year versus 4-year. If people are interested to run again, they can do so. But I feel like it puts more pressure on the youth to have to commit, and then I guess the guilt of having to retract and then actually end some involvement with MNBC later on. I also like the idea that from the 27 to 30-year range that they can still be involved when they're ready. 4 years is a long time to commit to, and when you don't know what you're doing next year, that's a big thing to commit to. So as of right now, I'm feeling I'm a little conflicted. I want to listen to the voice of the of this and what the youth have brought forward, but I'm not sure that it's ready to be brought forward. And I'd like to see more work being done with the youth first, so that maybe at the AGM it could be brought forward and saying, we've consulted with all of the youth that are involved. This is what they're voting for, and this is what we're bringing forward. So I would probably abstain from the vote today. But I do appreciate the work that you're doing, and I like the direction that this is going. But 4 years is a very long time when you're 17 to 20 and don't know what's coming around the corner. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, President Fisher. And now that's the second time we also heard a speaker talking about perhaps I'm not saying like tabling or putting it off to discussion. So I'm not sure. Again, it would need a motion to table and a second to do that, but or to postpone, I should say, to allow that. I'm hearing. I think I heard Mr. Mina's voice.
Yeah, the thing that I'm hearing is an appetite to sending it back and to engage in some consultation with the youth. So it could be moved to send it to the board with instruction to engage the youth in consultation. if someone can make that motion, that could reflect some of the sentiment that I heard.
Thank you. I've got, I do have a list, and so I know Vice President Shepherd's been sitting, I've been skipping over, I know she spoke before. I'm gonna have Vice President Shepherd and then Dr. Elliott. Then I have Minister Davern and President Van Weeregen.
Thank you. Lisa Shepherd, Golden Métis Society. I'm actually going to speak in favor of this. It was important that I asked the question of Minister Davern because it was a conversation that came up at our board meeting and was discussed amongst the youth that were present. However, at the same time, the youth did in the end say that they would vote in favor of this if they were given the chance to vote, because it was understood that they would like to see at least pushed forward to the AGM, where they would be able to have the opportunity to actually cast a vote on it as citizens. So for that reason, I would speak in favor of this. And also that I also have to say that our young women who decide to have children are quite capable of making that decision and still working as volunteers in the community. Our women who decide to have children of all ages are quite capable of serving as volunteers in the community, raising children, and doing pretty much anything else that they set their mind to, as we've done since the dawn of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. I have Dr. Kate Elliott.
Thank you so much for everyone's comments. I think, this was a recent change to go to the 2-year terms. And I think what we're hearing from the committee is that this is being disruptive in the work and the really important work that they need to do by the time you have the gap of the election where things come to a standstill, then the onboarding. I think, and I would hope for, it's not just with the Ministry of Youth, but with women, is that anyone's life can change at a moment's notice. And I can speak confidently to Minister Davern's leadership of you check in, and I can understand there is that relational accountability and that we want to be here and continue the work. But I think we can have those open dialogues of, if school comes up or work comes up. And I think, arguably any elected position has that amount of instability. But what I really want to just emphasize in my last point before we possibly table this is just, all of the concerns that have been brought up regarding the time commitment, they tried the 2-year change. And now that it's in motion, on the ground operationally, it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Davern, and then I have President Van Weeregen.
Yeah, I do just want to speak to a few things really quick. There was, I believe, a minor correction I wanted to do for you, that 15-year-old or youth who are 15-year-olds are able to vote on Youth Act specific stuff. So that is just something I'd want to bring to attention. And yeah, 4 years definitely can be a long time, and I do know that. But the kind of my thought process on that is that it's a good way to kind of get them to understand the governance of it. They're able to work on their skills, and I would like to put forward to each of you to let this pass to the AGM so that the youth are able to speak on their own behalf. Community youth reps will be invited to that, and from there they can strike it or they can allow it to pass. But I think that would just be a really positive way to let them decide for themselves, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Davern. I've got President Van Weeregen, followed by Minister Hooper.
Thank you. Linda Van Weeregen, Vernon District Métis Association. Sitting here listening to this, there's been a lot of good points brought up. Sean, I really appreciate what you and your group has done in accomplishing, and I understand where you're coming from with the 4 years, because 2 years, it's just like you're just getting your foot in the door, you're just getting comfortable with everything, and then what happens, right? Another election. But on the other hand, I see, as Wendy and others were saying, it is a huge commitment to the youth to be, and put in a 4-year term. And I can see you say, yeah, they can, they can walk away at 2 years or whatever, but then they do. And even though you may think they don't, they do drag around a little bit of guilt. It's like, oh God, I feel so bad of letting, the youth groups down and all this kind of stuff. So I honestly think, and you mentioned it there, Sean, I honestly think we should, and I'd like to put forward a motion to have this brought over to the AGM, upcoming AGM, so we can get, in the meantime, the community presidents can have in-depth discussions with their youth to find out exactly what they feel about this. And then, like you say, at the AGM, the youth would be able to get up to the mic and give their opinion on what they feel. So we're actually hearing it from them and just not the delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just perhaps going to get some clarification, President Van Wergen, that you mentioned you wanted to bring a motion to bring it to the AGM. That would, my understanding, it could be done kind of 2 ways. One, it would be, if this passes, it goes to the AGM for discussion and consideration to be voted on at that point. Or it could be essentially tabled to the AGM, but it would be on a more of a discussion basis and wouldn't be for the AGM for an actual vote for it to pass one way or the other. So perhaps Ms. Van Wergen, you want to clarify that? Are you?
Sorry, I think I'd like to push it because there's quite a few people that have actually, spoke on the fact that they would like to see this go through. I think I would like to push it through to the AGM for a vote. Because like I said, at that time you are, when we're making an actual vote on this one way or the other, we are able to hear from the youth representatives at that time. And but I think the initial idea of all of this is a good idea, but we do need to have more clarification and consideration with as far as the youth are concerned.
Okay. So next I've got Minister Hooper, followed by President McDonnell and President Corson.
So yeah, thank you for this. We did have a discussion with my community presidents, and in Northwest Region, we've always struggled to have a youth come on board or stay on board for the 4 years. I don't think we've had one that has been able to stay on for the 4 years for many, many reasons that have already been mentioned. We've had some great youth and some have stayed involved, and that's a good thing. So, we had discussed, well, 2-year term is good, then they can rerun after the 2 years if it kind of, gets the bug and say, I'm really enjoying this, I want to continue, I've learned so much. But in that saying, we haven't had this discussion with our youth rep, because it's hard, with school and whatnot, and or universities, whatnot, it's hard. We don't have universities in the Northwest. They all go down to Prince George or further down south. It's a bit different now with online learning. Our youth are staying home longer to attend school. But I think a lot have said, and it's a good point, move it to the AGM and have the voice of the youth there speak to it, because I don't feel that I should be speaking for my youth rep at this time, and the youth rep are not, other than Sean, which you're doing a great job, Sean. Other than Sean, he's the only youth rep on this forum, this floor here today voting. So I don't think I don't have the right to speak for my youth. But for my region, we've all thought, well, 2-year terms are good, and they can run again for the 2 years. But I'm in favor of moving to the AGM for more discussion from our youth at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. So I'm just trying to clarify so we've got this, and I know that's the second comment. So is there a motion, and I'll raise this to everyone, is there a motion to send this resolution to the Mnbc AGM to obtain input from the Métis youth on the 4-year term? That conversation and any vote would be, or discussion at the AGM would be non-binding, as it's the MNGA who adopts such documents. So essentially it would go to the AGM for discussion and then come back to the MNGA next year for voting on whether it's the same resolution or otherwise. Is there, I've next got Betty and Macdonald. Those are just, that's the kind of the option we have, or as I said before, if it's voted on, it passes, then it would go to the AGM, but on a full vote and with ratification. I next have Betty Ann McDonnell on my list.
Probably what I have to say is redundant, but I was going to say, Sean, you convinced me. I was sitting here on the fence going back and forth and not going to vote. And I think what Sean said made a great deal of sense about sending it to our AGM and letting the youth speak to it. And it also gives all of us as presidents more time to engage with our youth, get their opinions if they're not going to be at the AGM. And so I'm going to speak in favor of this. I do believe this needs to be spoken to by youth.
Thank you, President McDonnell. I've got President Corson next.
Yeah, thank you, Don Corson, West Scrutiny Métis. As I started off earlier, just to refresh everybody again, only youth get to vote for youth candidates. No adults get to vote for a youth candidate for the regional director. We vote for our youth candidate in our community, but when it comes to the election side of things, it's only the regional youth representative is voted on by the youth of that region. And likewise, the youth of the province can vote for the, and I'll use Sean's Minister of Youth position. So here we are voting on behalf of the youth, and the youth hasn't had a chance to discuss it yet. And we're trying to engage youth in everything we do. So I'm all for tabling it to the MNGA for an introduction with the follow-up that we can send out some information to all those youth reps at the communities and try to encourage more participation at the youth, various youth councils or youth opportunities that we have and internships, et cetera, across the board. We don't need them just on youth committees. We should be having youth, those 20 to 30-year-olds in every department that we've got, and try to encourage that participation so they do become leaders. They do become engaged in the community activities and the Métis Nation activities. So that's where we want our leadership to come from, and those youth. So I think I would like to defer it to the AGM, and certainly, again, when it goes to the MNGA or the General Assembly, the voting is not done by youth, it's done by every member that's sitting there with the vote, the card. So the youth will be far outnumbered. I would bet that we have less than 50 youth at any conference that we've had. It might be down to 20. So when it comes to the AGM vote, their voices, unless they're represented by the presidents or community members holding up their hands for the youth, speaking on their behalf, they get outvoted. And I think this is their program. Let's hear from them of how they want to, what terms work best, what some options are that they can come in and out of the youth program. But we want to get them engaged so that they become our future leaders. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. I next have, I've got 3 more names. I'm just looking at the time. It's 2:30. So, and I'm just trying to be clear. So I've heard a couple of times, you know, and Mr. Corson was the most recent, but there hasn't been a formal motion to table, and whether or not that's going to come forth, I'm not sure. I've heard people saying they're in support or they of putting it off to the AGM, and again, I kind of try to illustrate the 2 ways in which it might go. But if it is to go this other way, it would need to be a formal motion as was brought for the resolution regarding the Natural Resources Act. Having not yet heard that, despite somehow, I'll have Lisa Smith speak next. I've got Patrick Harriet, and then I'm going to cut it off after Walter Minot, and then we'll do one way or the other by that time. Thank you. Lisa
Everybody,
Smith.
yeah, thank you all for this great discussion. It's a lot to think about. I do have to have respect for the Provincial Youth Committee. They all are elected, and they've put forward this motion through the Provincial Youth Chair, Sean Davern. want to see this go be passed and go to the AGM. And keep in mind that youth can attend the AGM as well. And because we are uncertain what's going to happen with COVID, quite likely we will have to have an online portion of the AGM as well, so we can get more participation from our citizens and from our youth. The other thing is we have a lot of time between now and the AGM for the youth committee, the elected representatives, to network with the community representatives as well. And if we are fortunate enough to have an in-person AGM, I know the youth usually have some sort of meetings and different things where additional youth could be brought in. So at the AGM, all youth will be able to speak to this. And as an elected member of Mnbc, I would not speak on that, to allow as many youth as possible to speak on that, so we can hear the youth voice. So I'm supporting this resolution moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Minister Harriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's amazing. It's as if Vice President Smith read my mind, like almost word for word, like everything I was about to say. And it actually echoes also what President Corson was saying, is we do have youth reps and a youth chair that were elected strictly by youth to represent their interests. So I understand that that community youth perhaps need, or have differing opinions, but I think that there is a real opportunity before this even comes to the AGM to have that dialogue with regional youth, or maybe even having a larger province-wide forum with the entire MYBC, inviting community youth to discuss it, and then to encourage participation at the AGM and to hear those voices and perspectives. So I am in support of voting in favor of this so that it goes to the AGM. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on the list, Mr. Mnga.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Mnga.
Yeah, I'm speaking in favor of this. I think it has to go through. That's the only way we're going to get the input as many Métis youth out there as possible, is by bringing this to the AGM, and that's going to give everybody, even the non-youth, an idea of what the Métis youth out there is wishing us to do on their behalf. So this is the only way we're going to get the maximum amount of input from our Métis youth, is to bring this forward at an AGM and have them vote on it. And that'll give us a great idea how they would see us voting for them or against them. Thanks.
Thank you. We've had a lot of discussion, and so therefore we're going to go on with the vote. I do have seen Vice President Ovens and Vice President Schneider put their names up, but you've both had the chance to speak earlier, and given the time, I think we're at the point we can vote on the motion as it is. And so we will vote to be by roll call. Mr. Gull will read that out. A vote aye or yes is in favor of the resolution as provided here, and nay would be opposing, and obviously abstention. So please make that clear, and Mr. Gull will read out the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll begin with Jacqueline Alderking.
Abstain.
David Allard.
Aye.
Tabitha Berggren.
Aye.
Joy Bremner.
Abstain.
Darlene Campbell.
Abstain.
Donald Corson.
Abstain.
Sean Davern.
Aye.
Louis DeJager.
Aye.
Lauren Dean.
Aye.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Dr. Kate Elliott.
Yes.
Monica Fisher.
For the kids to vote for AGM, yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
In favor?
Patrick Harriott.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Anthony Crelo,
Yes.
Peter Lang,
Aye.
Bill Lapointe,
Aye.
Charlotte Lever,
Aye.
Carrie Marion, Carrie Marion, Fadian McDonnell,
Yes.
Bonnie Merlot,
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
Lana Olson, Jan Ovens.
No.
Okay, so that was no, Jan. Okay, Darcy Patu.
Yes.
Thank you. Trish Plant,
In favor.
Kelly Roberts,
Yes.
Jake Rochon,
Aye.
Wendy Schneider,
No.
Mert Servatius,
Abstain.
Lisa Shepherd,
Aye.
Lisa Smith,
In favor?
Jean Salzer,
Aye.
Joyce Sundin,
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Thanks, Marlene. Trudy Turner,
Aye.
Linda Van Weergen.
Abstain.
Thanks, Linda. Pixie Wells.
Aye.
Did I miss anyone? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, that passes. I will just tally the votes. So we had 34 votes in favor, 2 negative, and 6 abstentions, and that passes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So it is now 2:40. We'll take 15 minutes health break.
I have a,
Oh, I see. Yes, Vice President Schneider. Oh, you muted yourself. You turned yourself off there.
can we send this out for a mail out ballot for the youth or an email ballot for the youth? Like let them be aware of it right away?
No.
No. Well, I'm just saying because kids don't come to our meetings. We could have a gathering and we won't get any youth there. And how are they going to find out these things if we don't send it out to them?
I think that's a discussion we can have with the Minister of Youth and options of how to leading up to the AGM and ensuring that there's consultation or discussion.
Okay, thank you.
The youth have their own Facebook page and stuff to dialogue with, so let them do that.
So we'll come
Dawn,
back.
it's Facebook is way out of sync now. It's way out of vogue.
Well, everyone, we're on break until, let's come back at 3.
Maybe for you.
Thank you.
Hey, Myrtle. Can you hear me, Myrtle? No? Hello?
June, I can hear you.
Oh, but Myrtle
Hear you.
can't hear me?
We can all.
Merch?
Just FYI, the stream is still live.
Everyone can
We don't stop the stream, so
Okay, yeah, I know.
okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna steal your design behind you and put it on a burl that I have.
You know what? My neighbor did that. He got a rotor or whatever you want to call it. He
Yeah.
got,
Router.
when he works with wood, he cuts trees down, he does lumber and stuff like this. So he saw the design, and that tree that's one big burl.
Yeah.
And so he did it all from scratch, just from a picture. He did it, and he said, "Happy Mother's Day." He's one of my neighbors. He's got 3 little girls. He's separated, and he's got 3 little girls. And when I get extra clothes and stuff like that from my grandkids and other people, I give them to him. So he's quite excited. Yeah.
That's good.
So I thought that was pretty nice. And he's non-Métis to boot.
I've got a great big burl out in the shed out back, and I was going, oh, that would be perfect.
I know, isn't it something? I said I couldn't believe it when I saw what he did.
Wow, you're
So,
so lucky. A Mother's Day present.
yeah, from a neighbor, yeah.
That's
Didn't
amazing.
even know, but
Hi, Marilyn.
yeah.
I got my Mother's Day from my granddaughter today. Look at this. Kookum.
Oh, isn't that neat?
Yeah. And
Aw,
she's
save
4,
that.
she's 4 years old. So
Oh, isn't that cute? See?
yeah. And then a little Mother's Day flower.
Aw.
Oh,
That's the best, eh? That's the best. Yeah. So no, I was just telling you I'm going to steal that, so you
but
know
that's okay. You're allowed.
when you
It's free.
when you see it one day.
I will. Maybe I will see it. This is too damn big to carry, I'll tell you. I took it out of the back of my van and had to roll it like a you're rolling a big log there to get it into the office here.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
Oh, I
but
just bought.
he did a nice job.
Where's that tree, Al? I just bought a tree yesterday. Just a sec. I'm trying to find out where it went. Where'd it
Can
go?
I ask you guys a quick question? Did your screen go to Don Corson?
Yeah, it did. Isn't that scary?
Oh, I wondered. I thought I did something wrong, and I thought I wonder if anybody else's did.
No,
Okay.
I just sent John a message letting him know.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did that on
That's a pretty
purpose.
good picture, though.
Yeah, he's got beautiful kids, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I have to leave now, so hope everything goes well. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thanks,
Oh.
Marlene.
Thank you.
I'll show you the tree that I bought yesterday.
Where are we?
It probably won't show up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Cool.
Does it?
Cool. That's really neat.
And
so pretty.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
So now you're going to start wire work or whatever you want to call it, metal work.
No, I was thinking I'd hang crystals and stuff from it.
No, well, that's neat.
Oh, I would love that idea.
It's going to be a huge sun catcher, right?
June, you can build that for my new house.
When you move to Vancouver Island?
Well, when I get a transfer from Save On Foods to Vancouver Island, I'm there, baby.
We've got a Save On Foods in Port Alberni.
I know you got one in Duncan too.
I'm muted now. Oh, just a minute.
No, you're still unmuted, Mert. Okay, now you're muted.
Yeah, I've applied at Duncan and I didn't get the job. They were gonna do in-house, so I keep looking.
Okay.
But I'm moving to my new house in July.
Up there though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to stay where the work is.
True.
And hey, when I get to that island, look out, baby, you're in big trouble.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Are you kidding me? Wait till we have the rendezvous next year. You'll be down here cooking again.
Oh, can't wait. Yes, and I would drive you up the wall and my son, because that's what mothers do best.
That's right. Yeah. No, we're talking about the rendezvous for next year. Hopefully.
Are you?
Hopefully life is
normal,
that we can gather again.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, count me in.
Oh, don't worry, I will be.
Pay for my flight up there, though.
I think you can just hitchhike down. It'd be a bit of an adventure to share with us when you got here.
Okay, I can do that. I'll tell them I'll tell them where the liquor stores are on the side of the road. Yeah. So you've been keeping well?
I've been good, yeah, just way too busy. Of course, my work has just escalated.
Some of the pictures you've been posting on Facebook, is that your backyard?
Right now?
Yeah. No, like some of the pictures on your walks with your daughter.
Oh yeah, no, that's just around Port Alberni.
Wow. My sister lived in Port. It wasn't that pretty.
The ones of the ocean are my front yard.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Those are beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really beautiful here. It's very quiet. There's only 3 of us out here on the point.
Nice.
Nice and quiet. And yeah, we've been here, I think, 25 years now.
Really?
Yeah, we designed the house and moved here about 25 years ago.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, no, Port was never pretty on Waterhouse Street.
You know that the real estate's gone up 300% in Port Alberni in the last year. 300.
Really? Wow.
300%.
When my sister died, I could have bought her house for 157.
It would have been a lot more now.
Yeah. Yeah. And houses in Nelson were going for probably at that time, probably close to 300.
Yeah, that's crazy, hey?
Yeah.
Did you see that 90 acres that is now available on what island is it? Just off Nanaimo. Anyway, one of the cult leaders had it in the early 1900s, and the old guy just recently died, so the property has become available. They want 2-point-something million for it, 90 acres on De Courcy Island, just outside of Nanaimo, and it's beautiful pastures with sheep grazing in it, a huge big barn. That's really not. That's really
not Daniel to say he wanted to buy property.
Who wanted to?
Daniel.
Well, there you go.
There we go, property, and we could have our own little cult thing happening on it.
We could have
some wellness checks.
A commune.
There you go.
We could have a Métis specific treatment center there for youth and adults, and oh man, there's so much we could do with that.
Isn't there? Okay, well, get somebody to get Daniel on that.
Yeah, you just ship him an email, please, and tell him to draw that up.
I'll work on it. What do you think, Katie? Good idea? Our own little island?
I completely agree. And it would probably be a cheaper mortgage than the rent in Surrey.
Yeah. Everyone would have to vote in to see everybody.
I love June's idea of a treatment center there.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be just perfect. Just perfect. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a little wellness center for, people who need it.
A place for youth. I don't know if you all saw that 12-year-old that died in Victoria the other day.
Oh, wasn't that horrible?
And at age 11, the year before, she started dabbling. And when she overdosed, she was on heroin. 12
Heroin and meth.
12 years old.
Yeah, so there's actually, heroin's not a thing anymore.
No.
It's all some version of like fentanyl.
Yeah.
That's out, and just with the borders being closed, it's getting dirtier. The street supply is getting dirtier and dirtier. And there's a lot of benzodiazepines in it. So the Narcan kits don't work.
Oh no.
Yeah. So the pandemic, even though there's safe prescribing and, there's been try to mitigate some of the harm. It's just, there's a lot of new things to consider.
I had a foster kid who was 17 when he came to my house. On paper, he was this horrible, horrible boy. And when he showed up, he was the most fun. He was the most loving kid I've ever had, actually. But he was an alcoholic, a full-fledged alcoholic. They could not find him a place here in Cranbrook. there is no place for youth for detox anywhere.
Yeah.
So that needs to be addressed. Sean, is Sean still on here?
He might be having a well-deserved break.
Yeah, that was hard on him.
From outside work, like there is a lot of work happening with Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions regarding youth-based treatment, and how to make that kind of fit within our systems, and that since some of it can be medicalized, especially with alcohol use disorder, kids actually age out at 17 at the age of 17 from the pediatric system.
Yeah.
As well. So there's this huge loophole between, 17, 18, where people go. So, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, and you know what? I love this kid so mad that they had a place called Ponderosa Lodge, but they didn't really do a lot for him because it's geared for older people, men. It was a men's place. And because he failed twice, the kinship care in here with the Tanaha sent him back home, back up to Williams Lake. So since he went to Williams Lake, now he's not only an alcoholic, but now he's doing full-fledged drugs. And my friend won't be with us for much longer, I'm sure, the way he's carrying on. And it just breaks my heart because he was so much fun. Always had laugh at the dinner table, always.
I worked with an 18-year-old that was going to residential treatment and had been in residential treatment a few times. And the problem that she was facing was finding any kind of second stage housing or any kind of support ongoing after her actual in treatment experience, because there wasn't really anything available. So she'd find a treatment spot for a 17-year-old or 18. She'd do the treatment and then she'd leave, and there was like a gap between the support, so there was no follow-up at all whatsoever. So then she would just relapse, and then she'd have to go right back again. And it was just, she was institutionalized. Like that's what she even identified, that she was institutionalized, because it had been, I think, 4 years of her doing that same process over and over and over again and getting stabilized, and then just crashing again. It was just quite tragic because the limited amount of space for people that are under the age of 18, like she did all of those things, but it was like there was nowhere else for her to go. It was really, really awful.
Yeah. So there's that huge gap. And we touched on this on our roundtable the other day, but there's just such a huge gap here in the Kootenays.
I think the gap is everywhere, and fentanyl is everywhere and in everything, including in pot. And young people think that's safe. In December 1st, we lost our 25-year-old to fentanyl, who had been doing unbelievably wonderful, had just bought her own first car on her own credit. And it takes one moment of a mistake, because that wasn't typically who she was. And so, and I find in my community, one of the hardest things, and not her per se, but in my community with youth, is that if a youth wants to go to treatment right this minute, there is nothing for 6 weeks.
Nothing.
They don't want to go an hour from now. They don't want to go a day from now. You need to go now. And we don't have that anywhere near. And I don't see it being proposed either to build that into the system. If we can't get the first step, there's no other steps.
We had a youth who died overdose not that long ago here in town. He was in the hospital under the psych unit. He was let go of the psych unit because they only had a 3-day hold. He let go. He started using again. He went to his mom and dad and says, I need help. I'm desperate. I need help. And they said, oh no, you're fine. So with his medication, somebody else brought him something else besides his medication, and the two put him off balance and he OD'd. It was so tragic because he cried for help and his parents ignored him.
And that's exactly. And I have a problem with the whole psych ward, the ped psych ward. I just dealt with that. I just sat in the ER, in the psychiatric unit for youth with my 17-year-old. And when she was finally admitted, it was 3 days later into the peds, and there's only 2 spots in there. And she wasn't even there 24 hours.
Wow.
And I'm still waiting for the call from the psychiatrist who was going to call me within 2 days. It's now been 2 weeks. Like, there's just gaps everywhere.
Huge gaps, huge gaps.
And June, this is your passion, isn't this what you do for a living? Is child youth care? Aren't you a psychologist, social worker?
I work with intergenerational trauma.
Oh, okay. All right. I knew you were in the field somehow. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Kids have, if they're in trouble, they don't have a place to turn. So, hey, let's form a ad hoc committee on helping our kids in care.
I'm there. I'll join it.
Do it.
Yeah.
I will happily join it.
I appreciate all the men actually took the coffee break while we got down to work.
Right?
I kid.
Yes.
Well, I was definitely listening to the good conversation that was going on. But we're getting to the point of 3 o'clock. Chris is just about to, I think, I messaged with him or speaking with him. He's just getting them formed to do the quorum. We'll do a quick quorum, and then we'll get on to resolution number 5. So if you haven't quite yet made it back to your workstation, get you back, and we'll do the quorum in just a second. But I agree, there was definitely some important conversations, some good ideas that I was hearing as well.
Thanks, Dave.
I hope all the other men were listening to that and heard it as well.
Now, if we could get something together.
First off, we're buying that $2 million island, right? We'll start.
That would be a perfect place for sending our youth who are in care, who need help.
I think it would be too. And it's a bit of a swim if they want to go get something. So.
Kind of like a rediscovery camp, guys. I don't know if you've ever looked up rediscovery camp, but it's an amazing healing opportunity for youth. I was a founding director for one down here, and it was amazing, and I still believe in it. It's really good stuff, and we could be doing it Métis style.
Okay, you just joined our ad hoc group here to get this going.
So I'm going to recall the meeting to order, and we'll have Chris read out for the roll call.
Okay, so we're doing our quorum count again. Jacqueline Alder-King.
Here.
David Allard.
Yeah, here, present.
Thanks, David. Tabitha Berggren. Joy Bremner.
Here.
Darlene Campbell.
Here.
Don Corson.
Present.
Sean Davern.
Here.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Lauren Dean.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Present.
Dr. Kate Elliott.
Here.
Monica Fisher.
Here.
Deborah Fisher.
Here.
Paulette Flamond.
Here.
Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Here.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
Here.
Patrick Harriott.
Here I am.
Susie Hooper.
Here.
Travis Jobin.
Here.
Anthony Crelo. Peter Lang.
Here.
Bill Lapointe.
Present.
Charlotte Lieber.
Present.
Carrie Marion. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Here.
Bonnie Merlot.
Here.
Walter Minot.
Here.
Lana Olson. Jan Ovens.
Here.
Valerie Pace. Darcy Patu.
Here.
Daniel Pittman. Trish Plant.
Present.
Kelly Roberts.
Here.
Jake Rochon.
Present.
Wendy Schneider.
Here.
Myrtle Servatius.
Yes, I'm here.
Lisa Shepard.
Present.
Lisa Smith.
I'm here.
Jean Sulzer.
Present.
Thanks, Jean. Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears. I think she left us. Trudy Turner.
Here.
Linda Van Weergen.
Here.
And Pixie Wells.
Present.
Did I miss anyone who just joined us?
Anthony Creelo, please. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Anthony. Okay, we have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So we are now on resolution number 5, time
Sorry,
frame.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. What is quorum?
Quorum, is it 23?
Mr. Speaker, could I just make one quick statement? As a result of this morning and the request to share news about the census and about the Aboriginal data collection, we've now shared a post from Métis National Council about the importance of Métis people completing the census. So I just want to say that we listened and we heard and it's done. So thank you to our CEO for following up on that.
That's great.
Perfect.
And a great suggestion by President McDonnell earlier this morning. So we are on resolution number 5, dealing with the Senate Act. I understand that mover is Minister Gladue and seconder is Minister Gervais. So perhaps I'll just get them to confirm as such.
Just while they're done, Mr. Speaker, I will just confirm that we have 40 people present at the moment.
Thank you. So Minister Gladue?
Yep, I move.
Thank you. And Minister Gervais?
Sorry, I was muted. I second the motion.
Thank you. And so I'll have Mr. Gall read it, resolution 5, and then we'll begin discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolution number 5, timeframe for Senate appeals and dispute resolution applications. Whereas A, the MNBC Senate as the independent, non-political judicial branch of the MNBC governance structure is a vitally important part of MNBC governance. B, MNBC citizens have the right to submit appeals, apply for dispute resolution and mediation sessions to the MNBC Senate. And C, while citizens have a right to make applications to the Senate for the aforementioned issues, it is reasonable to have a defined time period where submissions to the Senate can be accepted. Be it resolved that Article 9 of the Senate Act be amended to add a defined timeframe for MNBC citizens to apply for an appeal where timeframes are not currently existing in legislation. A, add the following: 9.2, where a timeframe to submit an appeal is not otherwise legislated, any appeal by an MNBC citizen must be made within 60 days of the event. 9.2.1, the Senate will consider an application for an extension of time to appeal. B, subsequent articles be renumbered as required.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. So I'll have Minister Gladue speak first.
Yeah, as you know, a lot of important decisions have been made recently, especially in the world of self-government, that we've made that resolution to be as we always say, self-govern ourselves. I'm just stating that I believe it's good to put a date and a plan there of 60 days. I think that's reasonable time. And And like I said before, there was really no time given. And by putting 60 days, that just helps us to get down to business and deal with an appeal and so forth. So of course, obviously I support this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Gladue. Next, Minister Gervais.
Yes, I support this motion because I believe it. The time frame of 60 days will stop reoccurring appeals from bogging down the Senate. We need to go on with business. Our nation is growing at a fast rate. We need a baseline time frame to, that would work. That'd work for us as a nation.
Thank you. So the next speaker that I've seen raise a hand, Mr. Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. Yeah, I'm speaking in support of this. It's pretty obvious that this was missing from our Senate Act. I mean, this is necessary for procedural fairness, so that there's an understanding of the time frame that issues can be appealed. So it gives sort of clarity and certainty to both sides of an issue, both the appellant and the other side. So I'm absolutely in favor of this. It's just good procedural fairness. Thanks. You are muted. Oh, there you go.
Sorry. I have Vice President Ovens next. And she was muted as I was. All right, we'll jump next to Pixie Wells, and then hopefully we'll get Jan Ovens back.
Pixie from the Fraser Métis Association. I want to speak in favor of this motion. The one thing that I would like to just mention or a thought of, I would prefer it to be 90 days. Sometimes 60 days isn't enough time to get all your information in alignment to do what you need to do. But other than that, I speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you. I think just before we have Vice President Ovens, perhaps Mr. Gall, I think.
Yeah, just in response to Pixie, I think that's where we have 9.2.1. So the Senate will consider an application for an extension of time to appeal. So it's setting out that time frame, but there is a reasonable, there is a process to extend that, given proper reason. So.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. Next, we'll try Vice President Ovens again.
Yes, Janet. Am I on there? No.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, you were.
No, I'm back.
You're back.
Oh God. Okay, so Jan Ovens, Cowichan Valley Métis, and I wanted to bring up from our board the same item that Trixie mentioned, the 90 days, and I don't think saying the Senate will consider an application for time to appeal. It doesn't feel like that's the same thing as 90 days and convoluted. So I'm wondering, were the Senate, any of the Senate members asked about what would be a reasonable time? Do they feel that that is, or does this strictly come from the other side, the people who would be processing?
I think we'll try to have Mr. Gall answer that, see if there's any, I'm not sure of any background communications with the Senate. Mr. Gall?
Yeah, so in terms of that timeline, we looked at applications for other similar judicial processes. And so that's where the 60 days came from. And the Senate was consulted and engaged in that process, and they were fully supportive of that time frame. And one of the discussions there was again around the extension, so that they will consider an extension for a variety of reasons. And that wasn't sort of spelled out, so that they've got flexibility to do so.
Thank you. Next, I have President Corson.
Yes, I was just looking at the wording of this and trying to determine 60 days of the event. And the submission of an appeal, is it not to be notification in writing? And the decision of that notification. So I'm a little confused on the submission of the appeal has to be within 60 days of the event being appealed, whether it's a denial of citizenship. MNBC citizen has to know what he's appealing in a timely manner. And then the appeal to the Senate is 60 days from the time of that notification. Is that correct? 60 days of the event. The event that I'm lost a little bit on the wording of the event that he's appealing. So that's a written decision from somebody that's being appealed.
I don't want to put it forward, but I'll let Chris answer that because he is our in-house counsel and he's more involved with this one in the sense. But I would say yes, that's from the date of appeal would be the date of the offense to 60 days would be my assumption. But Chris, could you add to that, please?
Sorry, and my apologies, Mr. Corson. I asked if you can repeat that. I just got another message that I was reading tied to something else, and I missed the first part of your statement. So it'd be just helpful for clarity to make sure that I answer that correctly. If you could restate that for me. And again, I apologize.
Speaker recognizes President Corson. Not seeing Mr. Corson. My understanding of his concern was the comment or the wording there in 9.2 talks about an appeal by a citizen must be made within 60 days of the event. And I think he used the example of, where there's a decision, but the applicant isn't aware of the event, the decision, until some period after when they actually receive notice of the event. So, so for example, the way I'm understanding President Corson's comment is, let's say there's a denial of citizenship, the applicant wishes to would like to appeal that, but they don't learn the decision to denial of the application is, let's say, on May 30th, and so the 60-day clock kind of starts on May 30th, but the applicant doesn't hear the decision of that until, let's say, June 12th, when the mail reaches them, and so they've lost 12 days of that 60 without even having found out. So that's my understanding, and I'm not sure if Mr. Corson's back on if that accurately reflects the concern he raised.
Yeah, sorry for that, Dave. Don Corson back again. Yeah, I muted myself. Yeah, in essence, that's what the capture. The event should be a little bit more full in this description. Notification in writing of the event.
And just while I've got you, then, Mr. Corson, is there a particular wording that you would suggest, or?
Maybe right after 60 days notice in writing of the terms there is used, event. I think that the only thing you're appealing is a decision. So a decision, whether you're a citizen, a decision that you've been denied something. So there's got to be a written decision.
And so we've got our staff assisting in trying to put the wording as once we get it there. Does that appear to cover the concern, Mr. Corson?
Yeah, if Chris is comfortable with still the use of the word event, but you have to be given a written notice of that event, and that sets the date, that sets the time frame of the 60 days to respond to the Senate. You have to have a starting date, and it has.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Corson. Sorry, I was going back through the Senate Act and just sort of make sure everything aligned here. I think, I don't see an issue with that. And I mean, certainly, I think it was anticipated as we were looking at 60 days is quite broad, and with extenuating circumstances, it was felt initially that having the ability to apply for an extension, I was just trying to sort of get people to sort of move on that process. But I think I think that's fair.
So given this, and I think we'll adopt this, I'll first ask the mover and seconder if that is agreeable. If so, then I think we'll go by, see if there's unanimous consent to make that change. So first I'll just quickly hear from Minister Gladue and Minister Gervais. Is that agreeable?
Yep. Yes, I agree with it.
And that was
so Region 3, Dean Gladue, Director. I agree with it. Yes.
Thank you. And Minister Gervais.
Yes, I'd just like to add to the 9.2 of the written notice that it would be 60 days from the received written notice of the event.
Okay. Just a moment.
Yeah, in front of the words written, I think Renee's just indicating received written notice.
Received. Yeah. So we're just adding the word received in front of written notice.
Yeah.
So
and Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, because some of our legislation already lays out a 60-day, or sorry, a 30-day appeal window, and so this is where it is not already previously spelled out that they have 60 days. So in some cases in our legislation, it is 30 days already.
And so we'll just, I think hopefully staff, if you could just add the words, sorry, 60 days, was it receipt of written notice? I'm sorry, Minister Gervais, just
yes, I would be happy with that. Yeah.
Okay, and just to confirm, Mr. Gladue, that's acceptable?
Yes. Yes, acceptable with me. Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director.
Okay, so what I'll ask then at this time, if there's unanimous consent. So essentially, if you have an issue or an objection to adding receipt of written notice as it is, perhaps just make it orally, because I have hands that are already up, and then just identify yourself if you do have an objection.
Yeah, this is Walter. I got an objection to the receipt of.
Okay, so we don't have unanimous consent for that. So this would have to go then by way of an amendment. And so perhaps I'll go back to Mr. Corson. I'm suggesting that I'm assuming you're bringing then a motion to amend.
Yes, that'd be correct. And then.
Thank you. And do we have someone to second that motion to amend?
Both the mover and the seconder agreed with it earlier.
Yeah, I would accept that. I'll accept Minister Gladue as.
I'll second it. Yep.
Thank you. So now we're going to be a discussion of the receipt of written notice. So perhaps before we start that, I'm going to start a new list. So what I have for hands raised, once we get back to the original motion, I've got President Van Weeregen, Minister De Jager, President Roberts, President Lapointe, Minister Fisher, and President Minot. So if I've named your name, and but that's for the original motion, you can lower your hand. Now, if you wish to speak to the motion to amend, please go ahead and raise your hand at this time. And I see President Van Weeregen, President Minot, and then Vice President Schneider in that order so far. So President Van Weeregen.
Yeah, sorry, I was just wanting to also state, as Don was saying, like with this receipt of written notice, I'm still a little leery on the 60 days, though. I still think that should be 90 days, as suggested by a few other colleagues, because I'm not too familiar, like with this 9.2.1, the Senate will consider an application. What, how do they consider it? Like what are they looking at when they're considering things? So that kind of just throws me off there.
Okay. Thank you. And President Van Wergen, I think that would be more under the original motion or resolution. This is just, if you're looking on the screen, it's the amendment to add in those 4 red words, receipt of written notice. So if we'll restrict our comments there, so the timeline we can deal with back on the original resolution. So we'll just try to stay focused on the amendment portion. Vice President Schneider?
I like the way it was written before, only because you could say you've sent something out, and yes, you do need a receipt, so it would have to go registered mail. But I guess maybe I don't trust anybody. And they could say, oh, I sent that off, a long time ago, or, why haven't I got the 60 days yet? It could work either way, I think. I don't know. My thoughts, sorry.
No, thank you. Appreciate those comments. Any other comments on the amendments? So the addition of receipt of written notice. I'm not seeing anyone else. So perhaps then what we'll do is we'll vote. We'll use the poll function for this.
Hang on.
Sorry.
I just wanted to discuss on that receipt of.
Okay. Speaker recognizes President Minot.
Yeah, on the receipt of, I'm against putting that in there because unless I'm misunderstanding it, somebody can say they never received that information or that written notice, and that can be repeated and prolong the process continually. And that 60-day notice is therefore not null and void if you put that in words receipt of in it. I can see the written notice because it'll be dated and stamped when it's sent, but receipt of, you never know when they're going to get it, regardless of when it's stamped or dated.
Thank you, President Minot. I've got Minister Fisher and then Minister Gervais.
Yes, it's Deb Fisher here, Region 4 Director. Yeah, I'm not in favor of the word receipt in there as well, for the same reasons that have been shared. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Minister Gervais.
Yes, we have a Senate clerk that gets these notices, and I think they probably register it as the time and when it come in, and it's pretty secure. I have a lot of faith in a Senate clerk for that. So I would stay with my changes, my amendments on that.
Thank you. Just before I go to Minister Harriet, just perhaps a point of clarification from Mr. Gall.
So and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to clarify. So written notice was not included because there are a broad range of appeals. We're not, and where certain Mnbc appeal processes already exist to the Senate, there are timelines, but the Senate has broad appeal mechanisms in the legislation. And so right now, community disputes, community decisions, other things can be appealed to the Senate, and those things don't necessarily have written notice, a written decision. And so that's why it was 60 days of the event, so that if there is some sort of dispute, et cetera, that happens, that there's sort of 60 days from that happening. And so that's why it was written and crafted sort of specifically as it was originally.
Thank you, Mr. Gall, for those comments. I have Minister Harriet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Patrick Harriet, Regional Director, Region 1. And I thought that Mr. Gall was going to steal my thunder, but he didn't. But I will actually ask him to weigh in on this, because I understand that from a legal perspective, if you're serving notice to someone through registered mail, it's sort of a legal principle that it's been received after 2 days after it being sent out, or something like that. But you're the lawyer, so if you could sort of clarify some of that.
Thank you, Harriet. Actually, that was point I was going to make. I apologize that I forgot to comment on that piece. But the receipt of is again, I agree, problematic. There are in the Interpretation Act, there is spelled out in legislation, depending on the means of information sort of being transmitted, when it is received. So when an email is sent, a fax, snail mail, etc. But again, I think that the principle here is that we're not necessarily actually speaking to written notice in all of these situations, and so that framing of it may not sort of appropriately apply here.
Thank you, Mr. Gall. I've got Vice President Lisa Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you for that, Chris. That was the exact train of thoughts I was having. It says any appeal by Métis citizen. There's a number of different appeals. It's not just speaking to citizenship appeals. So written notice would not always be provided because a citizen could, I'll just throw this out there, there could be a citizenship challenge. There could be mediation. There could be many other things, conflict resolution. The Senate may be moving toward restorative justice. There's all kinds of different appeals that the Senate is able to hear, not just citizenship appeals. And I think this has been remiss that we need some sort of timeline. If there's something going on, that there is a time limit on when the appeal can take place, because we could have something happen last year or the year before, and all of a sudden an appeal is going to come up. Now, that just doesn't make sense to me. I also just want to state for the record, I am the Senate liaison for the Mnbc Senate. As Chris Gall indicated, he worked with the Senate on this. I had no part of this. It's Chris working with the Senate. I don't get involved in Senate business other than to carry their wish to the Mnbc board table. And to my knowledge, no other board member has consulted with the Senate on this matter. But yeah, I think we just need to leave it, receipt of written notice. I just don't agree with that, because there's so many different Senate appeals that could occur.
Thank you. And we've got one final speaker on the list. And just before we get to Mr. Corson, I do note the time. We were scheduled today for 3:30 end. I think the hope was we would, if we started resolution, finish it. I know we would have to approve the agenda to extend the time, or approve extending the time. Not sure how much time we're going to need to complete this resolution, but perhaps this is something we can deal with by way of unanimous consent again. Hopefully we can at least finish this resolution today, so we don't have, there may be substitute people appearing tomorrow that weren't participants in this. So perhaps I'll get, is there any objection to extending this to at least until 4 o'clock? We can revisit it, we're still not complete, but extending till 4 o'clock. Is there any objection to that? Otherwise, as I said, the agenda does say for 3:30, but prefer to finish the resolution that we started. Any objection? Not hearing any, then we'll push it to 4, and I'll have Mr. Corson recognize next.
I can't do it, but it's over.
Hello, it's Don Corson here again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. I can't believe that any decision would be made that wouldn't have a written component. That how can you go on hearsay? It's just, oh, I was phoned by Senator A, then I was phoned by Director B, and it's phoned by someone that, oh, we made a decision on that. If it's not written and provided to the applicant or the appealant, if you don't give them a written confirmation, what's he going to appeal? A comment? I believe every decision, and when I asked the Senate how many decisions or how many reviews they had, there was only about 20 from the last 10 years or 15 years. So I don't see how any decision made by the Senate would not be provided in writing to the appellant to conclude and to verify the documentation of the appeal to start with, a paper trail that was discussed, a decision being made by the Senate committee whichever one it was, and then a written notice to whoever's required from the MNBC, plus the, and if privacy is involved, of course, that'll be restricted, but certainly the appealant has a right to a decision in writing. It's just simple in practice to me. That's natural justice and how the court system works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corson. And I'm just taking from my understanding from what Chris had mentioned, that there are certainly where there are instances where there is a decision that would require, where there is actual decision, and that's what you would have written notice. But there are other events, or let's say things that might happen, so something that can be appealed that's not necessarily a decision. It may be an action or something as opposed to a decision. That's my agenda, but perhaps I'll go to Lisa Smith and then Rainey Gervais.
Sure. I just want to clarify that this isn't speaking to Senate appeals. This is speaking to somebody filing an appeal. And certainly once an appeal is filed, the Senate notifies the appellant as well that this has been filed. And then the appellant does have time to submit documentation. So it's not referring to a Senate appeal in any manner. What it's referring to is filing the actual Senate appeal. So I just wanted to add that clarification. And as I stated before, there's many, many different types of appeals, and it may not be based on a decision of anything. It just may be something that needs to be appealed. I just need to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Gervais.
I would be happy to have this tabled to another time, but the 60 days does make sense. That it is about the time limit. But yeah, maybe the written consent or the notice would be something to be discussed in the Senate at a later time, maybe the next AGM.
So I don't see any other hands. So what we're going to do is we'll do the vote on the amendment. So that's the amendment adding the red words as written there. So 9.2 would read, where a time frame to submit an appeal is not otherwise legislated, any appeal by an MnBC citizen must be made within 60 days receipt of written notice of the event. If you are in favor of this amendment, what that essentially means is those words will be added into the resolution, and then we will still be voting on the resolution itself. If you are opposed to the words receipt of written notice, then that would mean that those would be removed, and we would continue with the original resolution. So again, a vote in favor is to keep these red words in. So just to give it another few seconds, got 37 votes in, 38, and I believe some people may have left, but all right, I'm going to ask that the poll be closed at this point then. And I'll have, I'll read out the results.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we had 11 votes in favor of the amendment. We had 21 votes opposed. We had 7 abstentions. And so the changes do not pass.
Well, perhaps I can have Mr. Mnga just
Sorry, perhaps if I can have Mr. Mina. I know we had the agreement earlier on written notice being included.
No.
So, and perhaps you can just clarify. We're going back to the original wording, correct?
They read, what's in red now goes out because it was not adopted, because they voted on an amendment formally. So we back to the original wording of the resolution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Corson. Now, before I go to Mr. Corson, I did have that list previous before we had the amendment brought. So the first on that list on the original resolution is President Van Weerigen, followed by Mr. De Jager, Kelly Roberts, Bill Lapointe, Deborah Fisher, and Walter Minot. Oh, and just, I did see Mr. Corson put his hand up. Perhaps Mr. Corson, if you had a quick point to raise, or is this speaking to the original resolution?
Oh, I could speak to the original resolution. The
Okay, then I'll put your name. I'll add your name to the to the list, as you did already speak to the original when you brought your amendment. I added your name. We'll go to President Van Weerigen.
Hello, can we bring that resolution back up on screen again? There we go. Thank you. Yeah, again, my objection again is with the 60 days of the event. I'm not in favor of this the way it stands right now.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I got Minister De Jager.
Yes, I'm in favor of this. It actually puts a timeline on it, so we're not left in limbo of when anything's going to happen. I mean, things should have a timeline. And this is going to move to the AGM anyway, where we can have even more robust discussion on this. But I definitely think we should move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister De Jager. I have President Roberts.
All in all, in that, I like the idea of it. My question was more so related towards 9.2.1. What would be considered an acceptable extension time from the Senate? Like if they've given out 60-day notice and the person says, okay, I filed this grievance, but I need an extension, what would be an acceptable time frame?
Perhaps Mr. Gull would be able to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the intention there was to sort of give some broad leeway to sort of understand, because someone is going to apply for an extension and likely provide some direction there and some reasons. When you look at other sort of judicial bodies, they look at was there an intention to apply, what's the reasons for missing the deadline, what's the reason for extending that. So this allows the Senate and if this gets passed, there's a mechanism there to kind of clarify that in policy and procedure, but it gives them sort of broad leeway to take into consideration the unique circumstances of each individual who is making that application and sort of apply it, but sort of broadly setting a time frame and going from there. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does somewhat.
Thank you, Mr. Gull and President Roberts. I next have President Lapointe.
Yes. No, my questions have been answered in the foregoing 20 minutes of discussion here. So I did lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just working off of my previous list here. I've got Minister Fisher.
Yes, after hearing just what everybody's saying, I'm comfortable with the 60 days. I'm comfortable with the 60 days because there is an option for people to ask for an extension for whatever situation. Some of these things are going to be able to be rectified probably quite quickly, and some may take longer. And I trust that the Senate will be able to do proper extensions to our citizens.
Thank you, Minister Fisher. I have President Corson, followed by Vice President Lachon.
Don Corson, West Kootenay Métis Society. The present wording in section 9.2 is all decisions of the Senate must be in writing and sealed, then forwarded to the affected parties within 30 days of its decision. This resolution says, A, add the following, 9.2. So it has to be reworded to 9.2A. And then it's going to be a written, where the time frame to submit an appeal is not otherwise legislated. Any appeal by a Métis citizen, Mnbc citizen, must be made within 60 days of that written event. I mean, the decision is already made in writing to the person, and this is an appeal opportunity, and he has 60 days to put the appeal in of the decision. So just the wording here of the event, it's an appeal that he's referring to in 9.2.
Just clarification, Mr. Corson, my reading and my understanding is that this is not appeals of decisions from the Senate. That's not what it's talking about. So it's not that the Senate's made a decision and providing notice. It's an event, a decision is made, for example, by the Mnbc registrar. And if there isn't already a previous period to make that appeal to the Senate, not of a decision of the Senate. That's, and I don't know if that's
Article 9 says appeals.
That's right, and it talks about them conducting appeals. So that's them like essentially hearing and making the decision on someone bringing an appeal to them. That's my understanding of reading it.
So 9.2 is a decision on the initial appeal. Is that correct?
Yes. So I'm looking at the Senate Act, and so 9.2 that's in there is all decisions of the Senate must be in writing and sealed and forwarded to the affected parties within 30 days of its decision. So essentially, this new 9.2 that's being proposed would happen prior to. So this is getting that decision or that appealed. The event occurs, someone wishes to appeal that to the Senate. If it's within the 60 days, it goes to the Senate. If it's outside of those 60 days, they can apply for the application to extend. If the Senate accepts the appeal, then the Senate does their process, and then they make a decision, and then the current 9.2 in the Senate Act says what they have to do once they've made their decision.
I don't know, it just seems to me that 9.2 is 9.2. So you can't have two different 9.2s. The wording has to be either before in a different section, or it becomes this 9.2 removes and replaces the existing 9.2.
Yeah, and I'll have Chris, perhaps he can, Mr. Gall can clarify on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Corson. Great point. So the intention here, if you see the subsequent articles be renumbered as required, so this becomes 9.2, then we have 9.2.1, and then the existing 9.2 becomes 9.3, and then the existing 9.3 becomes 9.4. So then they fall below. So the intention is to sort of renumber so that falls below.
Yeah, so that's not written out. So it should be replacing 9.2 with this, and then renumbering subsequent.
Yeah, so if you look on the screen where John has it up, and B, so as be it resolved that B subsequent articles be renumbered as required. So that is built into this resolution.
Yeah, I see it following. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Corson. I have Vice President Sean.
I think just a quick point of clarity. This is just going forward and is no way retroactive. Just wanted to confirm.
Yes, that would be my understanding when we pass our legislation. It's prospective, not retrospective. I'm not, oh, I see Lauren Dean.
Hi, this is my first time talking.
I was just wondering if I could get some clarification as to what exactly would be appealed. I believe it was the acting president Smith who was saying that it's not just like a suspension or something that would be appealed, or not just something that had like a decision that's being appealed. It could be something else. So I'm kind of wondering what else would be appealed aside from like a membership or a citizenship being denied, or a decision like a suspension. And if it was something that didn't have an actual like hard date, so someone's citizenship was being denied, like that date would be by the registrar, would sign it from that date, and then it would take 5 days to get the phone call to tell the person. And I understand that it's 5 days or whatever, and there is the provisions in there for the Senate to actually make their own adjustments based on cases, but it seems like it could just add a lot more uncertainty to the process. And if we have a better understanding of what's actually being appealed, or what the Senate here is outside of those two instances, I think it might give us a little bit more, we'd be a little more informed.
Thank you. And perhaps I'll have Mr. Gull perhaps try to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I had too many windows open. So that's a great question. Thank you for that. So in a variety of pieces of legislation, there are sort of dispute mechanisms put forward, and the Senate has powers as sort of our judicial arm to mediate and resolve disputes, whether that's between a charter community and MNBC, or within charter community disputes, et cetera. So there's there's a variety of places where a citizen could take an internal MNBC or nation sort of dispute to the Senate, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Gull. Not seeing any additional hands then, and given the time is 3:50, I believe we're at the point where we can vote on the resolution. Again, so this is voting on the resolution on the screen, and this will be the roll call vote, whether you're in favor or opposed or abstain on the resolution on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jacqueline Alderking.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you, Jacqueline. David Allard.
Yeah, and yay. Aye. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Tabitha Berggren.
Aye.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Darlene Campbell.
In favor.
Don Corson.
Abstain.
Thank you, Don. Sean Davern.
Aye.
Louis DeJager.
Aye.
Lauren Dean.
Aye.
Cheryl Dodman.
Opposed.
Dr. Kate Elliott.
In favor.
Monica Fisher.
Aye.
Deborah Fisher.
Aye.
Paulette Flamond.
Aye.
Rainey Gervais. Rainey, are you there?
Aye.
Thank you, Rainey. Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
Yep.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Abstain.
Thank you, Travis. Anthony Crelo.
Yes.
Peter Lang.
Aye.
Bill Lapointe.
Aye.
Charlotte Lever.
In favor.
Thank you, Charlotte. Carrie Marion. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Abstain.
Thank you, Betty Ann. Bonnie Merlot.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Lana Olson. Jan Ovens.
Yes.
Darcy Patu.
Yes.
Trish Plant. Kelly Roberts.
Yes.
Jake Rochon.
Aye.
Wendy Schneider.
In favor.
Thank you, Wendy. Mert Servatius. Mert, are you there still? Okay, move on to Lisa Shepherd. Okay. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
I was scared my headphones weren't working there for a second. Okay, we're good. Jean Sulzer.
Nay.
Thank you, Jean. Joy Sundin.
In favor.
Marlene Swears, left, I believe. Trudy Turner.
Yes.
Linda Van Weergen.
Opposed?
Thank you. And Pixie Wells.
Aye.
Thank you, Pixie. Did I miss anyone?
Mert.
So I heard someone say Mert. Was Mert back? Okay, no problem. So that passes. I will just tally the results.
So just as Chris is tabulating that, I just want to remind people for tomorrow, the link is going to be the same one that you used today. So just use that same email link that you used to get into the meeting today. I also note or understand that it is, I believe, President Monroe's birthday today. And so we have something set up. So just to get that. I think we could all wish Bonnie a happy birthday. It's great that she shared her birthday with us today. And, we appreciate having her here today.
Happy birthday, Bonnie.
Happy birthday, Bonnie.
Happy birthday, Bonnie.
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Bonnie.
Happy birthday.
Why don't we just sing?
Happy birthday
Hey
to
to
you.
you. Happy birthday to you.
Little faster.
Happy
Birthday, dear
Bonnie.
Bonnie. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
We're going to be YouTube sensations. I won't subscribe.
We are. Don't forget, this is on YouTube right now, live.
So happy birthday, Bonnie. And I think we have the final results for resolution number 5. Mr.
Thank
Gall?
you, Mr. Speaker. So we had 31 votes in favor, 3 opposed, and 4 abstentions. And so resolution number 5 passes.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Glad we were able to get through a lot. I see a hand up, President Bremner, but just before I get to President Bremner, just as a reminder, tomorrow morning we're starting at 9 o'clock, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to finish tomorrow morning early and we'll be able to enjoy the rest of our day. Just before I call close to or adjourn today's meeting to tomorrow, I'll call on President Bremner.
Yes, Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Mid-Island, we have decided, we've done some work on a story, and it's now become a video, and it's a puppet show. My family, the story comes through my family, and the title is The Beaver's Big House. And you're welcome to share it amongst your communities. I sent it to every community email that I had across the province. And you're welcome to laugh. You can watch the occasional puppet falls off the stage and arrives back through the air. You have to watch closely to catch that. But just in sharing, the message around and within this story is phenomenal. And it will help us as we each carry forward. I mean, there's been many challenges this last year, and we're certainly not done with them yet. So Mid-Island is hopeful you will enjoy it and share it as widely as you'd like.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Joy. And just before we leave, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that stuck around all day. I really appreciate the camaraderie that we've displayed, the discussions during the lunch break, and just the respectful tone that this whole meeting has taken. I really appreciate that. I see Bonnie, our birthday girl, has her hand raised. And just after Bonnie has spoken, if we can get everyone to smile, because they're going to take a photo or a snapshot of everyone on there. So perhaps I'll just turn it over to Bonnie first.
I just wanted to say thank you. And yes, this is very definitely going to be a memorable birthday.
That was great. So we'll get everyone to smile. Turn your video on if you don't have it yet. Fix your hair, whatever needs to be done. Hopefully, we'll do a countdown. I think hopefully Nick will be able to hear that. So I'll do a countdown, and hopefully, Nick, if you're listening,
I am listening.
1, 2, 3, then take the picture, so you don't
For
have
sure.
me talking on number 3. All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock start. And